Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Metro Unit Development Assessment Panel meeting for this morning. I declare the meeting open at 9:34, and in doing so acknowledge that we're hosting this meeting on the traditional land of the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation. We acknowledge the Aboriginal people as the traditional custodians of Western Australia, pay respects to elders past and present, and the ongoing connection between people, land, waters and community. The meeting will be run in accordance with the MIDAP Standing Orders 2024 under the Planning and Development Assessment Panel's Regulations 2011. This meeting is being recorded and live streamed on the DAP website in accordance with Regulation 42A of the Planning and Development Assessment Panel's Regulations 2011. Members are reminded to announce their name and title prior to speaking. Panel members may refer to technical devices throughout the meeting to assist them in considering the information for them. My name's Clayton Hyam. I'm the presiding member for this morning's meeting, and with me I have Francesca Lafante, the deputy presiding member, Simon, the specialist member, and for the first part of the meeting, councillors Migdale and Dudek from the City of Stirling. Item 2, there's an apology from Councillor Ingrid Van Dawson from the City of Fremantle. No members on leave of absence, and minutes from previous meetings are available on the DAP website. Moving on to part B of the agenda, I'm seeking declarations of due consideration. All members familiar with the material before you today, if you could show of hands, please. Thank you. That's just for the Stirling Council at this stage. Disclosures of interest. Councillors, did this matter go to council? No. Okay, thank you. Are there any disclosures of interest then? No. All right. Thank you very much. Moving on then to item 3.1. The mixed-use development in Scarborough. I have a number of presentation from Dan Lees from Element Advisory. Dan, you know the drill, 3 minutes max, and I'll invite members to ask questions following your presentation. So over to you.
Good morning, panel members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak briefly in support of the approval of the minor height increase that's proposed to this key project within the Scarborough redevelopment area. We thank the City of Stirling for its support of this project and the positive Responsible Authority report, which we feel clearly sets out the unique scenario of development control having transitioned from Development WA to the City of Stirling. I'll take my deputation request form as read and respectfully request your approval today. As has been stated in the City's report, the project was originally approved by Development WA, and with the support and conditioned clearances of the City of Stirling, forward works are currently progressing well on site. Your approval today will effectively reapprove this project, inclusive of height increases, which are 0.6 metres to the Western Tower, which is 15 stories, and 1.04 metres to the Eastern Tower, which is 17 stories. The need for this height increase stems from detailed design, the need to thicken some slabs within the buildings to remove any steps in the slab soffit, and therefore increase the efficiency of the formwork and the construction process. This also allows for essential building services to be located in the ceiling spaces, whilst maintaining appropriate internal ceiling heights. In the context of 50 and 60 odd metre tall buildings, 0.6 and 1.04 metre height increases I would consider are extremely minor, so minor that they would practically be imperceivable from the surrounding public realm, and they are not considered to result in any perceivable impact on the amenity of the locality, and therefore we believe they are appropriate for approval, as does the City. The DAP's approval is requested to enable the delivery of this key project within the Scarborough redevelopment area, which is of a scale and a design quality that has been envisaged by the vision for this precinct, as was originally established by Development WA in the prior approvals, with the support of the Development WA Design Review Panel. This project represents a significant contribution to residential apartment supply in an established locality of high amenity. It is in complete alignment with local and state government housing supply objectives. There is one minor wording change that we will request to condition number 23. That's noted in my deputation request form. We've discussed this with the City of Stirling, and the City has put this forward. They'll report to prior to commencement of main works rather than the submission of the building permit, and this timing trigger provides time for this work to be completed in parallel with the building permit. As you've probably appreciated from reading the Responsible Authority report, this is a very unique scenario and application that results from the transition of planning power development control from Development WA to the City of Stirling with a live construction project underway. This is the sort of very minor change that ordinarily would be dealt with via a DAP Form 2 or minor amendment application. Your approval today will enable the continued delivery of this key project. So thank you for your time. And with me, I have our client, Daniel Gizzer and Taya Jeanette, developer, Edge Visionary Living, and I believe Greg and Samira Ghani from Hillam Architects are also online, and my colleague, Cale Otter from Element Advisory. Collectively, we're available to answer any questions the panel may have.
Thanks, Dan. Panel members, questions of the presenter?
Yes, I have a question. I have a question. Thank you for your presentation. I have a question generally about the bushfire management plan, and it's a similar question I'm going to ask officers. Having looked at the plans, been to site, I'm aware that the subject matter that you're referring to is outside your property boundary, referred to as coastal vegetation. And I note the conditions relating to bushfire management plans and associated requirements both under condition 22 and your requested modification to condition 23. My question is the extent to which the applicant can undertake mitigation actions on land that's beyond the boundary of your site and controlled ultimately by the local government. Can you provide any comments to that? And I have essentially exactly the same question to city officers, and my question ultimately relates to the language and wording of the condition.
Thank you for the question. And yes, this has been considered in quite some detail, not only as part of this application, but also as part of the condition clearance process in the Development WA approval. So I don't believe this drawing is part of the agenda package, but for the benefit of the elected members online, this is a vegetation management plan that has been created by this landscape architect. This was supplied to the City of Stirling, and the city's parks team have agreed to the vegetation management measures that are in this plan. So what it involves is removal of some vegetation, management of other parts of vegetation to ensure that low threat fuel state. So this vegetation management arrangement has previously been agreed with the city, and it is now about embedding that into this approval, which is the intent and the purpose of the bushfire conditions. If I can refer you to page 15 of the RAR, this first paragraph is about halfway through. There is a sentence that reads, "The city notes that part of the approval process with Development WA included an agreement for the city to manage vegetation in the Scarborough Beach Reserve." It's the Bell rating. So the management arrangement has already been agreed with the city. It is essentially now the mechanism by which this agreement is embedded into the approval, because we're all in acknowledgement and agreement that bushfire is an important consideration and it needs to be addressed and maintained in perpetuity. So through the recommended conditions that deal with bushfire, that will be the mechanism by which the required bushfire rating can be achieved.
Thank you. That's it.
Other questions? No. Councillors? No questions? Okay, thank you very much. Dan, just from my point of view, what's happening with the basement and the parking? How, I understand there's a basement going, but all the parking's still being maintained.
That's right. So the original development WA approval had a number of basement levels, which were of a smaller footprint of the site.
Okay.
Essentially, the upper basement levels are expanding in their footprint to take better use of the site. And as part of that, the lower basement level net loss and carbons.
All right, thanks. No further questions. Thanks very much. Dan, we'll move on to the officers at Stirling. Is there any comment you want to make, or just happy to take questions?
Officers.
Sorry, is that James or Verena?
Can they hear us?
I can hear you.
Stirling?
Oh, I can't hear the officers.
City of Stirling.
Yeah,
Try now.
can you hear us now?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Sorry about that. Yep, good morning, guys. Thank you through to the chair for allowing us to just provide some brief comments. As mentioned in the city's RAR recommending approval, the proposed modifications are considered minor in the context of the overall development. The proposal seeks to make changes to an existing approval issued by Development WA prior to the Scarborough redevelopment area, reverting back to the control of the City of Stirling. As the city was not the original decision maker, the city cannot exercise its power under the planning and development regs to amend a decision made by Development WA, therefore requiring the minor modifications to the development requiring a new development application to be lodged with the city. The modifications seek to address operational, functional and construction regulation matters only that have resulted in an increase in building height and reconfiguration of the basement car parking. As mentioned by Dan, the increase in height for Tower 1 is only 0.6 and the increase for building height to Tower 2 is 1.04, and the reconfiguration of the approved basement levels will be going from 3 levels to 2 levels. No additional floors, additional dwellings or loss of car parking bays are proposed as part of this modification. The city has identified matters relating to bushfire, but considers that these matters are adequately addressed via appropriate condition setting. The BMP, as part of the condition, will just be formalising previously agreed mitigation measures by the city as part of the DEV WA applications. And the city is satisfied that the conditions recommended will address any concerns. Furthermore, the application is recommended for approval subject to the conditions. The city's happy to answer any more questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions of the officers? Yes, Francesca.
Do you have any comments to make in relation to the applicant's requested modification, a new advice note on condition 23?
Yeah, so we did, before recommending these, the updated condition and advice note, we did speak to the applicant regarding the trigger, which would be the commencement of main works. So the city has no issues with that advice note.
So we did provide an amended recommendation, which is contained within Part B, which contains the updated condition setting, which has been agreed on by the applicant and the city.
Further questions? No. No. Okay, thank you very much to the officers. We'll move on then to the item. I'm seeking a mover and a seconder for the item, please. Yes, councillor. Thank
You
you.
move the officer's recommendation.
Yes, thank you, councillor. Is there a seconder? Yes, Francesca, thank you very much.
Is that, sorry, can I ask, is that the latest recommendation in the addendum?
Yes.
With the
With the
modification.
modification.
Yes, thank you very much. Over to you, Councillor McDowell, to open the debate.
Thank you. I really don't have an awful lot to add to this. As has been clearly stated, it's a work in progress. There's nothing untoward to concern me here. Let's just keep going. Thanks.
Thank you. Francesca.
Yes, I will speak positively for the development. Having had a look at the plans and on site, the development is exceptional. It will breathe a huge amount of life into that part of Scarborough. I initially was intrigued in terms of the access, particularly off what appears to be the car park, but I note in terms of the information provided, that is in fact a portion of the gazetted road that runs in front of the site. The inclusion of substantial public amenities is also a positive for both site and for the broader beach going and community that uses it for part of social and active life of the area. This development is an exceptional proposal, and I note that the works have already continued in terms of earthworks on the site. I am supportive of the proposal, inclusive of the change to condition 23 that appears in part B of the material that we have in front of us.
Thank you. Further speakers?
No, just to say, look, this is a minor change to an existing approved development. There's nothing more to say. I think it's the sort of changes that you would expect at this stage of it. So I think it can be easily approved.
Okay, thank you. I agree. I support it fully. It's a bit of an unusual situation, and we're reapproving something that's already been thoroughly assessed and approved by Development WA. However, I do note a couple of very minor modifications, and happy to support those, plus the minor modification to condition 23. So back to Councillor McDowell to wind up debate.
Thanks, panel members, for clarifying all of these valid points. Happy to support this. Thanks.
I'll put to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. And there's no Form 2 applications for Stirling and no Section 31. So thank you to Councillor McDowell and Dudek for their attendance.
Thank you.
We'll do the
Cheers, guys.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Bye.
Bye.
Wait until we get organised.
Opportunity back in 2-6.
All right.
Good morning, Eric. This is Claire from the MIDAP Secretariat. Just wanted to check that you can hear us and that your own microphone's working while we're just bringing the next group in.
Yes, I can.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll resume the meeting. Welcome to everyone. Just to, I guess, repeat what I said earlier before you're in here, my name's Clayton Hyam. I'm the presiding member today, and the deputy presiding member is Francesca Lafante. The specialist member is Don Syme. And we have councillors Sullivan and Williamson Wong from the city of Fremantle. So they do, we need a declaration of due consideration. All members familiar with the material for you today. Okay, thank you very much. Seeking disclosures of interest, Councillor Sullivan has already had an impartiality interest for both items 3.1 and 3.2 in that he participated in the matters prior to the council meeting. And that's been agreed to that he sit on the matter. Are there any further declarations, Councillor? Yes.
Following Councillor Sullivan disclosing that I sat on both matters, 3.1 and 3.2 in previous council meetings. And for 3.1, Godmother is an architect at Space Agency, so it's an hopefully will be staying.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Yes, I agree that you can participate in both matters. Thank you. Moving on then to item 3.1, which is the Wolf Stores development in Cantonment Street in Fremantle. We have quite a number of presenters for this matter this morning, and we are limited to 3 minutes, and because of the number of presenters, I'll be quite strict in limiting you to 3 minutes. Following your presentation, you may be ask some questions by the panel members. I'll ask panel members if they have a question of you. So we'll move to the first presenter, which is John Dowson.
Thank you, Jada. The Fremantle Society has worked for 3 weeks on our submission, now buried among hundreds of passionate skateboard-led eulogies in massive documentation for this project, and we hope you have it. Our advocacy for this magnificent last remaining undeveloped wool store began decades ago when I was Deputy Mayor and put in a room with council officers to nut out a possible approval with the then owner and her lawyers for this property. Yes, a deal was reached that gave 1 extra story setback, 7 metres, if the skin of the whole building was kept and the internal timbers kept where possible, but it didn't proceed. When Hesperia bought the wool stores for the bargain price of 6.8 million, we met with Adrian Finney and staff and were pleased to hear comments like the massing of the building is appropriate as it is, and our aim is to extend the character of the historic West End, which of course is renowned for its modest scale. Yes, it is so important to get this tribute to the history of wool development right. But the proposal before you is one where modernity overwhelms the heritage, where 30% of the facade is ripped away and much of the interior is gutted. The entire composition of the wool stores spans 40 years of harbourfront architecture, reflecting 40 years of the crucial economic position of wool in Australia. But the developer wants to denigrate the post-1927 accretions and chop them to pieces. No, that shouldn't happen. This is a holistic landmark that should be viewed as a single entity. Look across the railway line to the goods sheds marching down Victoria Quay, all being faithfully restored as they are with no extra stories on top. Look up the road at Fort Knox where the wool stores still look like a wool store with no apartments disfiguring the skyline. Extra stories are added to this proposal so multimillionaires and 3-story townhouses on the top can lord it over the rest of us. They're not discreet setback, but in your face, disfiguring the landscape and changing its identity. Council officers recommended refusal because of the extent of demolition of heritage fabric, arguing officers cannot support the demolition of building elements identified to have some heritage significance as clause 4.14 prohibits it. In particular, they referred to the timber structural framing systems at ground level. Within minutes of the officers' report being published, the Mayor, who was never seen to stand up for Fremantle's heritage, put forward a motion for approval without negotiation. The Fremantle Society requests that JDAP defer approval pending a significant increase in the retention of significant heritage fabric as outlined in the Council Officer's original recommendation for refusal and suggestions made by the Fremantle Society and Ken Adam. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions of John Dowson?
I don't generally have a question, but I think I'm going to potentially come back to this presenter. I'd like to hear further through today's meeting from groups and also have office questions about Heritage Council commentary on those specific matters raised in today's presentation.
Okay, all right, no. So, John, we may come back to you later on with a question based on what response we get from the Heritage Archive. Thank you. Move on, no further questions. John, we'll move on to the next presenter listed here is Matthew McNally.
If I sit here?
Just.
Thanks, members of JDAP and councillors, for the opportunity to present to you today. I might take my submission as read, if that's okay, and just really just focus on the main sort of point that I'm trying to make. So just by way of background, so as you're all aware, I've had a long history of development in Fremantle, and in fact was one of the developers who developed Heirloom, so the old Dalgety wool stores. And I just referenced that because that was an incredibly intact, incredibly good building that had been preserved through use over many, many years. So when we developed it, we had an envelope which was pretty easy to work with and within. I've also had some involvement in the Elders Wool Stores property, so I had the property under option for a number of years and in fact helped the previous owner excise the strata that ultimately allowed the sale to go ahead to Human Urban. It is an incredibly difficult development to make work because of the condition of the properties. And I take my absolute hat off to Human Urban, their willingness to take on a project that I would consider to be the highest degree of difficulty. So any outcome on a wool stores that is laid empty and derelict for as long as it has is certainly supported or supportable in my view. To the point that I wanted to make today, it's actually in relation to public art. So I've been having conversations on and off with both Human Urban and also the City of Fremantle about redirecting the public art contribution and using it for the upgrade of public realm. It's going to be great for what Human Urban do with the wool stores and also what we do with the Point Street car park. So we're also doing a significant residential development on that on that property. But we want to see the public realm upgrade. And one of the lessons I learned from our King Square project from Walyalup Court was we directed a lot of money towards public art. We ran out of money on the upgrade of the public realm. And you can actually see that when you walk through Walyalup Court. I don't want to make that mistake or see that mistake made again. The public realm works will include public art, but I think it's, I think Fremantle has a lot of public art. So I think there is a better use of hire and better use of funds. So in this case, $1.1 million, I think, is being directed from the Human Urban Development. A similar amount of money will come from our Point Street car park. It'd be a great opportunity to see Cantonment Street, Princess May Park, significantly upgraded, made safe, made, to actually just improve the overall precinct. And I think we're in a really fortunate position where as developers, we've been able to come together with the City of Fremantle and try to agree that. So somehow that seems to have got a little lost in translation given the condition that I've seen. But it'd be lovely if we could see those public art funds directed towards the public realm. So thank you.
Well done. 3 minutes. Are there any questions of? No, thank you very much. Move on to Sylvain Toglielli. Is online.
He was online before. It's just dropped off. So perhaps if we go to next, we'll let you know if he comes
All
back
right, we
on.
might come back to Sylvain. We'll go to Michael Cortis. Yeah, yes. Yeah, Michael. Thank you.
First of all, good morning and welcome to everybody here, and thank you for hearing our submission on behalf of the skateboarding community. I'm here to relay basically my personal experience, my relation to the Wool Stores building as a skateboarder over the last 29 years. The building itself has over a 35-year history of skateboarding. It is in fact possibly the longest continuous skate spot in the world. Most of your iconic skate spots like MIDAP, EMB, Love Park in Philadelphia have all had wholesale changes which have rendered them largely unskateable. The Wool Stores has remained constant. This is a unique feature and why the building is so well known. Unfortunately, in 2025, the stereotype that skateboarders are just waste of space, radiating people is still very prevalent. Keeping the ledge in its current spot and allowing us to continue to be there will break down this stereotype moving now and into the future. The developers have said that they need to open these doors in order to have a connection to the street. We, as skateboarders, are your connection to the street. There is a vibrant, a real, and a passionate culture there that you cannot buy, that you cannot manufacture. To have that ready-made connection to a street in a development before you even begin is something that you can't buy, you cannot have. I started skateboarding at 13. I'm 43 this year. Over 3/4 of my life have been spent at Wool Stores. My children skateboard at Wool Stores now with me. When the world's best skateboarders return to Wool Stores repeatedly, 3-4 years in a row to skateboard it, when they go back to America and tell other skateboarders about the amazing vibe and the amazing culture that this place has, you know you have something special. And I emphasise to you that the culture here is real. I can see you looking at us going, how can you have so much love for something that isn't alive? I can't love you back. The building is alive. It is alive with the culture of what we do there. It's alive with the history of skateboarding. As I said at the last council meeting, some of us even have Wool Stores tattoos on us. That's how much this building means to you. If you don't believe me, I'll gladly show you mine after the meeting, okay? And we go from there, okay? It is unique and a special building, and we applaud this development. It's high time that the building that is imposing, a beautiful part of the history of Fremantle, is developed. All we are asking is to retain the ledge in its current state, to acknowledge its history as part of skateboarding in Western Australia and some beyond, okay? No matter what happens, no matter what we have, if there's an incarnation of that ledge, we will continue to skate it. Because I'll say this now, at the end of the day, you may take away the building, but you can never take away what the skateboarding community has done there, and will continue to do this. We're deeply passionate and we're deeply attached to this building, and we love it very much. Okay, I'm pretty sure that's bang on 3 minutes. Yeah.
Exactly. Well done, Michael. Are there questions of Michael?
I have a question for you, and it's probably going to show a level of less knowledge in relation to the skating community. So I'm familiar with the more common forms of street interaction, which typically is opening up the buildings, getting doors and direct access onto the street. And you talk about the importance of the ledge, and particularly about how skaters are the connection to street. So I'm going to that specific comment. Can you talk about a little bit further for me, when you say the connection to the street is in the form of skaters, what do you mean by that in terms of frequency of use, times of use? Because I suppose for me, I'm familiar with a building doors being open, and then you have people sitting on the verge, regularly walking in and out of the building. What do you mean when you say the skaters' street interaction, and that's significant for this site?
Street skateboarding essentially forces us as skateboarders to look at the urban environment differently, where you might see a set of stairs, I might look at a trick down that set of stairs, or I could probably do a kickflip down that 6th stair, and away we go. This is our interpretation. This is how we connect to the street in terms of what we do with the building and how we envisage it and our use with it. The two can and the two do coexist. Quite oftentimes people will park their car and they'll interact, they'll engage with us, where kids will ask, can we have a go of your skateboards? Can we sit down and watch you for a couple of minutes? While the mum is sort of unloading the pram with the father, just sit on the ledge and watch the kids skateboard for a couple of minutes, guys. This is the connection that we have, and this is what is established within that area. Ask most people in Perth, where's Clancy's in Fremantle? It's over the road from that building that all the skateboarders skate at. So we already have an established connection with that location. And the connection that we have is our interpretation of the streetscape and how we utilise it for our skateboarding pursuits. And we want to encourage and embrace that and bring more of the community in. Here's your entrance point. Come in, have a drink, have one. And by the way, watch some good skateboarding. If the large development goes over the road, well, they are going to take half of Cantonment Street. There's a public piazza right there. Have a seat, have a drink, have a coffee, and watch the skateboarders battle it out. It's theatre in its realest form. You know, it might take one person. You used to wonder why we're celebrating over a trick. It's taken that guy 3 hours to land that trick. So that's your theatre. It's real. Again, this is something you can't manufacture, you can't buy. It's real, it's organic, and it's grown over 35 years. We are part of the ledge, and the ledge is part of us. The amount of my shins from that ledge is something else. So I hope that's sort of given you a bit of insight. At the end of the day, if you ever want to come down and have a skate with us, we'd love to have you.
Yeah, sorry, can I follow up? I think on that point as a follow-on. What you've had there now at Cantonment Street has been pretty much your own, because the building's been not used. It's a pretty quiet street, nothing much happens. There's not a lot of other activity there. You get this development here in that building, level of activity in Cantonment Street generally will go up. That's the intention.
Absolutely.
That's going to create some sort of different types of movement. How do you see that mix playing out? And any, I mean, I suppose from our point of view, or from my point of view, the risk of some sort of conflict increases quite substantially, because you've got more people not skating in there.
Yes, of course.
How is that going to be managed on what is essentially becomes just a normal footpath?
Okay. I feel that with some strategic placing of perhaps planter boxes along top, we could create an area that allows people to move, but also create a cordon, for want of a better word, where people realise that we can see the skateboarders. We know if we sort of walk into the planter box, we're going to sort of encroach. And ourselves as skateboarders, we are very good at looking at the environment and seeing what's around us. I mean, if we see a young family walking through, well, we're going to pick up our boards and let them walk past in that regard there. On the Goldsworth Street entrance, there are at least 4 or 5 other entrances that could be utilised to bring people straight into the building. One of the first questions we asked was, is the bridge going to be reinstated over at Goldsworth Street? Because there is an entrance there in itself. So you've got your 4 ground level doors, and then above there was actually a bridge linking the 2 wolf doors together. Why that couldn't be utilised and turned to a grand entrance with a grand staircase, Titanic, I'm not sure, but that would certainly be something we could utilise there. There's at least 5 other potential entrances that could still bring people in, still filter people into the building, and allow us to have the first 3 ledges, which are the most iconic part of the building of the 1927 section. So,
I mean, you're really looking for a different landscaping treatment to that part of Cantonment Street, aren't you?
It wouldn't have to be in that regard there, but some subtle placement or some sort of volatile barrier to allow, even something as simple as a couple of bike rails to sort of create that, to allow us enough space to roll away from the ledge, but also to sort of allow us to that space to do what we need to do and part of that. As you can see, we don't need too much room to work with. We've reduced it to the width of a good footpath is what we have there at the moment. That regard there.
Further questions, Councillor?
I might just sort of follow on from that sort of conversation. Sorry, we're picking on you because you're the first one up. So others might feel like they want to answer these questions as well when they come forward. I think the questions are sort of going to the the overall social activity that happens in the public realm, on the verge, on the footpath, and trying to sort of better understand how that relates to known kinds of activities. So comparing it, say, to the social function of a coffee shop that has al fresco out the front. So the question goes to, what are the sort of volumes of people? What are they actually doing? They're not all presumably on the ledge. They might be doing other things. So could you sort of describe that, I guess, for the members? But also, you mentioned that there are cars coming and going and parking from that area. And so people are using the footpath and they're using their cars. So how do you currently kind of, as skaters, manage that interaction?
The building itself, the ledge now, from a skateboarder's point of view, is a focal point. It is a meeting point. So we may meet there at the start of the day, convene, have something to eat, and then skate all sorts of couple hours, then move on to something else. I mean, there were days where I could skate, I'd be the only person there for hours. There could be other days where 30 or 40 people have arrived and are skateboarding there. From a traffic point of view, we keep ourselves to the footpath largely, and we sort of try to avoid any sort of interaction with cars off Cantonment Street there. We stay away from it because we don't want to lose our ports underneath cars, basically, from that angle there. Again, just bringing it back to, you could almost call it a spiritual home, or a focal point of skateboarding. That's what we do there. We might not necessarily skateboard there, but when we arrive at Woolworths, when we sit down with our friends, we're home. Even if, to be honest, even if I'm not even skateboarding, I have to drive home past Wool stores. That's what the building means to us, and that's how much of a focal point it is. We want to see it developed and retained for the future. All we're asking is that we want to be included in the building's history moving forward. We've been part of it for 35 years. We want to be there for another 40 years and beyond.
Thanks, Michael. Further questions? Okay, thank you very much. We'll go back to Sylvain Pognelli. Sylvain, where are you there?
Hi, can you hear me?
Except we can hear you.
Okay, 1 second. Sorry, can you see me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thanks for having me, everyone. I'm gonna keep it really short. I'm a professional skateboarder. I've been doing this for 20 years. And as part of my job, I travel the world looking for the best skate locations. When I saw Wool stores in videos in the early 2000s, I couldn't even believe it was real. It's really one of the best skateboard spots on the planet. Certainly one of the best in Australia. And I think because of Australian culture being really humble, maybe until recently hasn't been said enough. And I think now that I think the conversation with HU has actually been really great in the last few months. And we're in the process of doing something amazing at Wool stores. We're in the process of being able to redevelop a building, including that absolute asset for the community. And I think we shouldn't be scared of being challenged in that process. We should address those challenges. There is definitely points of contact between pedestrians, skateboarders. There is many other challenges I'm sure that we're gonna find in the near future, but this could be something that it's not like it has been done a lot before. It's been done in Europe many times. Cities have done it accidentally by ignoring skateboarding when they redevelop and finding out later that skateboarding was actually adding a dynamic aspect. It was keeping the space open for everyone, and even for businesses. There's been like a redevelopment in Nottingham in England recently that showed the shops that are open on the skateboard spot told the media that the traffic has actually increased from skateboarding, keeping this place safe, keeping homelessness away from the spot. There's many many things to be said about it, but my main point is we chose now with HU to work with the skate sport. Let's make sure there is space for everyone, and reducing the amount of entries is actually a way to make space for everyone. It's not reducing some of the issues, but it's going to make a lot of things easier. In Paris, at Place de la République, it's roughly 100,000 people coming out of the metro every day. There's never been an incident reported ever. It's been like this for 15 years. There's skateboard ledges all around the metro entrance. I see that it's going to come up again and again, this thing of this point of friction, this thing of contact. It exists. The thing is, skateboarders learn and pedestrians learn, and we adapt to spaces. And I think we can really make this work. Sorry, I get a bit lost in my argument, but it's really my main thing I wanted to say today.
Thank you, Sylvain. Are there questions of Sylvain? Yes, Francesca.
Thank you for your presentation. It's Francesca Lafanti here. I have a question in relation to your presentation. You talked a lot about skateboarding, both locally and internationally. One of the things that struck me as quite interesting is your comment about ability of skaters to adapt to spaces.
Yeah.
I think that's the phrase you used. Can you speak a little bit about the ability for skaters to adapt to a space, in this particular proposal, a request to have some breaks in the ledge? And can skaters adapt and still use that space with a break in the ledge? What's your view on it, I suppose?
They can definitely use that space with a break in the ledge. The thing is, the skate sport is 100-meter long, which is extremely rare. I've honestly been in so many countries looking for some things like that, and it's really, really rare to have that set up. The more breaks in the ledge, the less special the skate spot is. So basically, every time you add a break in the ledge, you're losing some of the value. And like, for example, if you add a break every 10 meters, it would be really hard to skate for everyone.
Thank you. Further questions? Yes, Councillor Sullivan.
Yeah, Andrew Sullivan, councillor at Fremantle.
Yeah.
Using that question again and just picking it into a little bit more detail, the skating component that's on the ledge, as opposed to your arrival to the ledge and your departure from the ledge, what sort of spatial needs do you have either side of when you're actually engaged on the ledge?
Okay, so this is it's going to be a bit complex to explain. We provided HU with observations that we made over some weeks. There is some sort of distance in between, so you're doing tricks on the ledge, and there's some sort of like ideal distance in between two tricks, and ideally that's what the conversation was from like a year ago with HU. You would be able to skate, do 3 tricks in a row. That's what makes the spot really special. It's the most places in the world you can't, and that's I can't really tell you exactly the amount of meters, but it just falls at specific places on the ledge. And with all the openings as HU planned, it just wouldn't work, because basically it would just make 2 of those moments of tricks impossible for the skaters. Yeah, it's just a bit technical to explain. I would have to have the plans with me to show you. But it's yeah, you just need to respect that rhythm of the skating. I don't know how to say it better.
Thank you, Sylvain. Yes, Councillor Williamson.
Thank you. Councillor Williamson, following on. To clarify, I guess, I know we don't have the diagram in front of us, but are you saying that the portion of, I guess, the most skatable area, it will be the most impacted by the cutouts currently?
Yeah, exactly. That's one of the issues. Not all of it, but like one part that was really important to us would be really impacted.
Further questions of the presenter? No, thank you, Sylvain. We'll move on to the next presenter, Honor McLeod.
Can I request that I go next? Because I did send it through as a recommendation because I have a meeting. So,
Sorry, you.
I'm Joe Smith. I'm sorry, I did think that I was not allowed to.
Yeah, okay, all right. Yes, it is.
Sorry, thank you.
It's flexible as a rubber hose, as they say.
I just have to go across the road. Cool. Great to be here. Thank you so much for inviting all these voices to the table. Just a couple of points that I really wanted to eke out. My name's Jo Smith. I'm Artistic Director at Circus WA. I'm also a performance artist and I've worked in space a lot of my life. I work in community and engagement. We have worked in the circus in Princess May Park since 2017. We've run out of a big top. I'm very close and connected to the community, so I think we know that community down there quite well. The skaters are there. Occasionally the younger crew turn up inside the big top for a bit of a skate, which we actually really love. A lot of the skaters, actually, some of the young skaters also come to circus. We're very close to the homeless people there as well. When we first bumped into Princess May Park, we were very conscious of community and who lives there. The homeless people live there and skaters lived across the road and people passed through there. The thing that helped us survive is that Clancy's data, disabilities in the arts, installed into a building there, and Circus WA all came together and worked together to activate that space with respect for each other. We were open towards each other as well. The way that humans work is that we connect by looking at each other. When you build a big wall, you close the doors on people, there is no flow through. I mean, I'm not a designer for landscape, but what I do know is that if you closed off that building to Cantonment Street, suddenly the back is turned onto Princess May Park. So then my first point for the recommendation to close off those doors, I recommend that it doesn't follow through because I think it will block the relationship between everyone onto Cantonment Street. I understand that there's skaters involved in this, but there's also circus involved in this. And there's also data, disabilities in the arts. There's also lots of artists, there's lots of homeless people. There's lots and lots of people to consider here. And how does it flow through? I've been really impressed with the amount of relationship and conversation that Human Urban has had with to say Princess May Park or only be able to respond in a particular way will constrain that space and the development of that space. And I encourage that that percent for art is allowed to be used for the environment, not for a piece of artwork.
Thank you, Jo. Questions of Jo? No, thank you very much. Thank you.
Can I leave? Okay.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm not.
By all means.
One leaves the castle.
That's right.
I'm getting texts from people saying the meeting audio is cutting out. Is that something?
We just had a brief issue there, but it should be back online.
Sorry.
Okay. All right, next one, Connor McLeod, online. Skateboarders, just remember that we've read your material. If I guess if there's something new you want us to know about, great. But just repeating the same stuff is probably unnecessary because we have read it and we've heard it. But by all means, say your piece. So, Connor, you're online.
Connor's not here.
Not here. Okay, all right. We'll move on to Zachary Tillman. Tillman, sorry.
Right. I'm largely just going to read off of something I prepared earlier.
Okay.
The West Australian Skateboarding Association supports the City of Fremantle's recommendation to the Metro Inner Development Assessment Panel. The City of Fremantle's condition number 39 is a well-balanced heritage outcome for the Cantonment Street facade, which celebrates the heritage fabric of the 1927 Elders Wool Store, whilst also conserving and fostering the nearly 40 years of modern Western Australian skateboarding heritage that is currently associated with the site. Skateboarding is a current modern heritage use of the Elders Wool Store. We have submitted a nomination to have the ledge and skate space state heritage listed. WASA is worried that the Heritage Council's advice on the development does not go far enough in holding HU accountable to follow through with their community commitments they have made. To reference the Borough Charter, Article 7.1 states that where the use of a place is of cultural significance, it should be retained. Our continued ability to use and access the site is our most important priority for the development. The two changes stated in condition 39 help us achieve that goal. The 1927 portion of the building is where we do most of our skateboarding. It has 3 traffic entrances in it in HU's plans. The high number of proposed entrances in the 1927 building will have a detrimental effect on the international and local reputation and significance of the ledge. It will be more difficult and less enjoyable to skate there if we are even allowed to skate at all in the long-term future. HU is proposing that 85% of the skateboarding ledges to be retained. This is a landmark step for a developer and we applaud them for it. However, they remove sections of some of the most skateboarded parts of the entire ledge, leaving us with ledge sections that are arguably harder to use, sections that are inconvenient to use, and sections that we simply don't use. Losing the northern 2 portions of the ledge was agreed to under the pretense that other areas would be retained intact. This was changed when HU submitted their application and the 1920s door was turned into a retail entry from a window. This change was never communicated to us, and we never knew this was originally a door before the development application was made public. It is the most skated part of the entire Wool Store ledge and is seen as an icon of the building, with many of us having it tattooed on our skin. This is not an us versus them story. We are a community made up of many different types of people, and we all have other roles within the city of Fremantle. We have called Cantonment Street home for nearly 40 years, and we hope to be there for another 40. Whatever the outcome of the DAP's decision today, we will continue to be present, working with the developer to the best of our ability towards a mutually beneficial outcome for the city, the skateboarding community, and the future of the Elders Wool Store. The City of Fremantle's recommendation saves this ledge, enshrines our heritage, and with it the hope of a future existence for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions of the presenter? Yes, John.
You've provided a sketch, a drawing of some modifications.
Yeah, it's just it was to illustrate the point for us, kind of like what we're,
which essentially shows keeping one entrance, which is a major entrance into the building, there with 2 of the side entrances closed. Is that the extent of the changes that you're looking at?
We are looking to, if you're facing the building this way, there's the first roller door, which we're hoping to have closed, which will just be a window so that the shop or the retail that's inside can see out. Then there's the central roller door, which we're hoping will be the main kind of central lobby where like food and beverage or the retail will come out of that. We're not against al fresco out the front. We largely haven't had any kind of terms expressed about when we'll be able to access the site, what the potential hours of use would be. That's something we've, in gentrification of cities, we're normally the first people to go. So I think we're quite, if we had some of this in writing or if that to be discussed with us further, this is why we're asking for this today.
There's other entrances further down Cantonment Street. You're not looking at those. There's only those 2.
It's only those 2 in the 1927 portion.
That's sufficient for you. Is that a collective view? That's
a collective view of the Skateboarding Association. Now that's because that's our favorite bit to skate, with the portion that's on the 1927 building. The rest of the building, because it was added in the 50s, the windowsills stick out, so you might get your elbow on it or your arm. And unfortunately, the one bit that we did skate up there is going to be another doorway, so we've let that bit go. We're just really kind of trying to speak for the integrity of the 1927 bit, because that's the bit we love to skate the most.
No further questions? Yes.
Sorry, it's just worth understanding that there's the ledge, but there's also the wall that's next to the ledge. Can you explain why that's important? In the sense of the skatability of the ledge is not just about the edge of the ledge, it's also the relationship of that edge to the wall.
Yeah, sure. I'd say that's particular around the world is probably one of the only examples. It's unique to Fremantle in terms of it provides a bit of safety for us, so our boards don't shoot over the ledge. We're protected there on the wall. We can put a hand on it. And it also kind of benefits it as a community space too. We're able to sit on it and lean against it, as well as I think that's what in the pictures, the alfresco seating has that as well, where people are leaning against the wall and sitting on the ledge and using it as kind of an outdoor space. Throughout City of Fremantle's history, that wall has also become kind of an informal art space, which has told the story of many bands that have been and gone, many community events that have been and gone. It's been a very unique kind of I guess like a vocal point for the building, where it's able to speak in a certain capacity, as well as for us, but it's also for other types of community equipment. But from a skateboarding aspect, there's some safety to it as well.
Further questions? No. Thank you, Zachary.
Thank you.
Is Connor still not there? So we'll move on then to Gustav Svanborg Eden.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Well, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. And thanks to the City of Fremantle and Human Urban for the level of engagement with the Woolstores community and the skateboarding community. I'm speaking as an ex-Woolstores local, but also as a municipal colleague. I'm currently working for the Streets, Parks and Property Department in the city of Malmö in Sweden, and I work with skateboarding as a vehicle for urban development. In Malmö, the municipality has invited skateboarders into urban spaces as a strategy for activation for the past decade. Our experiences through that work challenge some of the sort of firmly held assumptions about skateboarding in public. And as these assumptions tend to frame the debates, and we've already heard some of them lifted today, I wanted to offer some of the learnings that we have and hopefully share them with you, and perhaps we can answer some questions. So the assumption that skateboarding will result in conflict with pedestrians is not at all necessary. Conflict is a product of time, sight lines, and available space, and those are design issues. We essentially need time and room to negotiate. And if conflicts with pedestrians is a concern in this proposal, then that could be solved by expanding the pedestrian space and moving it, adapting more space into Cantonment Street. That would resolve the problem. And also the road is not of culturally significant value, but the ledge and facade are. So, I mean, that's a question for you to consider. Another assumption is that skateboarding dominates spaces and does not provide value for other users, as we've also heard. In our experiences, skateboarding provides an attractive spectacle for people to watch. And given the right seating conditions, just as you can see with Clancy's, it also provides an alibi for other users to claim the space and be active too. So in Malmö, skateboarding has transformed some dead spaces into very vibrant multi-use spaces for play, dancing, yoga, chess, and many more activities. And skateboarding can be a driver as much as a deterrent for other users. Another assumption is that the fear of skateboarding will deter other people from the footfall to the site, essentially. In our experiences, this tends to be true, but it's not a constant. It's something that happens initially when a community is not used to the presence of skateboarding. Over time, that deteriorates. And skaters don't want to run into people. And if a place is busy, it's annoying to skate there. So these spaces tend to self-regulate according to how many people are there. And that also opens up to negotiation between different users. So we see that the skaters learn to ask and communicate, and that builds relationships and builds social infrastructure for spaces. Another assumption is that that commercial uses are key to the activation of a building. I mean, this is true, but I would also say that activation is driven by value clustering and identity. So, I mean, what stands out about Frio is not necessarily just cafes and businesses. They're run the risk of being generic. So if you consider that every weekend, when I used to live in Fremantle, there would be wedding photographers posing and the skaters would be asked to skate by. Why is that? Why do people decide to take their wedding photos at this building? Well, that's because the skaters and the facade bring identity and they bring credibility, and that is part of the marketing of the city overall. And so strictly...
That's your 3 minutes, so if you could wind
All right.
up.
I am winding up. So also the risk of commercial spaces is to potentially alienate the elderly and young people. So in closing, I would just ask that I think that pinning skateboarders against other user groups runs the risk of failing to grasp the significant social potential that skateboarding can offer. And skateboarders have hacked a way to play in the city that fills the streets with culture and breathes life into spaces. That value can be realized by considering how the community can be supported further in the space to bring life and value to the property, not to, that we can consider what can be added as opposed to what can be removed.
Thanks,
so
Chris.
I hope that our experience could inform that conversation. Thank you. I'm sorry to go over time.
Yes. Questions of Gustav? No, thank you very much for your presentation. We'll move on to Morgan Campbell-Gassang. Morgan. Can't hear you.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for having me. Thanks to the City of Fremantle and Human Urban for consulting with the skateboards the whole way along. We appreciate it. I'm an active professional skateboarder to this day. I turned pro in 1994, which was probably 3 years after, or two to 3 years after I started skating wool stores. When I first started skating in the mid-80s, the ledge wasn't appropriate for skateboarding, but as boards changed and tricks changed, it became the absolute best. I was one of the first people to ever utilize the ledge with a skateboard. Not the first, there were others, but I was definitely the first group to kind of localize the spot. Wherever I go in the world, people ask me about the ledge. And wherever I am in the world, if I'm having troubles with the trick, I pretend I'm at wool stores, so I feel comfortable. Now, part of the reason it is so amazing, as we've all explained and you all know, is the length of it. This enables us skaters to do what's called a line, which is several tricks in a row. The occasional breaks in the ledge that are currently bricked in help us exit from tricks. But if there were many more breaks, it would completely change the spot. A line is similar to a sentence. A sentence is made up of, say, 20 words, 15, 20 words. If you're to take 4 words out of the sentence won't make sense. If you're to put 4 gaps in the ledge where people are able to exit and enter the building at any time, it will effectively disable our sentences. So I'm not saying that there shouldn't be any entrances on this side of the building. I think that, 1 or 2 are necessary, but we just have to keep it to a minimum. I approve the development in every other way, and I just hope to retain this incredible spot for generations to come.
Thank you. Questions of Morgan? Thank you, Morgan. Thank you for your presentation. Move on to Jack Morellini.
Apologies, I'll read off of this. On behalf of the West Australian Skateboarding Association, I'd like to extend a thank you to Human Urban for continuing to work with skateboarders as a key stakeholder group. Without that, I think we've all acknowledged we probably wouldn't be here today. In the grand scheme of this project, my focus may seem relatively minor, which on one hand deserves commendation for the collaborative nature of the working relationship WASA and HU formed, but on the other hand, this minor issue that we've all talked about today could easily be disregarded or fail to be appropriately considered. I'm talking about the closure of the 2 proposed 6 openings on Cantonment Street. The 2 openings closed by condition 39 recommended by the City of Fremantle. HU had previously told us that they had received advice from the Heritage Council that all original openings on Cantonment Street would be required to be reinstated, and this condition was not up for discussion, and this formed part of our application. To our surprise, when the DA was released, there was an additional opening. This opening that is currently in the form of a window was proposed to be a door that in fact existed in the original 1920s building, however, had masterfully been concealed to become a matching window in the 60s development, along with other additions that included our scale edge. Following this revelation, we consulted both the Heritage Council and the City of Fremantle, both of whom confirmed that this is not necessarily how heritage works. And the heritage does not simply call for reinstatement of all that was originally constructed. It's a living thing that can change with time, change with use. For example, the window that was originally a door has been a window for almost double the time that it has been a door. Any living person who has actually interacted with the building can be sure to only ever recall this opening as a window. So as a heritage argument, the window should remain a window and the lead should remain in front of it. This leads me to my next point, that the closure of these 2 openings as per condition 39 should be considered by this skilled design team as an opportunity, not an impossibility or a planning complication. The 1920s heritage portion of the building is about 40 metres long on the Cantonment Street side. The proposed doorway to this space, as a result of Council's Amendment 39, is about 4 metres wide by 10 metres tall and is central to this 40-metre section of facade. It's a significant opening. The current design does not allow for this central corridor to function as a retail corridor. However, with some minor adjustment, it could be incredibly successful. The central access would create a grand and vibrant entrance to an open common area that would allow flow into each of the commercial spaces, be it retail or F&B. By opening this central corridor, visitors would be welcomed by the famous Forest of Jarrah columns each time they enter the building. One business owner who is in discussion with Human Urban has confirmed that he would happily accept one of these tenancies even without the direct opening to Cantonment Street, instead entering through a shared central opening. He has suggested he'll be offering a mix of retail and F&B and plans to spill onto Cantonment Street with alfresco dining. Again, he's confirmed this access is fine. The success of a central access point for this portion of the building would not only be experienced internally by reducing the number of trafficable openings, the ability to maintain the space as an active cultural heritage site for skateboarding would also be maintained by focusing the attention of the skaters using the space on this one opening rather than the 3. To finish, I'd like to reiterate that I'm a supporter of this development and look forward to enjoying this landmark building for years to come. I truly believe that through integrating the existing community space and mixed-use heritage redevelopment, this project will gain widespread international recognition. I support Fremantle's recommendation, including condition 39. However, it is my view that the $1.1 million HU have allocated to the development of the streetscape should in fact be permitted, as I believe this investment will ensure a more finished urban landscape that will inherently help the skateboarders as well as the broader community enjoy the space through the widening of the footpath, allowing it improved pedestrian movement.
Thanks, Jack. Questions? No. Kathy? Thank you. Connor, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've just really timed it sort of action here, but I apologise I haven't heard what everyone else had to say. But it's not my full-time job.
We've got 3 minutes.
Going from now?
Yes.
All right. Well, good morning to the DAP members. When I joined the Woolstores Forever team, around 18 months ago, I knew it was going to be hard to explain what cultural significance of a skate spot means. How do we help non-skateboarders, developers, councillors, members of the public, and you, the panel, see that a space that otherwise may look arbitrary is to us a place of meaning? I wanted to know why it is exactly that skaters feel so strongly about certain places, and why should that matter to those outside the skate community? Seeking some research in this area, I found the work of Dr. Paul O'Connor, a senior lecturer at the University of Exeter. Dr. O'Connor specialises in sociology, philosophy, and anthropology, and he's published several works on the social impacts of skateboarding. His research shows that skate spots are meaningful because skaters travel to certain places again and again, create shared stories, friendships, and document this through skate videos and photography. Over time, these places grow in meaning and identity, first locally, then internationally. And this is exactly why so many skateboarders feel so strongly for this particular spot. So I wrote to Dr. O'Connor and I asked him if he's familiar with Woolstores or if he'd come across this skate spot in his research. He replied, and indeed he had, and he was happy to hear that work was in place to retain it. I wanted to share 3 direct quotes from his 2-page written response. 1, if you have a skateboarding spot in your city, protect it, as it means you have something organic, something magical that other cities can only dream of. Nurture it, as these things can't be engineered or planned. 2, perhaps there is a concern that the ledges are only for a niche or they are insignificant to the wider population. No. People feel a sense of safety and inclusion in urban spaces when skateboarders are present. Skateboard heritage ends up being community heritage and an investment in the character generated from a particular place. 3, it's easier to trivialise just how deep the bond to space can be for skateboarders if you haven't participated in the culture. But the cultural force of skateboarding touches all. Skateboarding is a distinct modern culture that has impacted fashion, sport, and even modelled some of the earliest forms of social media. What I hope you'll see today is that the Woolstores ledges are a gift, not a burden, from skateboarders to HU, and Human Urban have been working closely with us, and they have the power to retain this gift for the wider community. For these reasons, I support the proposal, including the amendment put forward by the City of Fremantle, and hope you too can see the value in this skate spot. And thanks, and I'm sorry that I've come late and just spoken and not listened. Cheers.
Thank you, Connor, for 3 minutes. Are there questions of Connor? No, thank you very much. Okay. Rachel, she's online, is she?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you so much for the privilege of speaking today. And thank you to the Fremantle Council and to Human Urban also. I'm going to be very brief because everyone's spoken so beautifully to this. But just as someone who has worked in arts engagement and as a performer for the past 27 years, I've been involved with and adjacent to many attempts to use cultural events and interventions to activate spaces that fail often because they deny the history of use of the space that is happening organically and has over time. This often involves repeated attempts and a lot of money that ultimately falls flat because these cultural connections are a very hard thing to retrofit into a space. This building obviously holds a very unique history that's been activated naturally and committed to by the skateboarding community over the last 20 years. And it presents such a wonderful opportunity to continue to be connected and celebrated by the community alongside the restoration of this beautiful building. And I just sincerely hope that Human Urban, as they will continue to keep working closely with the Skateboarding Association and their recommendations for this spot and to reap the long-term benefits that co-design spaces can bring. I feel that having mixed communities of people coexisting with buildings that offer multiple and diverse chances for interaction are vital to the life and success of our urban centres. So that's all I wanted to add.
Thank you, Rachel. Are there questions of Rachel? No? Thank you.
Thank you.
Move on to Ben Bowring.
Okay, thank you everyone for letting me have the chance to speak, and thank you Human Urban and City of Fremantle for working with the skateboarding community on this. I just wanted to give you a bit of a history from my point of view. I didn't grow up in Fremantle. I grew up regionally in WA, but became a skateboarder in the early 80s, but early 90s when I first started seeing videos from around the world, including skateboarding videos featuring the Wool Stores building. And when I saw that, I just could not believe it. Out of everywhere in the world, it called out to me. And as soon as I could, when I was out of high school, I moved to Fremantle to basically relocate and put my life professionally and personally based out of Freo so I could be around the Wool Stores building. When I first got there, I got to skate and see my idols, my heroes in the videos. And it was mind-blowing. And they welcomed me, mentored me. And I mean, long story short, like for the next 30 odd years, I've been then doing that for the next generation after generation of young kids coming through. You know, I heard earlier someone worrying about the traffic on Sundays through the spring and the summer. Clancy's popping off, it's busy. There's families all day long going past. There's grandmas coming past, stopping for a chat. It's, you know, the skateboard's negotiated. You line up for your go, you take turns. It's like walking in any open public space. You just need the room to be able to use the ledges appropriately. I've had so many good conversations with, you know, retired teachers, people coming past even in wheelchairs, on crutches, stopping for a chat. It's been a wonderful place. And within that 30 years. I'm 47 now and still skate at Wool Stores. I've done a lot of things. I've worked in the local community in Fremantle. I've worked with the City of Fremantle through development of skate parks, the EYP. And although EYP is a fantastic facility, it's amazing, but people don't travel the world for skate parks. Recreational skateboarders and top level professional skateboarders from all around the world recognize Wool Stores and will travel to it because of its uniqueness. I mean, imagine Michael Jordan, LeBron James, Kobe Bryant. I've not once heard them come over to Freo just to go shoot hoops at the local basketball ring. That's the level of superstars in the skateboarding professional world we're talking about have come to Fremantle for this building. It's a very special place. It's connected to the community. I'm happy to answer any questions. I don't have a lot more to say apart from just the importance of it. I've literally based my whole life around that building. And, you know, I've met so many people. I've met Mikey there. I've met my heroes there. I've met young kids there. Everyone, families. Sorry. It's very, very special place. One last thing, sorry. I consider it, even though it's an urban landscape, it's a natural resource. It's the same as the ocean or the river or a forest. Imagine the Great Barrier Reef, cutting a bunch out of it just for an opening. No thanks.
Thank you. Questions of Ben? Councillor.
Ben, I mean, obviously we know each other from your involvement in the Esplanade Youth Plaza, the skate park. You run a shop, certainly. Can you talk about, I guess, skating and commercial facilities being in the same location and how they can benefit, or is that problematic?
One of part of that is skateboarding, recreational skateboarders and professional skateboarders and local skateboarders travel to Fremantle to be able to skate there. People are buying lunches, people are there for a holiday, staying for a week, staying for a month. Skateboarding brings life to a space and it brings economic value, it brings community value. So skateboarding in a space will enhance that space on numerous levels.
Other questions? Thanks, Ben.
Okay, thank you.
Move on to Ken Adam.
First, let me say I'm incredibly impressed by what I've been hearing from you, Skate. If I could speak with the same passion and depth of knowledge and understanding, I'd feel pretty pleased. You will have read my submission, so I'll speak only briefly in I hope, to the main points. But there are two keywords I'd like to mention. One of them is integrity, and the second is negotiation. It's really important to maintain the integrity in full of this complex, this building or pair of buildings, if you want to put it that way. And it's really important, we believe, to having started with the proposition that the development, redevelopment and adaptive reuse of this building is well and truly overdue, if you like, and very much to be welcomed. But it's not perfect. And so many of us would like to see it referred back to the architects to deal with what we see as both the shortcomings and also the opportunities that the building presents. That's the essence of it. We think the proposal was handicapped, or the development of it, handicapped a little right from the start by taking the prime heritage values as a barrier and not an opportunity. It was not a good call. I'd like to emphasise this is really one building, it's not two. The fact that part of it is heritage listed at the highest level, and the other half is not yet anyway, really means that the 1950s building, because it's that much later, has been given less consideration, and we believe will deserves more and will receive it in the future. So it is one building, and its integrity as a singular building, which is how everyone, professional or lay, actually perceive it. It's important that the wholeness of this brick building should be retained. So the follows then that in saying that there are some things about the proposal which are not acceptable in those terms, and I won't go at great length, but just look at a couple of the major ones. The removal of the upper band of brickwork from the Elder Place and Cantonment state of the 1927 building is an appalling, really, blow of injustice to the integrity of that building. Secondly, the removal of the
3 minutes, Ken.
I'm sorry.
Give you another minute.
Well, I'll go on to say that on the positive side, we believe that the building can be improved from a heritage point of view and add to its value financially. We'd have no objection to punctuating some of those large areas of blank brickwork with openings which respect the scale and the rhythm of the existing. That someone earlier pointed out that heritage can be a living thing. You know, you can retain its values and make minor changes that are respectful of what's there. So I'll leave it at that. I've run out of time. Simply say I'd like to see it go back for reconsideration of the shortcomings and take up the opportunities that we think it presents. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions of Ken? Oh, sorry.
Thanks. And yeah, obviously we've read your submission and the submissions of others as well. And I wanted to prosecute, because it is critically important, that issue of the extra brickwork on top of the original 1927 building. You've presented a perspective that it should be retained because it's part of an overall complex. The previous city architects at Fremantle, going back, Agnieszka Kiera, Alan Kelsall in the day, had presented arguments that it would be better from a heritage point of view to return the 1927 building to what it was when it was first built. So they are two completely different perspectives. You're saying that returning it to that 1927 original view, in your view, is just abhorrent. But can I ask you if a subsequent element was considered to be detrimental to the cultural significance of the original element, is there not an argument for removing that?
Oh, I think there is. I'm not saying to do that would be abhorrent, but it certainly would be if you replaced it with a modernistic 2 or 3 floors above it, which would be extraordinarily detrimental to the heritage of the building. It's also, by the way, a well-established principle of heritage that as buildings over time accrete in various ways and change in various, that becomes part of the heritage as well. So it's a question of really applying a true understanding of heritage to the whole thing. Yes, you could remove that building, go back, but if you go back, right? Don't take 1 step back and then 2 forward in another direction.
Thank you. I mean, that perfectly explains the situation, I think.
If I could just add one thing to what I've said, you will have seen images prepared by Carl Payne which show additional openings. I'd like to comment about that. It was done very hastily, and I think not as sensitively as I think the architects could come up with. But the principle is there.
Questions, Francesca?
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. In your presentation, I'm really focusing on the comment that you've made towards the end of your presentation. I've heard it today also from other presenters, and it's the concept that you talked about in terms of a heritage is a living thing. And I note that material from various heritage professionals talk about that same matter, so does the Heritage Council. And I'm interested in your comments in relation to the use of the space or the reuse of this space that's been sat for many years vacant, to create it into something it previously wasn't built for, and the extent of modifications in order to support the adaptation and reuse of a building, particularly in the context of the continuation of a living, breathing space, the use of a space. Have you got any comments further you'd like to make? And I'm interested in particularly your comments about the retention of the older fabric. And I suppose what I'm trying to get a feel from you in that respect is the balancing, this complex and sensitive balancing of what is there now with a use of an active and increased activated use of a building that's been sat, as we have in our material with us, for a very long time. So can you speak further, particularly in the context of your views that it should go back for redesign on those elements? I'm interested in that further from you.
Yes, I think that it begins for us with the understanding that the building has integrity now as a mass of red brickwork. But you can within that mass, there's a certain amount of play that can go on to adapt to a change of use. It's restrictive in some senses. I mean, you're kind of stuck with a pattern of window openings, and if you change that on any remarkably big scale, you've damaged the heritage of the building. So I understand that there are limits on what you do behind the facade by those openings. But there are plenty of examples of buildings of this and earlier vintages where the pattern of windows has been capable, or the use of the building has been well capable of adaptation behind those.
Thank you, Ken. Any further questions of Ken? No, thank you very much, Ken. Move on to the Mouse.
My name is Chrissy Mouse and I'm the CEO of the Fremantle Chamber of Commerce and I'm also a company director for Destination Perth. Thank you for having me today and welcome esteemed members of JDAP. On behalf of the Fremantle Chamber of Commerce, who represents over 500 businesses, I'm honoured to present our collective endorsement for the proposal of the redevelopment of the historic Elders Wool stores. This project is just not another redevelopment proposal. It's a catalyst for the revitalisation of the inner east of Fremantle. It's an area that has been neglected for decades and now requires your urgent attention. Our gateway city needs more people living, working and thriving in the heart of Fremantle. We need more student accommodation for Notre Dame University, more vibrant spaces, more innovation and urban landscape. That's why, on behalf of the Fremantle Chamber of Commerce, I sit here today fully supporting Human Urban and their vision to transform the historic site into a modern residential hub that Fremantle desperately needs. The proposed redevelopment will offer co-living spaces tailored for students' need, and I can't stress this enough, we need more student accommodation. It will also be for young professionals and those seeking affordable urban living. You've read my submission, so I'm going to skip through the bits that you will know. I do want to stress one part, and that is, it is the importance to note that the closure of two key openings into the hospitality and retail tenancies would absolutely compromise the activation and vibrancy of the precinct and undermine the long-term viability of this development and future tenants. I want to make that very clear in my presentation. The building no longer sits as a reflection of heritage of Fremantle. It's a testament to years of neglect. Imagine a building that celebrates both our rich history and our forward-looking vision for the future. It is time for common sense to prevail. We can no longer afford to allow this derelict building to remain standing as a symbol of stagnation. This redevelopment would be a proud example of how we can thoughtfully modernise and activate vacant heritage sites. And the Fremantle Chamber of Commerce cannot, in good consciousness, allow Fremantle to miss this red-hot opportunity. The Elders Wool store redevelopment is not just a development, again, it's an investment in Fremantle's future. It's an opportunity to inspire other developers. And I'm going to say that again. This approval is an opportunity to inspire other developers to bring their visionary projects into our city. It's a chance to move beyond stagnation and into thriving, a modern Fremantle that represents and respects its roots. I urge you to support this. Thank you.
Questions? Yes, Francesca.
Oh, sorry. A question.
Thank you, sorry.
Thank you. My question is specific to a statement that you've made in your presentation. Your statement was that the closure of openings, those openings on the building, would compromise the viability and activation of the space. You're quite specific about that. Can you comment further on that statement, particularly in the context of what we've been hearing today and in the material we've received from the skaters and their comments about the skaters' activation of that space? So there are two positions that I'm hearing.
Yes.
One is the position you put forward in relation to activation of the space is critical for the opening, and the other from skaters is the importance and criticality of the closure of those for activation of the space. Could you speak to your comment in that context?
Absolutely, and thank you for the question. And I can do it quite quickly and succinctly, which is both can live together very well. We even heard submissions today that I think there was a Paris example that both can live together very, very well. You've got to remember my background, I was CEO of Chapel Street in Melbourne for almost 8 years, and there was a lot of talk about closing off that street, and I was vehemently against it as it can absolutely kill a street and kill the prosperity. So my answer to your question is absolutely they can live together, and if anything, they combine together and make it more vibrant.
So could you go a little bit further?
Sure.
Probably too brief for me now.
Okay.
What do you say is both can live together? Because what I'm hearing is keep doors open.
Yeah.
Keep them open.
Yep.
One says close what do you say? Could you elaborate further on what you mean by both can live together in that space?
Well, let's use examples of Fremantle and Chapel Street in Melbourne, which is you have the very rich and poor living coherently together. You have a whole lot of groups coming together and living as one. So a more fleshed out answer for you would be closing the doors is exactly that. It closes it off to people and marginalises the space. Opening it up opens it up to everyone. It's in the word, the open and close. And for me, I wish I could delve deeper, but it really is as simple as that. Open up the space, more people come. And we need more people for the prosperity, for the safety, for the economic development. For me, that's a no-brainer.
Can we ask questions?
Thank you. That was my.
Did that answer it?
It's getting, yes, I was wanting to tease out that.
Yeah, it is a really good question because, you know, you can't imagine them all in there. Yes, we can. We can, and it will work it out. And the more people in there, let's remember, the more people we have in a city, the safer it is. The more people we have in a city, the better the businesses do. The more unique businesses, the more unique groups, the better people fly to our city to come in. So I hope that really is clear. Open the doors.
Councillor Williamson-Wong.
Thanks. I guess, yeah, we've seen two, I guess, points, one open, one close. But I want to hone in on this idea that, sorry, I'm getting so distracted by that speaker. The idea that opening the doors equals safety, because I think in some ways there is this competing view, and I would like to hear your opinion on this. If we had those openings open and we had pedestrians coming in and out, do you see that there might then increase almost the risk of safety because you have so many people competing for one space, whereas if you had closed those openings, then you are channeling pedestrians through one space and you're kind of making it clearer where is safe or where competition for space might lie?
Very good question. I'll go back to my original answer, which is, I think even a skater said it, they can work around people. I think we're adults. And I also go back to, you know, we know police data. We know economically that if we have more people in a space, it is safer. We know that data. We can spotlight the data. At an entry level, you'd go, it's going to be less safe, you know, and that isn't the adaptive answer to this. When you sit back and consider the adaptive answer, not the technical answer, which you jump to straight away, which is this isn't going to be safe. The actual answer that we should go up to the balcony on is that we need to open it up. And we are about bringing people in. And I think actually the world needs to do more of this. And technically, to talk to your a great question, thank you, is that more people equals more safety.
Thank you, Chrissy. Councillor Sullivan.
Two questions to further prosecute that issue. The first one really is what draws people to an area? Is it the fact that the area has a vibrancy in the first place, or is it the new uses that might go inside the building? So is it, I mean, are there two elements to this and that they need to be balanced? And the second question really is a comparison. As you well know, members will remember the Woolstores Shopping Centre, which is in the next street block that opens tomorrow. It was approved by MIDAP, I think, years ago. It's the new Coles. That building originally turned its back to Cantonment Street, which was always recognised as a problem, which is what you're sort of speaking to. The new building has no openings along Cantonment Street for the entire length of Coles, except at the corner. It has beautiful glazed windows which activate the street. It doesn't have openings. It doesn't have doors in, it doesn't have doors out. But it is a completely different environment to what was there before, just looking at it at the moment. So I guess the question is activation of the street only reliant on doors, or is activation and humanising the street a combination of things that can be balanced out?
you need to rely on people to activate it if you're not going to put a door there. That development that Coles opens tomorrow in Fremantle, and how fantastic. If you are going to not put doors and you're not driving traffic through, you're going to rely on other people to activate it. And you'll need the City of Fremantle to be activating it. You'll need to make sure it's somehow brought alive. That's the second answer. The first one, what makes economic prosperity in an area? I am vehemently sure that it is unique businesses that bring people. No longer are we getting on a plane to travel to London to go to Zara because they're everywhere. It is now going to be those unique businesses that are owned by people that we go to see that are going to be key to this development. Businesses that you'll get off the couch for because it's too easy. In fact, this morning waiting for my lift, it's too easy to shop online now. So the key to economic prosperity is unique businesses and the people. And if you don't activate an area, God, let's hope rely on someone else to activate it.
Thanks, Chrissy. Yes, councillor, question?
I'm not sure if it's a question, it may be a comment, which I'll save for debate.
Okay, for later, okay.
No more?
No more, no, you're safe. Next group from the applicant, and Ori, I'm guessing all four of you will come up and present. Do you want to do that individually or as a group?
Individual presentation, so happy to come back up one by one. Yeah.
I think so. And then we can ask questions of the group of you afterwards.
Firstly, thank you for your time this morning. The Elders Wool Stores are a deeply significant part of Fremantle's history and its emerging future. After decades of neglect, what was once a site bustling with activity and trade is now at a critical point in its future. Since taking ownership, we have unrelentingly collaborated with the Fremantle community to acutely understand what these buildings represent to everyone. These insights have shaped a proposal that reflects the significant history of the site, one that strongly delivers on the aspirations of Fremantle as a city, and we are extremely pleased with the recommendation for conditional approval. As with all of our projects, we start by looking outwards, understanding how our site interacts and contributes to the surrounding urban fabric. The Elders Wool Stores is set in the epicentre of Fremantle's East End and surrounded by almost 7 hectares of vacant land, car parks, derelict buildings, and underutilised streets, all desperately seeking a catalyst for change. This project represents just that. This site demands a balanced mix of uses, including diverse housing types, ground floor activation, commercial and retail uses, all working together to create a thriving urban community. What currently exists is a lack of surveillance, movement, activation, amenity, and most importantly, any level of care for one of our greatest heritage assets. It is for these reasons that we strongly oppose Condition 39 that aims to restrict much needed access to the Cantonment Street, and its emerging precinct. This condition contradicts key urban design principles and recommendations under the City of Fremantle's own city plan and design advisory committee comments, and significantly compromises the project's activation, permeability and viability. The sheer scale of this 100-metre facade and urban block cannot function without this, and this condition will all but guarantee the failure of Cantonment Street. The skate community has been and will remain a critical part of this story, and this has been reflected in our long and deep engagement with the West Australian Skating Association. But there is also a long history before skating, when the doors were open to people who worked and visited the wool stores, the residential townhouses before this, and the traditional uses before that, all of which deserve equal respect and representation in this site's future. The proposal as documented will allow all users, existing and future, to find their natural and evolving rhythm, like on any vibrant street in any other great city. This building should be embraced for all and not kept for a few. We also strongly support the proposed modifications to Condition 35 relating to the use of public art funding for the Cantonment Street precinct. While still ongoing, HU, in collaboration with the city and surrounding landowners, have been positively engaging to deliver much-needed streetscape and parkland upgrades in the East End. Utilisation of funds for this purpose is a crucial element to the success of this redevelopment area and adequately responds to the level of private investment being injected within the city. These funds will provide much needed greening, shading, furniture, footpaths and lighting, which will drastically improve the appeal, activation and safety of this area. Of the 15,000 square metres bounded by the surrounding streets, just 1 mature tree exists, 6 derelict benches and 2 bike racks in the public realm, which is not commensurate with the quality of the projects to be delivered. These modifications allow for the collaborative approach to continue and paves the way for much needed change. We believe this project and precinct can and must become a vibrant part of Fremantle's future, and we remain deeply committed to making that happen with your support. Thank you.
Yeah. Now, want to ask questions at this point, or we want to wait until the others have spoken? I don't mind.
I have a question for Gordon.
Okay, all right.
So we're hearing a lot about the safety as well of Cantonment Street, which I think is important. It's been a space that has, it's currently closed off. So the idea that we can bring people in, bring safety in is an important consideration. I would love to hear your response to this idea that also the skating community creates safety and passive surveillance as a community that exists on that street already. Obviously, I've asked around the safety of opening doorways, but I guess more generally, community safety, passive surveillance. I would love to hear, what you think the real critical bit of that is and how that works with the skating or how safe it is now.
Yeah, well, look, since we took ownership of the site, we identified the skaters as the current user of Cantonment Street, and we've been engaging with them ever since we purchased the site in 2022, knowing that the level of activation they bring to that area is something important and to be fostered. But I think activation comes in many different ways, and there's daytime economies and nighttime economies in great cities, and so I think by nature of opening this precinct up to allowing all different types of users is only going to create a more vibrant outcome for Fremantle, which we know already has quite a bustling inner CBD. I mean, in terms of the users, we've kind of pondered over this a long time, but the skaters are not there all the time. There are certain points in the day where they prefer to skate, and we understand that from the engagement that we've had. But what we're trying to avoid is basically having a 100-metre length of an inner city street, which has no activation outside of, the minimal times that the skaters use it and the number of people that also activate the space. So we feel that opening what is the existing openings of the building is the most logical place to do it, because otherwise we would then have to be balancing additional punctuations within a heritage facade, which is unlikely to get supported. And I just want to be really clear in terms of, the pedestrian accesses that are on Cantonment Street. There's 5 that are proposed. 3 of those already exist and do have breaks in the ledge. One of the breaks in the ledge is the only entry into the 1950s building, which is required for fire egress, access, and every other thing we need to do to develop the site. The one that seems to be more contentious is in the 1920s building and is the original doorway into that section. We've, even since the council meeting, been trying to engage again in terms of how we can come to an agreement on how those spaces are used, but we also shouldn't turn our backs on the fact that retail and all sorts of commercial uses down in Fremantle is very hard. We only have to take the FOMO development as a very recent example, that you could walk through there at lunchtime and almost 80% of those businesses are closed because they have no footfall and no traffic. So bringing tenancies and people into buildings that don't have access to street and that footfall is massively detrimental. We've got a 9,000 square metre footprint and over 30,000 square metres of space. This is one of the largest redevelopment projects in Fremantle, and absolutely everything needs to go right for this project to move ahead. We're also taking a massive risk in terms of the commerciality of this project by delivering office uses which allow the wool stores to remain as they are. We're also dealing with a building that is falling down. The roof collapsed only 2 months ago. This building is at a very precarious point of its future, and we're trying to make this work in every way, shape possible. And I think the last point to that is, the two things, both the openings and the Cantonment Street thing, almost act in opposite. We've been trying to get the Cantonment Street precinct up and available so that we can give more length to the actual footpath to allow all of these uses to occur. Let's not remember that the ledge is entirely within the boundary of our site, and we've already said that we're more than happy for the skate ledge to remain and for skating to continue at this space. And that's why we're seeking to use our funds to improve the streetscape to make sure that all that activation and surveillance can continue into the future. So I think these tenancies along here, it's their only chance to have footfall onto the street, and it's super important that they're allowed to do that.
Thank you. Good. Yes, John.
Can we keep on that openings issue, because I think it's going to be one of the major points of discussion. It seems from the presentations from the skateboarders, they're talking in fact about 2 openings, and only 2 as being on their list. They both go into what you've noted as F&B retail, which could open into that alleyway that goes through to the courtyard. And one of those retail areas opens directly onto the courtyard as well, which seems to be most likely it's most probably a desire space for it, a desire element of it. Given that we're talking about only those two openings, and it might be useful just to concentrate on those, tease out the importance of those, because it seems to me that while they might be nice to have, they're not essential to the functioning of those two spaces.
So I'll start with the most southern, or if you're looking at the plans, the left-hand side most space, which is about 100, yep, on the corner. So the opening that's proposed there is already a break in the ledge. It is one of the original openings into the building. It does have very crude brickwork, which has been put in place to secure the building under previous ownership. That tenancy only goes back 2 bays, and the reason for that is there's a massive level change that occurs structurally as you then go down the gradient of Goldsborough Street. So that tenancy is almost landlocked in itself in terms of where it needs to sit. Yes, it could be entered off the internal space, but that creates a number of issues, again, both with the fact that we've got a timber structure which would then need to be outside. We also try not to create any vestibules at the near entries because they cause all sorts of social issues as well, which we have seen from many other projects within Fremantle. So that tenancy, really, the only large opening it has is onto that streetscape, and it already exists. So it's only natural that that kind of brickwork comes down. The idea to glaze that space, I just find, would create all sorts of issues. That opening is 4 metres wide and almost 9 metres tall. So the level of glazing that would need to go in there, and again, if that glazing is ever broken or damaged, who really is the one paying for that? And that's, again, a risk that we've taken by, allowing this use to continue, and we want it to continue. But having that closed off as being the natural and main only entry into that space, we feel is a missed opportunity, and will actually feel quite awkward as being inside the space. I probably have a different opinion that, glazed facades along Cantonment Street down at the Coles is a great outcome. I don't think that that is what we want to see in Fremantle. We want to see people on the street having access into different buildings. And, I've taken a tour through that side, and it is already quite annoying to have to walk all the way down to the end of the street to go in. It would make much more sense if there was basically an entry a bit further down. So, again, we have limited all of our openings to the existing openings to minimise the amount of breaks in the ledge and also any other punctuations in the heritage facade. And again, there's a lot of things that have to go right with that in terms of our fire egress, and we've had to spend more money to be able to create those access through that section. So again, we feel we've struck a perfect balance in terms of what we can do and being able to make sure this project can actually get off the ground as well.
What about the other space, which looks to be the more important one, because it's associated with a longer length of ledge?
Correct. Yeah. So that one, to be clear, that the ledge is currently in front of that. So we had proposed that the original doorway that was there would be reinstated. Now, again, since the council meeting, we've tried to basically put a proposal to say that we would, leave that ledge as it is, but we haven't got a response from the Scotty community in terms of their support for that proposal. So I can't comment on them, and we haven't heard their comments on that. But we've been open, as we have been for the last 3 years, to try and work with everyone to make this happen. But what we've constantly received is miscommunication in terms of how we would make this work. And again, I would stress that we as the developer and landowner are taking a massive financial punt on the fact that that space will be desirable for somebody to lease out. It's quite easy for us to look at it on a plan and suggest that it's in a nice spot. But when the rubber hits the road and people are actually down there using the space, that's when it will really come to roost, and we might end up with a vacant 350 square metres that can never be leased out because we don't have space in there. And again, I would say that on the benefit for, people using the space for roughly 2 hours in a day. We did a quick survey just over the long weekend, assuming that would be quite a busy time for the street being used, and 24 people used it over 4 days in the spaces of 12 to 5:30. And we're talking about one of our greatest heritage assets at Fremantle that we're trying to restrict people using for this period. So again, we have always been open to, working with the community to make this happen. But there becomes a certain point where we have to have some of these openings in the building to really reflect both the heritage outcomes and also a financially viable project.
So what do you say about, well, a couple of things, some questions which arise from that. First of all, the proposition from the Scotty community that if all of those openings were there, then potentially the ledge is dead. It has no value to them, or almost no value to them.
Which, yeah, we're talking about removal of 1 metre of ledge and then another 4 metres down the other end. So the net loss of meterage is 5 metres on what is 100.
Yeah, but I understand the other argument that it's not.
Yeah, I agree.
It's not numbers, it's configuration. Yeah.
Questions, John?
Yeah, so the question is there's clearly an unresolved issue there, right? And I suppose the ultimate question is if we keep condition 39 in there, there's a discussion that needs to be had, which is these sorts of things. The alternative would be for us to either defer this to make these things clear, so that becomes either a issue which is resolved, what comes back here for us to make a final decision. Because if we take this and say we remove condition 39, as suggested by you, then the argument will be we've essentially killed the whole skating community. So the question is does including condition 39 allow these discussions to take place? Because it seems to me we are now talking about two openings and 2 openings only. There are arguments either way, and there's sorts of details you can get into in that. Does condition 39 retaining that allow those discussions to have?
I don't think so in its current wording, because as it's currently stated, we would not be able to open those openings, which leaves no room for any sort of further negotiation. So in answer to that question specifically, I don't think retention of that condition would allow that to continue. Again, as we've said, and we've been open with this community the whole time, and we have changed many things within this development to suit them in terms of, the programming of what uses along Cantonment Street. And again, and I'm happy to put this on the public record, we put a proposal to say that specific one that's causing them the most issues, we would leave if we can obviously open the one on the corner which needs it. And we haven't got a response on that, but I don't particularly want that to hold up, obviously, this process, because again, this project is very hard and is on a timescale that needs to move very quickly because the building is falling down. So I think retention of condition 39 actually delays progress on this project and doesn't allow us to move forward.
Does the retention of condition 39 impact the viability of the project to a point where it's not viable?
Definitely, because again, there's easier projects out there for us to be doing. We've done over 50 regeneration projects across Perth over the last 40 years, and there is none more complex as this. This building, as Matt pointed out, is probably the worst heritage structure we've seen, and it's currently falling down. So we need absolutely everything going our way for this to work. This project operates on pretty slim margins. It's definitely a passion project for the business because we're interested in heritage restoration and moving forward. But us having to take out those couple of commercial tenancies, which is near on 500 square metres of leasable space on the ground floor, absolutely has a detrimental impact.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor.
Thank you. I mean, obviously, a lot of it depends on what the ultimate tenancy is. So F&B/retail, that's a pretty broad range of possibilities. Can I just ask a question? You mentioned about not being able to utilise the main alleyway entrance as the entrance to the 2 F&B retail spaces either side of it. Yet at the other major entrance, which is to the co-living, it looks like the entrance is set back and that the cafe that exists there actually is entered off that alleyway space. So why is there one solution in one location that's the only way it can work? And yet at the other location, you have a different solution, which is the only way you can get into that cafe. And why isn't there flexibility in the way in which you bring that out? Notwithstanding, I accept the point that you made that was about, I guess, nighttime, wanting to make sure those spaces are secure. But beyond that, what's the issue?
So how the programming works in the 1950s building where the co-living is, that space is essentially semi-open to the elements. So as you walk through that main entry, there's then basically a light well that penetrates all the way down. We're also not dealing with a timber structure there. The existing structure that retains that wall is concrete and allows us to expose that to the elements a lot easier and allow access to come off those sections. The reason why that cafe is opened off there is to retain more of the ledge, being completely open and honest with you. Because if we were to access that off the front, we would be making another cut right next to the major cut of the existing ledge. But we'd also have to destroy the heritage facade because there's no existing opening which sits in there. So we have chosen to take a different view in the essence of trying to retain most of the ledge. Now, to answer your question in a different way, that tenancy is also just a 20 square metre hole in the wall cafe that sits in there. So again, a very different business in terms of a shop or a retail that could be 150 up to 350 square metres. So again, that is intended that will be a coffee window that the skaters can be using, that the patrons of the co-living building can also come down and use. So we have made all of our best endeavours to maintain the majority of the ledge. And we're talking about an 85% retention of that ledge, which is being put there. So yeah, we've had to take multiple different approaches to this building because it's evolved in many different ways. And so we've just responded to that appropriately and made sure that we can maximise that retention.
Second question, just in terms of the corner F&B retail, notwithstanding the heritage component of this question, almost setting it aside, is there any reason why you wouldn't want to open up to Goldsborough Street if you could?
Again, it's not an existing opening, so we would then be going against some of the other comments that, you know, likes of the Fremantle Society have suggested, that openings in this building or removal of existing fabric would not be something that would be supported. Notwithstanding that, there's also a level change that starts to occur as you move down Goldsborough Street. So a cut through that building doesn't seem logical in terms of trying to get disabled access into that building as well. We also don't feel that that side of the building would be the main place that people would naturally walk into that space. And we feel like, again, having that opening, but then having quite a logical one that's completely blocked off, just again, standing within that space, having done multiple retail and F&B tenancies, just wouldn't feel appropriate for that use. So again, we have tried to minimise any sort of removal of the existing facade and or the ledge, and that's why we're trying to use the existing opening. Because I think it would be quite a poor outcome to have a glazed wall of, 9 metres sitting on there that, again, somebody coming past might not even know there's a shop inside if they weren't looking too hard. And then, those tenancies continue to suffer and potentially aren't activated.
Lastly, what's the greatest fear here? Is it the rigidity of a planning condition that is black and white, that either it is or it isn't? Is that the biggest problem in terms of, I guess, being able to have the flexibility depending on the type of retail or F&B? Is there not a different way of approaching, I guess, how spaces are used that might be a holistic approach rather than that door can open, that one can't, and that's locked in forever?
Yeah, so I think, yes, rigidity is an issue. If we could find one tenant to take over 7,000 square metres of space and we wouldn't have this issue because they'd have multiple entries, we'd be more than happy to chat to them. But the likelihood of that happening is slim to none. And so we need to make sure that this project can operate in many different functions and be of demand of many different tenancies. I think in terms of, the openings themselves, that's something that we have always, again, like I said, tried to be quite flexible with. And we've done that by even offering the skate community and skate aligned businesses pre-release on the commercial opportunities as well. So we've said to them, look, if you bring us a tenant, we know that, you guys operate in business, we'd be more than happy to chat. And if they're happy to pay the rent and activate the space, but that doesn't include opening that section, then everyone's kind of happy. But I think where the issue becomes is that, within our building, we're being restricted on where we can open it from an existing opening. And it just feels a little bit oppressive in terms of us not allowing to use those existing heritage openings when it would be less appropriate for us to go and break through, other sections of the building that aren't appropriate for that use as well.
Questions?
Just
John.
I understand the opening on the one on the corner, that is an existing opening. The one I can't see on the street view, I can't see what the opening is to the one that on the right-hand side. That looks to be an existing window, is that right?
Yeah, so as raised by Jack, that was a doorway, and in the memo that we provided, we have shown the original opening, which was a pedestrian door. So on the external side, yes, the ledge has gone across and it's been converted to a window. If you actually stand on the internal of the building, it still reads as a doorway. It's just been bricked up in front. But again, that is one tendency where we've said, yeah, potentially, and we're open to, if somebody wants to lease that out and doesn't want that opening, that we wouldn't put it in. So I don't think approval in this sense is us absolutely saying we're going to go and cut all those holes in the ledge, because it is going to be subject to a leasing campaign. And we'd be more than happy that if somebody came along and said, we'd like to operate this business with entry off the main section, that we would leave the ledge as it is. But what we, again, can't turn our back on is how hard it is to make businesses work down in Fremantle, particularly in this area with the likes of the existing streetscape. And that's why we're also pushing for this Cantonment Street thing, is that, you know, tenants don't just rock up every day and, you know, rent out of 350 square metres where there's nothing else happening in the middle of Fremantle. So we really need to have the flexibility for this project to actually get up. But again, if somebody came along and said they don't want it, then we'd be more than happy to leave it as it is. But we can't. What we're saying is we can't have a planning condition which restricts the use of this building, which is, you know, the original use and entries of it as well.
Further questions?
I won't repeat some of the questions already asked. My question is, you referred to the proposal seeks to activate the building both day and night time with various activities, particularly I'm referring particularly to the street. You also referred to a survey that you undertook over the long weekend regarding the use of the spaces, noting that it's by skaters, that is, quite low level use at specific times of the day. So that's my question to you. Undertook specifically a survey, is that correct? Yeah. Heard you say? And it was limited to a couple of hours on average a day, is that correct?
Yeah, so we did it over Thursday, the 24th of April through to Sunday, the 27th of April, being across the public holiday. So on Thursday, there was 5 people that used it for a total average of 2 hours, rounded up. On Friday, there was 6 people, that was only in the afternoon. Saturday, a bump in people to 8, but again, only between the hours of 11:30 and 1, 2 and 6. And then on Sunday, 5 people, 12 to 1 and 3:30 to 6:30. But it should also be noted that of those 24 people using it, there was 6 instances where only 1 person was using it for a total of 30 minutes. So again, as we break that down into when this building's actually used, on that Thursday, there was 2 people down there between 4 and 6, and we've got the rest of the entire day where that building is completely derelict and nobody activating that street. So again, we want the skaters to be there. This is not for the purpose of saying that we don't want them to be there. We just want to quite clearly articulate that this street needs more activation because of its lack of activation, and this development will bring that. And again, as I said in my deputation, I think that, you know, allowing all of these uses to come together will create a livelier aspect. And we've always tried to, again, foster skating being there. And that's why we've said, look, we won't build anything on our boundary line, which is actually within our site boundary, because we've got a 5-metre projection off the building, which we could put al fresco seating on. We've tried to engage with the City of Fremantle to say, let's put the al fresco seating in the public realm so that we can leave that for the skaters to use. And so that's where, again, the 2 conditions start to work against each other in terms of their outcomes. So again, we would love to see this building activated from the moment the sun comes up and well into the evening, and we're going to have commercial patrons down there because we've got commercial office. So people rocking up to work at 7:30 to 8:30, there'll be no one on the street. And so those businesses trying to activate themselves and be vibrant down there is a massive risk to us. So again, I think by nature of how many people use it and the amount of ledge that we've retained, we've overrepresented in terms of, you know, our ability to do so, and we're happy to do that. But I think we just need to be cognizant that, again, this project has many, many different levers, and they all need to be working in the right direction for this project to succeed.
My final question, I think you've already asked in a slightly different way, is those openings, as I understand from what you've said today, are critical to the proposal you have in front of you, we have in front of us, in relation to both its viability and its activation for broader periods of the day, week than what's currently occurring. Does that calculate what you've?
Correct, yeah. So there's the initial monetary kind of contribution. So obviously if those spaces can't be leased out, there's, you know, a net negative effect on any sort of viability. But the first thing that we hear from people who we're talking to about commercial office space is one of the first questions they ask is, who are the F&B retailers? Where am I getting my coffee in the morning, and who's going to be downstairs? So whilst obviously they form a smaller part of the development. They're actually quite a key qualitative element of this project moving forward, because we need all of those uses to allow the amenity for these other things to happen. Because if we were to go and just put completely commercial uses in this, close off all the entries, I don't think we'd ever find a tenant, because they'd have to go and walk 200 metres to go and get a coffee, and down quite a poor streetscape as it is. So I think there's the monetary impact, which we can see and we can quantify, but it's that qualitative element as well that really needs to be considered in this decision also.
Clayton, my apologies.
Yes, no.
Just persecute one more thing.
Question time as well.
So we're talking about a survey conducted over the long weekend. In my experience of Perth, many people leave on a long weekend, so Fremantle becomes quite deserted, generally speaking. Is this the only survey you have done or kind of investigated what the uses are of the space, given that a long weekend is kind of a niche moment, whether that be for or against an argument?
Nothing as quantitative as this, but yes, I'm not saying that skaters never use the space. When I go by, there are people skating there, and we've noticed that a lot of times, but there's also way more many times that I've been down there and no one's using the space. So again, we're not saying that the skaters aren't there and they're not an important part of this street, because they absolutely are, but all I'm trying to basically give the DAP members and yourself some kind of perspective on this is how much it's actually being used versus what, you know, the end outcome of the use of this street will be. And again, that's why with the Cantonment Street, we would love to make this more skate friendly for people to be down there for longer periods and being able to interact and activate the space more. And a lot of the comments we heard from the skaters is their level of adaptability, and that's all, you know, we would like to see embraced, is that these people are adapting as the building needs to adapt and Freo needs to adapt as we move into the next iteration of this building's history.
Any further questions? Thank you. Story. We'll move on to Tony.
Yes, good afternoon. Michael Petroni. I represent Tex for this project. And I think your prolonged questions seem to have covered most of my questions. We've spent 2 years intimately involved with the design of the interior of this building, working with engineers, fire engineers, many consultants, compliance consultants, to try and make this building, which is into a proposal which is highly complex. It's highly complex due to the challenges of fire, egress, structure, and all that sort of thing, which we're very pleased to have presented as the proposal. However, the bit which is really, really exciting and probably hasn't been fleshed out to date is really what is on the outside of this building. It is what this building is going to represent to the precinct, the Cantonment Street precinct, the combination of Princess Bay Park, Clancy's. That whole precinct has the ability, with a redeveloped shared access street, and to be perhaps one of the greatest urban spaces of Fremantle. So the important, and particularly in regards to the wool stores, this section of Cantonment Street is vital in its contribution to that vision for the evolution of this urban space. As we've heard about this, its use today, originally, and as it's being currently used by the skating community, it's a very important part. The building is set back. It has the forecourt there, which is prime for engagement with this precinct. It's important that this space has activation, as we're talking about, but it also needs a diversity of activities that cover a whole series of different portions of days of the week and hours of the day. And as we've heard, the proposal retains 85% of the skating ledge, which will, the development is open to an evolution of uses, of existing uses and proposed uses for the use of this site. The condition 39 does limit the diversity and the period of use of this particular site. As we've heard from Corey just a moment ago, we won't go over that. So I think probably the objective is that it has greater diversity and longer use and more activity. Through the process of the design review panel, we're urged increasingly to increase the permeability and access of this building so that the public could actually access the building more. And we've sort of toyed along with that, and we've reached a point of sort of neutrality where we've limited accesses from Cantonment Street to openings that were originally openings and not made any further ones. It's also condition 39 sort of tends to contradict state planning policy number 7, which good design proposals generally were sort of seeking to increase the permeability and certainly have effective legibility in regards to how people approach a building, how they understand the building, how they get into the building, how they actually use the building. By sort of limiting the access and making it a convoluted right angle through the thing, it does inhibit this. Also mentioned is the Wool Stores shopping centre, which has now been demolished, which Andrew was talking about. That was a very poor urban outcome, and is a typical case of a building which is introspective. Access to the tenancies are from the inside only, and access to the footpath, which is the important part of what activates the footpath, is the activation. We'll see if Coles is a success. I'll ask you later.
3 minutes, Michael.
The 2 openings, yes, Corey's covered it. One was an opening and has no ledge in front of it. And the other one was the front door to the 1927s building. It is the one with the portico. In terms of its heritage significance, very high. So ultimately, I just say that the permanency of the planning condition, it really is sort of limits the aspiration for the precinct, with no guarantee that after the site being closed for perhaps 2 to 3 years for construction, and perhaps being a pause in its use, and perhaps limited sort of the loss of that appeal for the skating community after the new uses have been installed within this development, that it sort of limits the aspiration and the outcome of this precinct.
Thank you, Michael. Questions of Michael? Councillor Sullivan, you look good.
I think I've asked.
Questions?
No? Okay, thank you. I didn't want to put you off. Bill Griffiths.
Panel. I've been associated with this building since 2013, shortly after it was registered by the state, and the state chose to just register 27 part, whatever reason, which left the 1950s through to 1967 with a limbo for a time. I then provided an assessment during a difficult time for the city for the whole of the site. Since then, known to me it was used on the scheme list. However, I've watched the place decline since then, sometimes gently and sometimes rather dramatically as the last few months. And as a consequence, I've been back to inspect it as far as I can and reassess significance in relation to decline. And there's a general accord in my summary with the city's heritage officer, except in respect of the ground floor timber columns in the 1953 section. I note that the city's heritage officer was enthusiastic about the development, and the point that I just mentioned was the only point on which we differed. The primary structure in terms of significance is the 1927 section, which will largely be conserved and adapted. It's much more about conservation than anything else, and it is in need of some urgent conservation. The subsequent structures will largely remain as part of the bulk of the whole urban landmark. As with all large, complex conservation and adaptation projects, there has to be loss. And the bigger the project, the more that's so. Very easy to conserve a house, very difficult to conserve something like this. And in fact, on the Treasury buildings, quite a lot of significant fabric had to go to make the whole project possible. Council rightly exercises discretion, policy 4.14, to achieve a good outcome and supported the development. I'm pleased about that. I think for the community and for this body, there's some comfort in the fact that the team and the owner who's assembled to do this project has delivered a lot of the projects, including Treasury and more recently Victoria House. So there's some, there'll be a large amount of conservation taking place, and we've already commenced on the process of identifying the conservation work that are necessary, and the state has kicked in on that and has contributed to the study on the conservation measures required. I appreciate that the skateboarding ledge has been mentioned a lot today, but it's one of those things that escaped everybody in the assessments, and it wasn't included in the state assessment of heritage value, nor in the one that the city adopted. So from a planning perspective, that leaves a little bit of limbo. I guess there's no statutory protection for it. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Phil. Questions? John?
Yeah, look, could you just address the two issues that it seems that are driving Fremantle Society and Ken Adam, which is the loss of the facade, which dates from 1967, it seems to me, and the other one is the extent to which the internal structure is being demolished and not being utilised.
Yes, the 1967 was the last part to be developed and the least used. It was a fairly poorly conceived one, and it's fairly poorly attached to the rest of the structure. And in fact, it's parting company on what I'll call the northwest corner of Golden and Elder, and some urgent temporary measures that have been taken there. It's also suffered from the roof collapsing to it. The Fremantle's Heritage Officer, I note, and my assessment was that it was an intrusive part of the development. The rest of it was given a lot more clear than this was. I think that answers your first question.
The internal structure, I mean, there was some discussion from the city officers that rather more of the internal structure had been was in danger than they would prefer. So that a lot of the stuff in the 1927 building is intact, but a lot of the other stuff is due to go.
Yes, there's been more deterioration on the subsequent parts of the building, partly because the eastern end has been left open for so long. So there's been quite a lot of water got in. It was only closed up in about 2015. So that's where the deterioration's worse. But I think we have to accept that if you want to achieve a good development outcome, that and council, by supporting this, agree that you have to sacrifice something, and a certain amount of car parking is required for a development of this nature, and that means that the bulk of the post-1927 stages of structure would have to go, although there will be an element that will retain it, because it's simpler to retain the structure that does the retention than it is to clear it off and start again.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to, I guess, get some more detailed answer in relation to the upper brickwork of the 1927 building, and kind of stepping through that process of the balancing act between whether that should be kept and not kept from a conservation point of view. So additional brickwork in the 1927 building. Ask you to respond to the comment that was previously made, which was, yes, sure, that's fine to take that off. That's a reasonable conservation outcome. But then to compromise that by having three stories above it is counterintuitive from a conservation point of view. So maybe address that. And then I also want to kind of get a better understanding about the rationale about reducing the height of the facades of the 50s buildings, and whether there is a relationship between that reduction of height and the conservation of the 27 facade, or whether that was purely about making, I guess, a better aspect for the new build that occurs behind that. That makes sense.
I might turn that around.
Okay. It's about the rationale, the
yes,
step-by-step rationale of conservation.
Yes. Yeah. Because the both the officers and I agreed, and Heritage Council seems to agree too, that the 1967 level is of much less significance. In fact, the officer and I agreed on intrusive for its removal. So the rationale is that it's intrusive, but what was good about it in terms of its urban landmark was the height. So that height will be represented by a frame, and then the additional floors are all set back so that the long vision will be, the long view vision will be at the upper floors. The short view vision will be much more about what remains there of the original the subsequent 1953 to
and then in relation, I guess, the flow-on effect to the 1950s building and then the reduction of the height of that, because you're reducing it more than just the 67 section. Is that correct?
No,
it's only the...
So you're taking off a layer of the wedding cake, if you like.
So you're only taking off 67?
Other questions of Phil?
Yes, I have a question. Thank you. Could you speak further to the areas of disagreement in heritage consideration, particularly in relation to the fabric that is sought to be retained? And you can also refer, if you wish, because I'll go on to that, is condition 23.1. Columns and beams of the 1927 building to be retained. So both of those aspects, two sets to that question. One, the difference between the heritage experts and your comments on that, and two, the retention of the fabric.
Let's do the first part, the second part first again. The columns in the 1927 building were at that condition, and we're doing some work around seeing what we can do to achieve a retention outcome. Obviously, it's an important condition. The point of disagreement is on the ground floor columns to the subsequent buildings only, and the timber columns only. So that was where the heritage officer and I did not agree. But the justification for their removal is for the sake of the development of the whole, to achieve a good conservation outcome. We need to sacrifice something. Now, those timbers can be retained for alternative use and also for repair in the 1927 section of the wall store, because not all that structure is perfect.
Further questions?
You will have heard me talk about Allsborough Street and the possibility of openings into that facade, which is, I guess, a secondary facade. It's almost the service space of the building. From your perspective, I would also point out that there's been a number of significant changes to that facade over the years, including the bridge, but also the openings at the ground floor seem to have changed, with potentially new openings going in as well. Is the possibility of including openings for the food and beverage of the 1927 building at the corner food and beverage retail. Is that possibility completely in opposition to good conservation outcome, or is that something that could be considered?
Well, there's a lot of openings in there that are being closed.
Yes.
Doors, windows, all sorts of things. Nothing very close to that section. The problem is not so much a heritage one as a practical one, because the ground falls away very quickly. So you've got an access problem almost immediately. So Goldsborough Street falls away very rapidly. As soon as you get an opening, so we start talking about access lifts and all sorts of it. So, you know, from a heritage point of view, we could probably manage it. From an architectural point of view, it's complicating things unnecessarily.
If I can further prosecute that a little bit, because there are a number of openings, which you say, I mean, it's correct. There are windows that have been removed to make openings. There are openings that seem to have been closed. And then there is the bridge structure as well, which sits over what seems to be an earlier opening. Those aren't all being returned to the original.
Not original, but where the link was made, that opening's being made use of. Some of the openings are being reopened. I think you'll find that almost all the openings are being reopened. So, full daylight.
Can I just elaborate on that? Can you just, from a heritage perspective, can you elaborate on the heritage approach for opening, closing windows? So you've just talked about when the openings being reopened as part of what was original. Can you talk about the heritage approach? And I'm conscious that earlier today I asked a question to one of the other presenters about heritage approach to these buildings to breathe life into them and activation. Could you speak about what you say the heritage approach is to creating openings? We are talking about the openings that were there.
Reopening the original opening is not an issue because they were pretty crudely filled in. It's very easy to identify where they are and very easy to identify what they were. Creating new openings is possible, and as long as it doesn't impinge on the whole meaning of the place, and making another opening wouldn't do that. So, and we've had to do it in many projects just to make things flow and work.
So there's 3 openings on Canto, F&B, the central, and the adjoining tenancy. From a heritage perspective, are you saying they are original and the process or that the approach is to reopen? Can I clarify that?
It's desirable.
Desirable, okay.
Question, just councillor.
Thank you. This question's coming to me as I ask it, so bear with me, maybe some context. In the heritage reports that we've had, there wasn't really consideration given to the cultural significance of the Scalage as a place. Obviously, you can't speak for Heritage Council or the city, but your personal opinion on that, I guess it feels like there would be scope for it to be considered something that's culturally significant, and that if that was to be found, then you would look to provisions of the Borough Charter and how you balance both of those outcomes. I guess seeking comment on, what your consideration was to the cultural significance of the ledge.
I have to go on the paper, what it says, and it's not mentioned. But it's always been open to the council to include the ramp and be open to the Heritage Council to amend its listing to include it, but nobody mentions it, so consider it.
That might be something that I'm not quite aware of. Are you saying that your report has to be based on existing assessments? Okay, great, sorry. Thank you.
Yes, councillor.
I wanted to ask about the demolition of the 57 facade at the northern ends, the last 3 bays on Cantonment Street and a little bit, I think, on the other side, on Is that primarily because of the damage to that part of the building from when it was open for so long? Or
we need, you need access as well. So if you want to make a genuine fist of vehicular access, you've just got to do it. I mean, I think the important thing about this project is it's not just about heritage, and we've got to get a balance in a really good development to get a good heritage outcome.
Yes. No.
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Phil. With that, we'll move on to Megan Gammon. Finally.
Noise. Yes, thank you very much. So Megan Gammon, I'm Director from Urbis, the Town Planner on the project. Thank you for the time. There's been a lot of discussion this morning and a lot of eloquent presentations on a lot of details like Cantonment Street, but I guess I'd just like to take a moment to say that when you're talking about a development as complex and as new as this, to be talking about small details like that is a pretty fantastic position to be in, and really testament to Human Urban's process and design. I think we can all agree that this project is one of the most, if not the most exciting and long-awaited heritage projects that Fremantle has ever seen. It's been widely praised by the local community, which you would be aware of, with over 80% of submitters strongly supporting the proposal. And this is pretty rare for something of this scale. It's also been praised by the architectural community in Perth and the WA Skateboarding Association. Again, this is a testament to Human Urban's engagement process, which has been run by Sarah Booth here today, and its willingness to evolve the design to respond to community sentiment, particularly around retention of 85% of the skate ramp, which we consider to be an excellent outcome. The team before me presented the strong merit of the proposal, so I don't seek to go through that in a lot of detail given time, but there are some conditions that we wish to address, and I won't go into detail on the Cantonment Street one because it's been talked about at length, but I will target some of the other ones as well. But firstly, just before I do that, I'd really like to touch on the recommendation for conditional approval. We're very happy to be in this position, as we articulated in the memo that we circulated prior. There is some context to this recommendation from the original officer recommendation, really around that clause 4.14. But on balance, the city officers were very much of the view, as were elected members, that on balance, this is a fantastic adaptive reuse and heritage outcome. And for that reason, it's being presented to you as conditional approval. In terms of the requested modifications to 4 conditions. So we've talked about 1 or 2 at length, but I'd like to start with hopefully 2 simple ones. So firstly, we request a minor amendment to Condition 36. This relates to livable housing. To clarify, it excludes the co-living units, which are classified separately to the multiple dwellings. I believe this is the case in the intent of the condition, but we are requesting a minor amendment to this just to avoid confusion in the future. Further, we request deletion of condition 12 relating to further traffic analysis. There was a detailed traffic impact statement that was prepared and submitted with the development application. This raised absolutely no issues with traffic generation or access points or the like. So in our opinion, this just seems a bit unnecessary, and there's no reason that would warrant further reassessment or traffic assessment on this basis. So we request its deletion. I guess that brings me to condition 39. And as I mentioned before, I won't go through all the reasons why we would like this to be deleted. Corey touched on it in detail, but again, just for some context, this was added as part of the elected member consideration of the proposal. And there was a sort of split vote 5-5, and the mayor made the casting vote on that, just to give that some context, but that's been discussed at length. The last one I'd really like to touch on is public art. Our strong preference is for the required contribution totaling 1.1 million, so a significant amount, to be channeled to the public groundworks. This is not specifically contemplated by the city's framework. We understand that, but this is a very unique circumstance where we have a complex and unique heritage development, which arguably does not need more public art on site. However, there's a substantial opportunity to channel considerable funds into much needed public ground art upgrades. We hope that this is considered, but if this is not the case, at a minimum, we request the condition to be reworded to allow the option of physical delivery of public art. Currently, the condition reads as it's only a cash in lieu contribution only, which is at odds with the city's policy and the general approach to public art in general, where you have that option of either contribution or physical delivery.
And lastly, we seek rewording of the related advice note 23. While we completely appreciate the intent around the detail, it has no legal basis, as you know, and provides detail which we consider to be excessive and potentially unachievable, such as providing that public art on adjoining sites. So on that basis, we have suggested those amendments in our memo, and we ask for them to be considered. And sorry, the very last point that I'd like to raise is there was minor mention of deferral before, and I'm not suggesting we're going down that path, but I would really urge that we don't go down that path. I mean, as I mentioned before, this is such a positive development. We are talking about small details here. We very much hope that our requests for deletion of condition 39 go through. But if not for any reason, I think there's obviously an opportunity to craft something that can be dealt with as part of a condition. So I would just like to end on that basis. And if you have any questions at all, happy to answer.
Thanks, Megan. I'm going to jump in first with a question. Corey mentioned something of a compromise position that was put to the city and to, I think, the skate.
Yes.
Yes. Is that something that could be built into revised condition 39?
I guess our preference is for it to be deleted, but as I mentioned, the way it reads now is that there are no openings for those two and they're deleted. So I think if deletion is not supported, rewording that to allow some flexibility for those conversations to evolve post-approval could potentially be built in, yes.
I'll ask the officers later on to see whether or not there's some wording that they might suggest. Questions?
I've just got a clarification. Just a clarification more so than a question. You've referred to a number of condition changes and the language of those changes. What you've said today, is that essentially what I have in front of me in your material?
Yes, that's right. Yes.
Thank you.
Further question? Yeah, thank you. Before we go to the officers, I'm going to seek a move second for a comfort break. All right. Moved Francesca, seconded John, approved. Yes, thank you. For 10 minutes.
Let's take a chair and we get that.
Christian, some problems with these.
What was like that? Under the sign.
I don't have.
You've got mine, so I have to speak Jerry.
Young man, aren't you?
I do need another one.
Oh, charger. No, I don't. I've got it now running. It's charging. I only noticed it when he said, break. Did you get the second of the break? Because I didn't.
Yeah,
That has been going on.
Yeah, you guys. They're waiting outside because there wasn't a seat.
That's for me. I'm not.
Oh, do you see that?
Oh,
yeah.
If this restricted race or certain as like.
Good reason.
Okay, we're ready to go. Okay, everyone, we're going to resume the meeting. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. All right. We will now go to Chloe. Chloe, do you have a team online as well?
I do, yes. I've got Eric observing, so I'll be the main.
Okay, all right.
But I also have Annabelle Wilkes, who's our heritage officer.
Good. Okay, thank you, Chloe. Over to you, Chloe.
Look, I won't make too much comment other than to probably echo what Megan from Urbis has mentioned. You'll see in the RAR there is a officer recommendation for refusal. It is very much a technical refusal. There is a clause in the planning scheme which sets an absolute limit on the ability for the responsible authority to issue approval for demolition. It doesn't consider the remaining elements of the development, the final outcome, as it were. It really just looks at demolition and whether that fabric being demolished is of some or greater significance. So when we reviewed the building, our heritage officer has done a thorough assessment and probably disagrees with Mr. Griffiths on one point, and that being the ground level of the 1950s component of the building. On other elements, we agree on those levels of significance. So it really is that ground level, and for obvious reasons, if you require the retention of that part of the building, you can't follow through with the if you take away that clause, we overwhelmingly support the proposal. We think it is a great development. There are compromises certainly that need to be made, but it is a good conservation and activation outcome section of Fremantle, and by and large is capable of approval. What is able to be done by the DAP today is to approve it using that clause 414, because there is an alternate qualified heritage assessment that they can consider to determine that the elements being demolished are of little or no significance. So there is that legal ability there to support it.
Okay, thank you. So going to the point I was going to raise with you was that you seem to be having a bet each way there with clause 4.14. And as you said, it is legally possible. Did you get an opinion on?
We have a number of times before, and the clause has been tested through SAT. The rigour of that clause is well and truly entrenched. It has served us well in saving a number of heritage buildings, but it has tripped us up in this occasion because it doesn't consider the overall benefit of the development and the compromise that needs to be made in losing that fabric. For obvious reasons, the clause sets that absolute limit, because once that fabric is gone, it's gone, and there is no guarantee that you do have a really high quality development that follows, that provides really quality interpretation and looks after the fabric that is there and protects the bulk of its significance. So yeah, there's been a number of sad occasions. There's been a number of proposals and developers who have come looking at this site, and that clause has been tested. The second part of the clause is that you rely on a heritage assessment that's been undertaken. The heritage assessment that has been provided by Mr. Griffiths is an assessment that is, as per the regulations, it is done correctly. As staff, we prefer our internal assessment because we understand the work that has been put into it, but we don't disagree that the assessment that has been provided by Mr. Griffiths is appropriate and proper heritage assessment.
Sorry, questions?
I'm going specifically to what you just raised, and thank you for your clarification over the relevance and professionalism of both the heritage consultants, city consultant and Mr. Griffiths in terms of being relied upon for your decision. Earlier you talked about, in that same sentence, you talked about removal of fabric gone, and that there's not necessarily certainty to development. So my question is quite simple. What is the difference about this? And you cited it in terms of others that you've been able to rely on to protect the building. I note your comments in this particular case that this is being considered to manage the compromises and benefits of the overall development. But it's just that one phrase that you spoke of. Can you specifically speak to that? It almost said that sometimes once the material's gone, it's gone, and the development might not go ahead. So do you have anything further to add on this? Because it seems to me, in reading this, the RA that is, listening to the material that we've been given as part of this proposal and heard today, that you don't, that you are comfortable that there's no concerns of development going ahead or on this particular proposal.
Look, I can't comment on, I guess, the viability and the.
No, I understand that. I don't expect you to, sorry. But it's more the building form.
Yes, yeah. So when you read through the alternate recommendation or the responsible authority's recommendation, as it were, there's a number of conditions that look at the process of development. So there are certain points throughout that development that basically stop, pause, check, make sure the works are being undertaken in an appropriate way and with the appropriate methodology. So in looking at the construction methodology, there's protections through the conditions. Our design review panel has reviewed the proposal and is broadly supportive of the intent of the development. I guess maybe I'll ask you to rephrase the question, because I guess what I'm hearing is, am I confident the developer will finish their development? Or
I think my simplicity of that question is, you talked that you had used this provision to protect heritage and not have it removed, which I took as being a concern about people attempting to remove the building and not to actually refurbish it. And the phrase was that essentially once the material is gone, it's gone. Material in this development will go before construction starts. But my read of your RA is that you are supportive of the removal of that material in the context of, I think your phrase was, compromise and overall benefit of the outcome.
So typically this clause is used because someone is proposing to remove an entire house. It's not always on a development.
The context is very different.
Correct. So because it is something that you can have a look at and go, look, in the context of this whole development, is it actually demolition? That was another point that we did interrogate with the planners on the project team. And given the scale of fabric that's being removed, I think it's pretty hard to say that this probably isn't demolition. There are adaptive reuse developments that occur all through Fremantle frequently, and there are elements of fabric that need to go to enable them to be modernised and used. But yes, typically the clause is used and probably intended to prevent the broad scale removal of lots of fabric.
Thank you. That has clarified for me that particular matter.
Questions?
So I was going to ask that exact same question to get it clarified for the panel. I just wanted to touch on the applicant's request for amendments to the conditions and just get your response to those. The first one I wanted to deal with was their last one, which was condition 36, just adding the words, this condition does not relate to the co-living units on the site. Do you have any comment on that?
Oh, I'm completely fine with that. That's the intent of the condition. So if that adds clarity for everyone, we would be for that to be added.
So the second one is the deletion of condition 12 relating to the traffic impact study. Two questions, just commenting on whether you think that is reasonable, big issue, terrible outcome. And secondly, if that condition was to be removed, does there need to be some other condition requiring implementation of something?
Look, on reflection, we did interrogate this a little more with our traffic team. It's probably a little bit of overkill that we possibly should have caught a little earlier. Really, all that they're after is to make sure there's really detailed drawings of those crossover points, particularly on Elder Place, because there are bicycle lanes and all sorts of infrastructure through there. Ultimately, it's in their control anyway. So if this condition goes, there's no real change to process and requirements, because there are crossover conditions that require that detailed work to be done.
So if it was deleted and not replaced with anything, the city still basically is it the decision maker for what happens in that area of concern? Is that what you're saying?
Correct, because we would still be in charge of the footpath and the bicycle lane and how everything works. The crossover location is fine. It's more about the detail of how curb lines and things work. So we would
by application.
Correct.
Further question? No further questions. Chloe, Condition 39. What's your take on it and the impact it might have from a planning point of view on this proposal?
From a planning point of view, you can probably support it being there because it does look to reflect and I guess improve on that level of significance of the skate ledge and its use. But on the other side, it also does provide a disruption, and there are reasons why there is entry points at this end of the building. When you look at the rest of the frontage, a lot of it is entry points and service areas and things down the other end. So this corner of the building is where a lot of the activity is to take place. The Heritage Council and our heritage team have, probably not to the extent that council would like to see, have mentioned that there is significance for that ledge and that what is being proposed to be retained is enough to interpret that. Obviously, the management of the building and entry in and out of the building will change that significantly for what is occurring now. So it is a bit of a balancing act. I think it does cause some disruption for the use of those spaces, particularly when the entryway that is there, if you close off those entries to the individual tenancies, is the residential lobby as well. So it does add a layer of complexity for the use of that space. It also makes it trickier to have really clear alfresco areas and things that are directly linked with those tenancies. It's just a little less legible.
On that same condition, the condition obviously seeks to not only retain the physicality, the memory of the ledge, if you like, but also the functionality of it. As I asked and commented previously to the applicants, is there a more flexible version of that condition that could be considered through a planning process? Or is it really the planning regime really just requires us to have something that's fairly black and white? I guess the thoughts that go into your head are management approaches, which might, if you do this, well, that's okay. But if you do that, this isn't okay, and et cetera, et cetera. I mean, is that impossible from a planning perspective? I guess the second part of that question is it something that really, if it was dealt with this way, that the city could be responsible for making changes along the way that suited particular F&B retail outcomes or whatever?
Planning conditions should always be really clear. I guess the way this condition is worded, it is abundantly clear what is being expected. It's a physical change to the building. When you start bringing in management plans and rely on operators, and this building will be complex, I'm sure there'll be a strata ownership as well, and who's then responsible if city offices change and things, where does the responsibility lie? So if there was to be a management plan, it'd need to be really clear what the expectation was. As little vagueness in a condition as possible, because not everyone in this room will be responsible for enforcing the condition or even being on the project team moving forward. So knowing exactly what the intent and the requirement is of the condition is really important. I think if there's a physical change to something, it's going to be far more successful than just relying on a change in tenants and things as well, if you're trying to achieve a particular outcome, because once that building is there, it's a lot more difficult.
Subsequent questions. Assuming that this went through as it was, and the building was under construction, I mean, obviously fit outs of tenancies often come fairly late in the day anyway. Once it's built, modifications would be just amendments via the city planning process. Is that correct? So
even if the condition were imposed, the applicant could, if they came up with a new proposal, they can vary the request to vary the condition or through a variation application, or further applications can come, like you say, as the tenants move in. Being a heritage building and a state registered one at this end, they would require DAs for fit outs regardless.
To loose as a condition to suggest further consideration of the openings in discussion with yourselves and the applicant and the user group.
I would be reluctant to tie in a third party because I think everyone's expectations are probably not in alignment at this stage.
So in the absence of a third party, discussion between the city and the applicant might be a very short one.
I guess one of the questions that I was sort of seeking in the sense is, if there were to be modifications, the notion of having to come back through a Form 2 process to DAP, as opposed to handing back the process to the city to deal with, as things progress. I mean, the wording, and I guess that's why it depends on at what stage further detail needs to be considered or variation. It would be a horrible scenario of bringing something back through a process for every little minute change. So,
all right. No further questions.
Well, I suppose that's a question is if this condition went through and it is nice in that it is definite, and the applicant wanted to come and change it and wanted to question that, would that be of sufficient importance to make it a Form 2, or would it be something which the city would if it wanted to at some stage down the track make one of those open one of those openings, at what level would that decision be made?
It's applicant's choice, so they could choose to have DAP determine it or the city.
Yes, Councillor.
Clarifying question again, on planning conditions. It's my understanding that a condition should be kind of final in its form in that it can be read by itself and does not leave anything to be considered later. So I guess, is that correct? To go back to Councillor Sullivan's point, that there's not really any room for there to be flexibility in a planning condition. That's not what they're designed to do, right?
Correct. It really should be clear in its intent. There needs to be a nexus to the proper model of the planning function. I think in practical terms, if it is open-ended and sometimes conditions like management plans do get put down, there's usually a disagreement about what the expectation is in those plans. So if there was something like that put down, it would be that you'd need to provide a plan, not just sort of leaving it open to any option. Could be a plan, could be physical changes. I think it needs to be it's finite and
questions.
Yes. We should probably prosecute the questions on the proposed amendment from the applicant regarding the public art conditions. In terms of utilising the public artwork or percent for art funds for urban design works, can you comment on what possibility there is within the scheme and the policy to do that?
So the city's policy is very clear in saying that any funds collected for that purpose under the policy are for public art or for heritage works to public buildings in the area. It doesn't open it up to streetscape works. There is a project for the Cantonment Street precinct that other teams within the city are working on, and there's budget discussions and all sorts of things happening, and the developers in the area are part of that discussion because there's obviously renewed interest in the area, which is fantastic. But when you look at the policy and what DAP is making a decision on is the planning framework, which doesn't bring streetscape works like paving, somehow artwork.
Can I go on from that? The public art policy position and due regard considerations not within your scheme, I understand. So a condition change that varies a policy element is we are capable of making that determination. My question goes to your comments in relation to, whilst every development is treated on its merits, I'm going to ask you the question in the context of concerns you may have about precedent, interpreting a policy position in a different way rather than just setting a different condition without reference to it. Should we go down that path? I don't know if you could understand what I was attempting to.
Yeah, I do. Thank you, Deputy Presiding Member. It does make it difficult moving forward for future developments and those negotiations with those developments if there isn't a clear and consistent way of interpreting the policy, and there is nothing in the policy that leaves it open to saying or any other way that is for the benefit of the community either. I think it would be almost unfair for other developers in the area who've perhaps had the condition applied and are expected to apply it in a certain way for this one for no other reason than they would like to see the streetscape upgraded, which is be a great benefit to their development. There's nothing else in there that I can see that would mean that it should be applied any differently. It's also very clearly set out in the policy how the city is expected to spend that contribution as well. So it's difficult to justify if the city did take a contribution of $1 million, spending it in a way that wasn't in accordance with an adopted council policy.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, and a way of sort of flipping that question from approach it from a different perspective. If a recommendation was put forward that said the developer needs to spend $1.1 million on beautifying the verges, what would your comment be about that sort of a planning outcome?
I would be questioning the nexus for that condition. It's a significant amount of money with no clear link. There are, for example, conditions recommended that talk about loading bays. It's because they're not providing them on site, and that's a very different prospect to just a cash contribution to the streetscape that there is no developer contribution plan for in this area.
I mean, do you describe that as ultra virus or just?
Yes, I would.
Just on that, condition 35, the way it's worded now, should it be expanded to include not just the monetary amount, but also the actual artworks provided on site? In accordance with the policy.
It could be. The reason it's worded the way it is the applicant hasn't shown any intent to provide artwork on site. It's a very constrained site as well, so there would need to be a process because it would need to be seen from the public as well. So when you're dealing with a heritage building that it's being retained to the extent that it is, with facades or pretty well out to the boundary on most sides, or with elements of paving to be left open for other purposes, there's limited areas where that could be. But yeah, it could be amended.
So it couldn't be internal?
The building itself isn't going to be permanently open. Like there's not a road being provided through the site that is always going to be open. It's for access to tenancies and apartments and things. So I wouldn't agree that it was public art if it was provided internal to the building.
Further questions? Yes.
Oh, sorry, I'm going to ask, I'm still on the same question, sorry. So with your public art policy, and I'm sorry, I haven't got it right in front of me at this moment in time. In many cases, public art is attached to new development typically. What's the city's position in relation to the significance of retaining and reusing a substantial heritage building that we've heard extensively today as a form of public benefit rather than requesting public art? i.e., have you always requested public art on every building, even substantial heritage adaptation? It's quite a significant contribution to the well-being of the broader community and the city.
I completely agree with that. It's a fantastic way to contribute to the community to bring these buildings back to life. But the policy doesn't bring in those works at the exception of public art or to provide any other incentive as such. I think there's variations under clause 12 of the planning regulations that allow you to vary other elements of the scheme, and there's concessions on parking and building height even on this proposal that have been awarded to recognise the value that conservation is.
Has the city not applied the policy for new development or for refurbishment development?
Not that we've recommended. There have been occasions where it's been varied by DAPs and the like, but the city has consistently applied the public art policy. There are exceptions as the scale of building, obviously, and development cost, and certain refurbishments, if they're of a limited scale, the policy doesn't apply to. So it doesn't apply to everything, and it is site-based as well. So there's precincts within the city. It doesn't apply across the whole local government area.
Thank you.
There are obviously a lot of public artwork policies now in planning schemes, but also at the state level as well. So I'm just questioning, do any of them, to your knowledge, have that sort of relaxation capacity, depending on the, whether a building is just purely a conservation exercise or the like?
Not that I'm aware of. I would need to review the other local governments, but I don't believe so. It's usually based on the scale of development or the type of the development that's being proposed and whether it's in an area that will receive public benefit for the artwork being installed.
Okay, no further questions. Thanks, Chloe. All right, we will move on to the item itself. We have a responsible authority report with a recommendation for approval with options. Is there a mover for the yes, Councillor Sullivan, and a seconder for the
thank you, presiding member. I'll speak just generally first, and then all I propose to do is move a couple of minor amendments, which deal with some very simple matters, and then I guess allow the panel to have their say and move any larger amendments. So the amendments that I will seek to look at will be in relation to the two middle ones, condition 12, which is asked to be deleted. So I will prosecute that one, and the deleted, and then the change to condition 36, which will also forward because it seems like a reasonable proposal. So I'll come back to those once I've finished speaking generally. I wanted to just open by saying that the reason we've got a recommendation for approval is because the council basically put an alternative recommendation to the community and supported that to bring that forward. And it's interesting because it'll probably be one of the last times that you'll see an alternative recommendation brought to a DAP via a council because of the changes in the process. So we're in some ways, I think, lucky that we are considering an approval recommendation as opposed to the city's original recommendation for refusal. The scheme, I mean, I want to touch on this notion of demolition. I mean, there's no possible way that the scheme can be read to mean that no demolition is possible. It really is a case of the question of, is the demolition going to be, or the elements that are going to be removed, going to significantly impact on the cultural heritage significance of the place? So the removal of fabric, we have to accept that there is always the potential for the removal of some elements of fabric. And I have to say, I mean, I've been following this process for 30 years. There would be a time where I probably would have gone further than what the officer's assessment was, which was in terms of the 1950s building that, when I first looked at it in about 2010, I would have argued strongly that the columns, the sea of columns, the forest of columns that exist in that building all the way through from one end to the other were really an incredible part of the magic and the cultural significance of the place. Whereas I would have argued that the actual facades of the 1950s buildings were, while important from a massing point of view and an overall complex point of view, were probably something that could be accepted to be significantly modified or in fact rebuilt, which I think was the proposal back then. But as has been said, you know, they are not at the same level of significance as the 1927 building. And so the notion of reasonable amounts of removal of fabric to make the building overall usable and to bring back particularly the importance of the 1927 section of the building is an overwhelming element in my decision. I also want to make clear that one of the things that has always been apparent in terms of the conservation of the wall stores is that turning them into apartments typically, while keeping the facade, typically significantly detrimental to the reading of the spaces inside. As soon as you carve those buildings up into little boxes, you really have lost a lot of the charm and a lot of the significance of the internal spaces. And even in the previous iterations for the 1927 building, under Marilyn knew it was going to be a hotel. It would have been carved up. They were going to hollow out the middle of that building. So it was going to take away the same amount of fabric. And that was always, in my mind, probably the worst element, the worst way to treat the 1927 building. So one of the things that this proposal does, which I think has to be given very due consideration and credit, is the way in which they are keeping the overall feel inside the 1927 building. By having office accommodation, that's not an easy thing to provide under any estimation. And having the F&B and the like, again, not an easy consideration for the developer to put in there. Residential probably would have been a little bit easier, but it would have not have been a good heritage outcome from my perspective. And so there is this balancing act between saying, well, that's a great job, and then what you do on top of the building. It was always considered, and I think it was perfectly presented by Carl Payne in his presentation and Ken Adam in his presentation to us, was that the extra height that you could add on top of the building once you pulled away the extraneous detrimental brickwork is a balancing act question. So yes, ideally it would be set back and you wouldn't see it from the street and the like. But I see it as a balancing act between getting a really good heritage outcome for the bulk of the building, including the internal spaces, and accepting a level of compromise in terms of the height of the new build. When it comes to the other areas, I think they have made the right choice about reducing the height of the facades of the 1950s buildings. I think as soon as you try and really bring back to life the two main facades of the 1927 building and the scale of them and the fact that they have that grand pediment sitting at the top, that you really need to make the other buildings somewhat subservient to that so that it reads as the more important element in the streetscape. So I've given it a lot of thought as to whether it would be better to keep the height of the walls and punch some openings in them, or actually reducing them down like they've proposed. And I've fallen on the side that they've obviously fallen on. It's better to do that reduction. And also in relation to the removal of the end sections as well. I mean, I was in that building in about 2012 or 13 during the SAT appeal for that previous proposal. and the very ends of the 1950s buildings where it was open to the elements were in seriously bad condition then. I can only imagine they've got a lot worse, even though the council and through the SAP process required those ends to be filled in and the weather protection to go back in. So I don't have a difficulty with removing those elements. In terms of the issues of the skate heritage, there is no doubt in my mind that the skating heritage of this site is of international importance. When if I say two words, if I say Bells Beach to panel members, I'm assuming you know what that probably means to the surfing community worldwide. If someone internationally was a surfer and they went, have you ever heard of Bells Beach? They'd be able to say, yeah, that's in Australia. And I know why that's in Australia. That's the iconic location for a surfer to say that's the break. It's in films. It's in international reputation. The same with sailing. If I was to say Fremantle to you and I was sitting in the New York Yacht Club, they would go, yeah, we know where Fremantle is and we know why it's important. And if you say wool stores to a skater internationally, they will know where it is and why it's important. I mean, it is that level of cultural significance. It's not just a local thing. And I want to emphasize that skating is not just, a casual pastime for people in the community. It's an Olympic sport now. And so these things go to the way in which I have to consider the cultural significance of that. We know that not everything is always listed in state registers or local government registers. Things come along and are recognised progressively as part of the way the community sees things. And I think it's been very well demonstrated that the skating heritage of this area of Cantonment Street, of the wool store, is and should be listed at a state level, and I have no doubt that it will be. It's already been requested. I think it is an element that we do need to take very seriously. And the difficulty with that is not so much that we take it seriously, but that how do we actually achieve an outcome which is not just about a physical outcome, it's about the ability to utilise that space as an ongoing use. And bear in mind, there is only one use left on that site that is of cultural significance, one continuing use, and that is skating. The other culturally significant use disappeared a very long time ago. And so from a heritage point of view, retaining a culturally significant and extant use is very high on I guess, the agenda for cultural significance. So I would argue that we do have a responsibility, even though it's not registered at a state level. The difficulty I'm having is how to do that in a constructive way that works with the developers, that works into the future. I don't think we can necessarily deliver absolute certainty that this will always be able to be achieved, because there will be other uses that come in and out of that building. We don't know what the dynamic is going to be exactly, but I do know that controlling the way in which those openings are made will either benefit the ability for skating to occur or potentially remove it completely. And that is why condition 39 was put in there at the council level, and I continue to support it. I'm flexible about it though, and that's the point. And it would be nice if, from a planning perspective, we could create a level of flexibility. But if you take that condition out, the starting point will be very much that, well, there is zero guarantee that the cultural significance will be retained. It might be, but there's no guarantee that it will be retained. So I think it's important that we have a starting position, at least, that says we recognise it, we acknowledge it, and it should be retained as far as reasonably possible. And it will probably be this ongoing conversation into the future, and that will be fine. And if there are different versions of it into the future, that will be fine, but they need to be dealt with in that way, not completely throwing it out from day one. I'm not suggesting that the applicants are proposing to completely throw it out from day one, but it's not our job as decision makers in the planning sense to simply take people that trust out. As Chloe said, I mean, our job is to have very clear, specific outcomes, and I think it's important that we have an outcome from the starting point that does protect that cultural significance. There are alternatives, I believe. I mean, you've seen me ask the question of the two different ways the main entrances to the building are being dealt with. One is with a projection inwards that allows for side access to these spaces, and the other one is basically right up the street. I can't see, and I acknowledge that you don't want to open up the building to the elements, but I think the buildings have a portico, a lobby space where you can get access and the like. The Atwell Arcade has coffee shops and stuff in it just before you get to the main lifts to go up into the buildings and the like. And there's no reason in my mind. I'm also not convinced that you can't get access from the corner at Goldsborough Street and the like. So I think there are creative ways around this, as there will be creative ways to overcome any adverse impact for the tenancies as well. I mean, there will be capacity for flexibility. So I very much support that we at least have a starting point that protects the cultural significance of the skaters. In terms of there are so many elements. I mean, it's, in a 10-minute conversation, it's almost impossible to go through the depth of this. But I do support the general approach that the developers have brought, and the parking, the elements, the way in which they're contributing to the other streets and the like. Goldsborough Street for me probably is being kind of like just sort of left as a no man's land a little bit. So I would have rather have seen a little bit more creativity there. I would have rather have seen an opportunity for a heritage interpretation of the old bridge link across Cantonment Street, even if that meant the city relinquishing some land that's currently in the road reserve so that they could actually project something out. That would have been fantastic. The openings along that area have chopped and changed. You've got to put services somewhere. I get that. But it's a pity that streetscape isn't being opened up a little bit more than it is. I will, because I only get really one opportunity to speak, go to those amendments, if I may, presiding member. So the first one I'd like to move is the deletion of condition 12. As the traffic management requirement.
I'll seek a second for that. Yes, thank you.
I don't think I need to speak on that. I asked the officers about that. So
no, I think it's reasonable in the context of this site that it be removed.
Right. No further speakers. I'll put that amendment all in favour. That's carried unanimously. Thank you.
The second amendment I'd like to make is the addition of suggested words to condition 36 that the applicant requested, which is just that statement.
Second for that. Thank you, Francesco. That statement was.
That means this condition does not relate to the co-living.
All right, I'm assuming no speakers.
That's so if we add those words.
All in favour?
Oh, sorry.
Who's going to speak? Oh.
I was just going to speak on essentially the reasons for why I'm seconding it. From my perspective, it provide clarity and certainty that the provision does not relate to the co-living element, which is considered a residential building in terms of the planning land use restrictions.
Okay.
So that was my
No, that's fine. Any further speakers? I'll put that motion. All in favour? It's carried. Thank you. Councillor Sullivan, still with you.
Thank you. I'll finish on that.
Okay, I'll move to Councillor Williams.
Yes, so speaking generally on the item, I'll start with the less complex things and lead up to that. I echo Councillor Sullivan that this is a fantastic heritage outcome. I think that the combination of office, F&B, retail and residential does mean that the scale of the space is really showcased, which is an incredible opportunity as a wall store for the reasons why it is culturally significant or has been recognised at the state level. That it is a really big opportunity for our city economically. It will bring so many new people in and activate a space, an area, precinct of the city that, can be more utilised. I think that the addition of co-living is very exciting, and I am satisfied that the discretion on the additional height will not have an adverse impact on the amenity and that parking shortfalls are appropriate given the co-living in proximity to public transport options. I think it's clear from all accounts that the Wool Stores is culturally significant because it recognises that Fremantle was once a working port, and that can't be denied. But fundamentally, given our conversations this morning, it also seems critical, as Councillor Sullivan said, that we consider that the skate ledge is part of that fabric of that building that is culturally significant, and that there can be two culturally significant uses associated with the building. It was disappointing on one hand to see that the city didn't go further in that they did not investigate. Their city's recommended heritage assessment was based on the existing assessments, which under the deemed provisions they could have gone further and made their own assessment, but they didn't do that. So really, I guess it is up to us to say whether or not we would like to move from that starting point of recognising that the Woolies Ledge is something that is culturally significant because of its fabric setting and use, which according to the Heritage Act, a place can have multiple and diverse culturally significant uses. And I think we heard before, heritage is something that continues, it's living, and it is the continuation of that space. For many years it was the working wool stores, but for 35, 40 years it has been very much a skateboarding location. And essentially the community values have also shifted from being a working city, which we still are in many regards, but also to being a space where we have skateboarding and other cultural uses. So to me, the ledge feels obviously culturally significant, and I think that condition 39 is important because it reflects that, and it creates a balance between understanding that we need a heritage outcome that recognises spaces that were once open in the 1927 building, but also that since then, new culturally significant uses of that space have emerged, and it seems very important to me that we protect it. And I understand that 85% is being retained, and that is a fantastic outcome. And I think HU have done a great job on their engagement with the Skateboarding Association and community on that. But, understandably, we haven't heard a lot that is the most usable part of the ledge. And I think it is the most significant impact zone for the skateboarding community. And so in many ways, as we've said before, once we cut that out, it's gone and demolition is final. You can't put it back. So I think, I through our discussions on council, when the item came to us, went through the idea that the borough charter asks us to balance both and to not emphasise one particularly above another when both culturally significant uses are there and important. And so I think without condition 39, we really do prioritise these older school wool stores, culturally significance. That we've heard the argument that the openings are necessary for the viability of the tenancies. I'm not necessarily convinced that closing those openings would make the tenancies fall over. I think there are many examples of buildings where you have main corridors and main entrances which are legible, which people can access. I'm not sure that you could have an opening on Goldsborough. I totally understand that would be quite complex given the change in levels, but I'm not convinced that you couldn't use those main corridors that are there as the entrance points for the tenancies.
And I thought it was really interesting. We heard, you know, all our sorts of questions around this idea of flow and activation of the streetscape. But, you know, we didn't really acknowledge that there's already a lot of activation on cantonment from the skateboarding community. And yes, maybe we have differing opinions on how much that is or how often. But, you know, we heard that if there are no doors, then we need people there, but people are already there. There's already flow on that street. And I think condition 39 to me is not asking for the blockage of activation across Cantonment Street. I think that would be a bad outcome if everything was closed, but it's just asking for the closing of 2 openings to balance the heritage outcomes. It doesn't stop all of the flow. I think it allows more uses to hopefully work together. There are clearly many conversations that have to happen, and unfortunately planning conditions aren't flexible. We can't necessarily ask them to create a management plan now. There are all the conversations to happen, but if we remove condition 39, it will essentially allow those ledges to be cut out, to those openings to be done, and that is, in my mind, a kind of full stop on the conversation, because once it's gone, and we can't have continuing conversations. So it very well may change. The skateboarding community will have to adapt because there will be more people on that street. That's not being denied. And I think, yes, it will be closed, but it's been closed before. The skateboarding community, I think, as evidenced throughout the whole process and today, are not going anywhere. And so it would seem a very bad outcome to kind of wrap it up at this point, when we could just allow for the flexibility of conversations to keep happening as those tenancies are filled as well. And yeah, I was reading through our LPP for Precinct 5, which this application sits in, and one of the provisions points out that the ground level frontages should incorporate a mix of land uses and incorporate design measures to increase passive surveillance and contribute to interesting, safe and diverse public realms. And I think skateboarding really does create that kind of interesting, safe and diverse public realm, really in all, from all accounts. So yeah, I think that the risk of conflicts between users will rise, but I don't think that they're incompatible. And I would really hate for our conversation to end here on that by removing condition 39. I'm a little less flexible than Councillor Sullivan, I think, in my approach on that. Happy to hear debate, but understand that heritage outcomes are delicate, complex balance. We need to recognise the many uses of the building and space that have happened over time, and also how we foster the ability for new heritage outcomes, I guess, to be built into this building, which no doubt will stand for a long time. And I really see this as a very significant opportunity to recognise, celebrate and embrace the very diverse history of this building. So I hope that we can come together and, I guess, keep this conversation going. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor. Further speakers? Francesca.
Yes, I will speak to the item. I support the proposal. I think it's an excellent use for the site, and I will speak of a couple of things. Heritage, and I would agree that heritage is an important consideration of this site, and generally it's an important consideration of many areas. Noting that the building is culturally significant, I'm also very cognizant that there has been some variation to that building over time, both in terms of form, fabric and use, and that from a heritage perspective, the building has been vacant for over 40 years, and there are some upper level extensions or modifications that have been provided both in writing here as well as the submissions we've seen and the presentations we've seen that have some limited significance to the building for attention. That being said, I would concur with comments made by a number of the presenters today, particularly both the applicant and the developer, I suppose you'd call, and the heritage architect, that heritage is a living consideration, and that the significance for me on this site is that the building is used. From my perspective, it is protection of heritage, but fundamentally, I'm of the opinion that use of that building is critical for its long-term retention. And we've had comments provided by many people today and in the submissions and the report that we have that this building is deteriorating and substantial work needs to be done on it. I commend the applicant for committing to a substantial redevelopment with a mix of uses, both keeping large spaces within the building, bringing an innovative land use of co-living spaces in there. I haven't seen that in WA. It might be, but I'm not aware of it. And I think this is a brilliant example of these kind of micro spaces that you see in many other big cities around the world. You can go and they are very desirable to live in tiny spaces that are full of activity and vibrancy. So from my perspective, it is a massive commitment. We've seen the numbers that are attached to this development. This is a really big commitment to that area. Like many of the other members and to probably everybody in this room, I've spent time out on site to get a feel for the area, get an understanding of the area at numerous times of both the day and the week to get an understanding of how it's being used. And I do note that the area has, at certain times, there is quite a lot of very little happening in and around the space. The times that I was there, I don't think I really saw anybody walking down the street at all. I probably saw one person in the times that I was there. So this activation of the area is particularly important. From my perspective, I think the skaters have an important role to play in the space, and I agree that they have value to that space. I suppose I do differ, however, in where and how that is balanced. I have heard from a number of presenters today, and a couple of things that those presenters said today, particularly in relation to these skaters, is that skaters adopt to spaces and they can use breaks in spaces. They transform dead spaces into various other vibrant spaces, and they work generally when they're not necessarily residential, and they also don't necessarily like being in heavy pedestrian spaces. Those were language that I noted from today's presentations. For that reason, I have enormous respect that skaters are both very creative and they enjoy the working within a space. That's the language that I'm using, not them, that they were talking about. From my perspective, the retention of, as proposed in this development, 85% of that ledge is a significant contribution to showing respect, paying homage and incorporating skaters' history into the building. However, I don't support the separation or the preventing of the applicant being able to open those ground level buildings. Activation incorporates all, that is, skaters, other people, operators, users within the building, opening those out, create, as indicated by applicant today, the opportunity to use that space at all times of the day, at various day and evening, and that is a critical part of a substantial part of the development. So from my perspective, I do not believe that those gaps in the building, whilst they will change the way the skaters may use that space, they do not prevent it being used and continue to be used creatively as part of its future moving forward. So I think the applicant has an enormous amount to respect, pay homage and incorporate skating history into this development. So from my perspective, I think that is significant in this proposal. On that basis, I have more to say, but on this particular basis, I'm going to move an amendment. My amendment is Amendment 3 for the minute taker, and it is to delete condition 39 for the reasons that I have just given. I am of the view that the development appropriately and respectfully retains a significant amount of skate ledge, albeit with some separation, respects the balancing of the skate community with the need to activate, substantially develop this site and to put that broad mix of uses for the benefit of both the occupants of that building and the broader community, including the other activities that sit in and around that area. So from my perspective, I am proposing deletion of condition 39 in its entirety.
I'll seek a seconder for that amendment, proposed amendment. Is there a seconder for that? Wonder if a seconder that lapses.
I will move back to my comments. From the proposal, as I've already indicated, the land uses are an exceptional development, a mix of land uses. I've already talked about those. The height, I'm satisfied both height of proposal and the design treatments of those upper levels are appropriate in the context of the development and are supportable in this location. Thank you.
The speakers. Go on.
Yes, look, I won't repeat pretty much all that's been said about the merits of this development. Clearly, it's a good one. I think the heritage, I take Mr. Adams' points. However, I think that the arguments that come from the heritage assessment really are more convincing. And I think the way that the fabric of the building has been treated and the overall approach is one which balances both the needs to get something done on this site, because clearly the longer it goes on, the more it will start to deteriorate, and clearly it is already starting to deteriorate. With the heritage issues from a fabric point of view, from a physical building point of view. So I won't say any more on that. Clearly, it's a very good development. It's got the sort of mix that I think will be a asset to the city. I particularly like the innovative ways that we've got the co-living spaces. These are something which are an interesting way of housing people, and I think it's a very, very interesting, a very good one. So all of those things are very good. I am not inclined to change condition 39 after a fair bit of reflection. I do acknowledge the position of the applicant. This will make their job harder, no question about that. However, we've got sort of known and unknowns, if you like. What we do know is if we take away the linear length of that ledge in any substantial way, then the value of it as a functional piece of architecture, if you like, as something which is used today, diminishes almost to the point where it may not be used at all in that sense, except in a tangential way. So what we do know is that it would affect very directly the values, the cultural values, if you like, the social values, and the activation of this area by the skateboarding community. This is not something which the planning framework usually comes across. We usually look and value people living, sitting in cafes as activating spaces. That's all very nice for people like us, but for people in the skateboarding community, they are equally as important, and their use is equally as important, and their use equally needs to be acknowledged in the planning framework and in planning decisions. Against that, we've got some unknowns. We have an assertion, and I think it is well founded that it would become more difficult to activate those spaces from a commercial point of view, but it's very possible. It also leaves open at some stage in the future. The applicant can come back at some stage and vary that and there's different mechanisms of that. It will be a nuisance, but it's not fatal. There are plenty of ways that I can see architecturally to make those two retail spaces perfectly accessible, perfectly open, and not suitable for al fresco use, as it were, but we've got a courtyard out the back which we can use that for, but certainly activated. So I'm not, on balance, I think that condition 39 should maintain at this stage. Again, if I can repeat what's been quoted several times today about physical architecture, once it's gone, it's gone. Once the use of this from its useful activation level has been gone. From a skateboarding use point of view, it's gone. It won't come back. So for those reasons, I'm rather inclined to keep that. I would like to test the public art condition 35. There was a condition which was suggested by the applicant to change certain words in condition 35, and its associated advice note would allow rather more flexibility in this case in the provision of some very substantial amount of money for public art to be used and to interpret public art in a rather more flexible way than the narrow interpretation that might be currently in the policy. So I would propose a condition change, changing certain words in condition 35, if there's a seconder for that.
Is there a seconder to support that? I'll make it a seconder, John.
Thank you.
So just to be clear, the motion is as per the applicants.
As per the applicant, yep. Thank you. Look, there's a lot of public art in the city. Public art, I don't think we're in the business of changing policy on the run here. But I do think we need to take some step back occasionally to see how public art funding is used and where it is appropriately used. It's been in place now for some little time. Sometimes it's successful, sometimes it's not. And as somebody said, there's an awful lot of public art in the city. There is, I think, a room in circumstances such as this to apply some level of flexibility to how very substantial amounts of funds might be used to not only to increase the public amenity in the public realm. This is the purpose of public art, and it improves the sense of joy, the sense of belonging, the sense of amenity, if you like, the sense of wonder in a space. That can be done in different ways. It can be done with the very successful upgrade of a public space with very high-sea school landscaping, for example. It can be done with very skilled approaches to urban fabric. It can be done with art pieces as well. They are all of a piece. They all make a space. So if there is flexibility for the city to be able to apply that in this way, in this area, I think it would be for the good of not only for this development and for other developments around it, but for the city, for this part of the city in particular. And it really needs it. It really needs to have that sort of level of attention applied to it. And to do that, it needs funds, and it needs to be able to do that in a creative way. I think this will give us the ability to do that.
Thanks, John. I fully support that. I agree that it is a large sum of money, and there is an opportunity here for that to contribute to the upgrade of the immediate privilege of the site. I don't see any issue with whether it's actual piece of art or its works in the street to assist. I think that would be a good outcome for this development. Further speakers, John, Councillor Sullivan.
I guess I have partly a question, and I don't know. Obviously, we're in committee in a sense, so it's sort of I probably should have asked the officers about this, but the way I read this version is that it's still saying that it's in accordance with local planning policy 2.19, which is the correct policy, but is adding
that's a good question.
Is adding the possibility that the money can be spent in addition to art and heritage works on public realm upgrade works, but is still to be effectively signed off by the City of Fremantle. That's kind of like like a generous interpretation of it. Another interpretation of it, which I think was probably the applicant's intent, would be that $1.1 million be spent on urban realm improvements. And the city doesn't necessarily can't really object to that. So if it's the first interpretation, then it's not. It's I still won't support it, but it's not. It's not basically policy change on the run. It's basically telling the city that they can also allow some of that to be used in the public realm improvements more generally, including artwork and heritage. So that's really more about the allocation or the amount of funds that are allocated. I do worry that it is actually, if it was the second interpretation that basically is saying $1.1 million is to be spent on the external public realm, i.e. urban design improvements, not artwork, not heritage, that it is actually not a legal planning condition. It's not, it is something that you could easily argue against it, SAT saying there is no relationship between that and the planning application because it's not coming from the scheme. It's not required because of aspects of the proposal that need to be implemented out into the street, and therefore it has no place as a condition of planning approval. So if the interpretation is the first interpretation that it might, and it's still subject to the city and include urban realm works, then that's a possibility. If it's the second interpretation, I absolutely strongly recommend that you don't give it your support, because I think it's ultra virus. I will say though that I think there's two elements here. I know that the developers and all developers in Freo probably are very reasonably suspicious that the city isn't going to throw money in the public realm, probably because it either doesn't have it or it has too many priorities to deal with. But I think the answer to trying to resolve that dilemma is not to change the artworks in public places policies, but to actually say to the city and say to the community that and to the council that, well, we're throwing 1.1 million into this, where there's an expectation that the city needs to be doing the public realm improvements at the same time, and should bloody well get on and commit the funds to do it. Now, that is outside of this JDAP process now, so there's not a lot of point, talking about it, but that's the reality. That's where the emphasis needs to go. And it's not to say that it won't happen. And as the applicant said, I know, that they have already been discussing that with officers and the CEO and already be identifying budgets to do that work and the like. But we can't tie the two together. And I think that's what this amendment is proposing to try and do. And so I can't support it.
For the speakers.
Thank you. I am, kind of in agreement with Councillor Sullivan. I would feel uncomfortable supporting the amendment only because it goes against the policy. It kind of substitutes the idea that you could contribute these funds to the public realm when that's not open in the policy. However, I feel slightly disappointed that that is where we sit. Yes, exactly. That is the next step, but that can't be done in this meeting. So for that reason, I don't feel I can support the change to the condition, because I agree with Councillor Sullivan. It feels, or Shavaris, it feels outside of our powers as substitute for council right now. But yeah, I hope that we can come to some alternate solutions. I mean, this is never the end of the road, as we know in development applications, they go on and on. So I hope that at some point the city can work with applicants and go from there. But I would feel uncomfortable with that.
Yes, I will speak to it. I support the modification. I understand the concerns raised, but I'm comfortable that the language that has been used as part of this modification is, for everybody that's listening, it is the language that is contained within the applicant's submission, and it says, the specific wording, it says, or otherwise approved in accordance by the city in accordance with the policy. Then it also includes for the development of public art, heritage and or external public realm upgrade works. From my perspective, this is not seeking to modify the policy position. Policy is a due regard document, and by those additional words in there is not attempting to change the policy provisions in a manner that would be either ultra vires or conflict with how the city might use it. I note the officer's position on that, but I'm satisfied that the intention here is to broaden it out, but not necessarily expect that the policy just cover it. The second point that I would make is that public art in the public realm, it comes in many different forms, and typically we are seeing public art on the buildings themselves by way of different materials and colours on the buildings, but there are a number of places where public art is of smaller grade. It's innovative use within the public realm, whether it be seating, bins, whether it be pylons or other treatments, where the public art is many and varied within the public realm itself, not necessarily viewable from the public realm and therefore attached or part of a component of the building. From my perspective, I think that sits consistently with the principles of public art and that is doable within this particular proposal, noting that the language that's used in this is not trying to amend the wording within the policy. So I'm supportive of the amendment to modify condition 35 and to add the advice note that was advice note 23 in relation to that.
Thank you. Back to you, John, to wind up debate.
No, nothing more to say, thanks.
Okay, I'll put the amendment. All in favour? Against? You. John, the floor's still with you.
No, look, apart from that, the development, everything's okay.
All right, well, look, I'm also very supportive of the development by any standards. It's a very impressive development. Today we've heard the words balance and compromise quite a lot, and not only balance from a skateboarder's point of view, but balance in terms of the heritage. It's a very comprehensive responsible authority report, and I want to congratulate the officers for that. I just want to go back to some of the basics here. The question of whether there is scope to vary clause 4.14, the local planning scheme number 4. I think there is, and I'm happy to support that variation. I'm satisfied that the degree of demolition in this instance is worth, given that the overall heritage retention and reuse. And this view, of course, is reinforced by the Heritage Council. From a use point of view, I'm very supportive of the co-living accommodation. That's a new one for me, as this will provide much needed alternative to the traditional apartment approach. I think it's very Fremantle, the co-living concept. There is a nice mix of uses which provide interest and ensure that Wall Stores is a place to be in the future. The spaces and landscaped areas will add to the ambience. In terms of parking, I'm quite happy or satisfied the numbers provided will be sufficient. In fact, in central locations like this, it's probably better not at all. I want to come back to condition 39, and I know well, there was no seconder for the amendment to delete condition 39, but I want to test whether or not there is an amendment to condition 39 that might get back to the idea of discussion and compromise, perhaps, between the applicant and the city. I'm going to suggest an amendment which leaves the first part of condition 39 as it is, but deletes the 2 dot points. And the dot point is to further, and I accept that this might be slightly fluffy. I think it puts it back to the idea of the two discussing a compromise which might suit both. So the dot point I would put back in there is to further consider the retention of the skateboard ledge so that it remains functional and to the extent possible having regard to the access needs of the development. So it's a lodgement of a revised plan which considers those matters. So I'm seeking a seconder.
You just read through what.
Yes, sure. So the dot point says to further consider the retention of the skateboard ledge so that it remains functional and to the extent possible having regard to the access needs of the development. Is there a seconder?
Can I ask a question at this point? Where would this lodgement plan be going back to?
Well, the first part of it remains, which is to go back to the city.
Delegated authority to the city to resolve that, and if it can't, it comes back to JDAP. Is that?
No, if it can't, it would be the plan as presented with three openings in there.
If there's no seconder.
Sorry, can I just, what was the last bit? And where possible for the access, sorry, I'm being.
And to the extent possible.
Okay, and
having regard to the access needs of the development.
I will second that. I think that there's an approach that recognises the, sorry,
just first of all, my intent is to put this back on the table and have a chance of getting skateboard ledge that is a workable skateboard ledge, but also having a workable access point or workable access points to this development. I'm very concerned that what is there in those two dot points as they exist is very prescriptive and I think will jeopardise the viability of this project.
Are you able to change that condition to make that intention a little clearer? The default isn't of current plans, but the default is something which may be different.
I mean,
you understand what I mean?
I do. I can't think of anything off the cuff stage, but we've got to move in a second, so let's deal with this. And if there's Francesca,
another version of it.
I support this amendment. And the reasons for my support of this amendment is balancing the occupation and development of this building is a significant contribution by the applicant. I am comfortable that the skaters had a history and association to it and a part of it, but I think there needs to be a greater balancing of the role of activation of the building that incorporates a mix of uses such as the F&B at the ground floor, and that this amendment that enables those particular elements to be incorporated into the discussion are a significant step forward, and I therefore would support it, notwithstanding my earlier position. But this is a move towards recognising the significant value that is also brought to the table by the applicant in opening up that space and attempting to balance those out.
Against.
I acknowledge the wording that you've put in there and the fact that it does speak to the retention of the ledge in a skatable form. And that's really what we're all talking about. I'm assuming that's where we're wanting to head. I'm not sure it does that in a fulsome enough way. I'm concerned in the same way that Member Simon was sort of saying that it's sort of a little bit more open to interpretation as to what the starting point is and the like. And I go to the officer's comment that the certainty of conditions is very important. We've already, I think, thrown the officers a difficult task of implementing condition 35 with all of its ambiguities, to then throw in a modified condition 39 with ambiguity is probably not the starting point that I think we need to genuinely acknowledge the importance of retention of a skatable ledge, because it's not just the physicality of the actual ledge itself, it's the spaces around it and the like. And to in any way introduce cross movement across that is going to be problematic. I have a lot of sympathy for the position of the applicant in saying that, you know, it's going to be difficult to work with potential tenants and the like, and nobody wants to stand in the way of having further conversation. So I respect and grateful for the notion that you're trying to bring forward a conversation about being able to have a conversation into the future about this. I don't think the wording of condition 39 as it stands stops that from happening. That's why I would stay with condition 39. I think, you know, we all know the planning process. We all know that the applicant can come back and do virtually exactly what you've just proposed in your amendment, to present in more detail and have a greater conversation about those exact elements. We don't need to put it in an amended planning condition. We need to start from a position of clarity that these elements are important, and then work from that perspective. So that's why I would prefer to stay with condition 39 as it is, but I respect the fact that you're coming at it from what I consider to be the right perspective.
Further speaking, yes, Councillor.
Thank you. It's always great having the opportunity to speak after Councillor Sullivan, because I can just say that I echo what he said and then continue on. But no, I understand the intent to put it back on the table and to keep the conversation going, which I think is what we all really want. But I do think at the point that we're at, having the clarity around what we are hoping for as the outcome, by starting with condition 39 feels more appropriate. I maybe, as evidenced before, personally feel like having a bit of certainty in planning conditions is more important than going to a management plan, which can always come back through planning process. And I also think that there is a risk if we continued with the idea that there would be a management plan, that, you know, extensive engagement has happened between the parties already. And so whether, you know, all parties, regardless of their good faith going into that, feels unlikely potentially that negotiation would change the outcome. And I would not like to risk the fact that we would go back to the plan as presented without condition 39. But I will just quickly also take the opportunity to address some points raised earlier around skateboarding within city spaces. I think that there are many examples of where skateboarding exists within really busy urban environments against moving pedestrians. So I don't think that while there will be the need to adapt, that is not going to be the thing that kills Woolies as a skate spot. But I do think, to echo Councillor Sullivan again, this is you know, similar to the idea of somehow dredging Bells Beach so that it may never be, you know, maybe I could then surf there, but the pros would never be able to surf there because it would lose the significance of it as somewhere that is utilised for that. Well, I guess the itself. And so while I truly understand that retaining the ledge is more difficult, it poses trickier solutions for the applicant and for the tenants. It's not impossible, and once we demolish that ledge, or once we agree that some of it can go, there's no way to get it back. So I will leave it there.
Thank you.
Can we have the condition again, please? Sorry.
Okay. It's prior to the lodgement of a building permit, a revised plan for the Cantonment Street elevation shall be provided that demonstrates the following to the satisfaction of the City of Fremantle. to further consider retention of the skateboard ledge so that it remains functional and, to the extent possible, having regard to the access needs of the development.
I think it's too fluffy. I think that we're a decision-making body. It is our job to make a decision. That's what we're here for. And difficult as it may be, we need to make a decision one way or the other. And I think, for the reasons I've said before, I think condition 35 is decisive. I think it still does leave open the ability of the applicant to come back with evidence and which says, well, we've worked with the stadium community and they have signed off on this particular change, and we're going to have this entrance here and this entrance here, and everybody signed off on it. And we're all happy. That's open for them in the future. I think that's the process that we need to do. I think at this stage, we need to be decisive, and I think condition 39 does. So I think it needs to stay.
Well, in rebuttal of that, firstly, I wasn't speaking about a management plan, so there was no management plan reference there. The 2 dot points are very prescriptive. And I'm not sure it's a good idea to say this, well, we want to do this, but I think you should go and do this, and that'll make you think about it and come back with an alternative. So I'm not sure that's a good process either. So I'm concerned that it's suggesting that you may not agree with the 2 dot points, but it might get them to think about it and do something different. So I don't like that process. I suppose I was trying to open it up to further consideration for the 2 parties to get together and come up with this compromise that works, because the last thing I want is for this condition to compromise the development so much that they decide to, oh, it's too hard. This is the straw that breaks the camel's back. I'll leave it at that. So
we have it again. Sorry, I'm sorry.
On my laptop.
You typed it out here.
Pink.
Sorry,
under.
Would you want to put it up on the screen?
Yeah, that's even better.
That's a good one.
I keep writing it. I'm not as fast as you are.
That's
looking at all of that.
Make a comment about the stickers on my laptop.
Didn't even notice that.
You can have a look at it. We were to make an amendment to an amendment, do we do it now or afterwards?
Oh,
They've already spoken.
already
You'll
spoken.
write a reply.
Yeah,
And the member has closed debate as well.
He's in the process of closing, I think.
Process, so you can't even throw it back.
Once it's passed. Oh,
No. Because it'll have to go back to the mover,
Last speaker
the last speaker.
of the substantive.
Yeah, no,
He's
no.
doing the
I'm
amendment as part of his speak.
Yeah.
And if whatever the outcome of that is, either continuing to speak as part of his speak, or it goes back to the mover for
Could
wrong
make
reply.
another amendment.
And I can't move amendments as part of that.
Could make another amendment.
Could make another amendment, which
Could you make that larger for me, please?
you could make another amendment. Which, you could add to be consulted to make sure it's functional after the clause which says as confirmed by
Just
Skateboards Association.
That just well, that's pretty obvious, isn't it?
Because
ensure the retention of.
They could say it's functional without asking.
Possible. Anyway,
Sure, it's functional.
that's it. Finished debate. All in favour? Against? John? Which way?
On John.
Against, lost. Okay, thank you. Back to Councillor Sullivan to close debate on this one.
Thank you. And I haven't sat in the JDAP meeting that's gone for 4 hours on one issue, and that's a good thing because in this instance it's a good thing because I think the community and the applicant, the whole scale of this development warrants this much conversation and a hell of a lot more. I want to sum up, I guess. I want to really thank the applicants for the amount of work that they have done with the community in this, and also the city for engaging in that as well. I really want to thank the community for the professionalism that they've put into this. I expected nothing less because I've seen the same level of professionalism as part of the development of the Esplanade Youth Plaza. But it always amazes me the extent to which when we're dealing with planning matters, which are pretty dry and have particular ways about them, that Fremantle community comes forward with very respectful and very poignant approach to their input into these processes. And that's been really valuable in terms of us making a decision. And I say that not just to the state community and not just to the heritage community. It's both of those communities and more. And it has made me, and I'm sure other panel members, think over and over and over again about what is the right outcome for such an important building. I hope that the planning process does continue from here. A development of this scale and of this complexity is never finalised and resolved at the planning application stage. There are many elements, no doubt, that need to be considered, and there will no doubt be changes because it's a long process anyway. I just wanted to, I guess, my final kind of take on the approach that the presiding member was trying to put forward. I do agree with the approach of trying to be a little bit more flexible, and I would admit now, I didn't really want to admit it during the debate, that when I first drafted a version of Amendment 39 for consideration by the city staff, it wasn't these two openings. It was one of these openings, then the next opening further down. And so in my mind, that was a more probably achievable outcome than the outcome that's actually written in Amendment 39. And the officers came back with Amendment 39 and shifted it back to where they knew they were the openings that the skaters were actually asking for. So I think there is always going to be conversation about this, and I think it will develop as the applicant starts working more closely with potential food and beverage and retail people. I know they've already done a huge amount of work in that space, but you know, anybody that's been involved in these big developments knows that what is proposed on day one is never the same as what the outcome is going to be. And I'm hopeful that they will find uses that are particularly suited to the whole of the Cantonment Street and Princess May environment, which is, you know, an interesting and really special place in the city. So I just wanted to genuinely thank the panel and also all of the people that have been involved today in helping us make the first of the important decisions regarding this development.
Thank you. I'll now put the motion as amended. All in favour? It's carried unanimously. Thank you. We need another comfort break. I'll go for a quick comfort break. Councillor Sullivan, seconded Francesca.
10 minutes.
Oh, God. Recommence the meeting. On to item 3.2, the street mixed use development. Now we have a number of presenters. Can I remind presenters that there's a 3-minute time limit on your presentation? I'll, when the 3 minutes is up, if you could wind up pretty much away from that point. Okay, moving to the first presenter, Katrina.
Hi, my name is Katrina Chinani and I'm the owner of 52 Henry Street, which is a state heritage listed property directly behind on the western boundary of the proposed development. I'm against the recommendation for 47 Pakenham Street, Fremantle. I will start by referring mainly to the paragraphs 30 to 35 of the submission made by my behalf by McLeod Fisher and Hamdorf in respect of the adverse impact to our amenity of the development. Despite the application's response to the submissions, there is no meaningful assessment of the impact of the development on our western boundary on the site, contrast to the Pakenham side. So there's no real direct image or drawing directly from in front of our house. We have a direct driveway that runs down and we're basically about 1.5 stories of a large building. There's not been any images and there's not really the effects directly in front of our property. So, and for the people walking by. So you can't actually see the height of the building by the application that they've sent in. No one has even visited our site. There is an open driveway straight through to the back of the block. So it would be helpful to see the plans from the front of our house, as there will be a visual impact for the people also walking along. The height and the bulk scale is bound to create significant reduction of solar access to, obviously for us. We spend a lot of time in our back garden and we're already built up on the sides there. Particularly, we hardly get any morning sun and that will affect a little bit of our morning sun. So, and we obviously there's not a lot we can do to our heritage building to get more sun or anything like that. There are no detailed drawings of the back of the proposed building, so I'm not even sure of what windows we'll be looking into our back garden. And so that's pretty much about, I guess, the height. It's probably one of the main things. I also want to refer to paragraphs 36 to 41. In the respect to our boundary wall, that's also become a little bit ambiguous and we're not too sure. It's on the eastern boundary of my property and the western side of the proposed development. It's still not really clear. The application suggests that the boundary wall of the western side will be demolished of the development, as it would be inevitably impede the development and add to the development costs. However, there is a distinct lack of clarity, which almost appears slightly deliberate. This boundary wall is located particularly both 52 Henry Street and is protected by heritage.
3 minutes.
Oh, okay, just about finished.
Just want to wind up.
Yep, sure. So we just want to make sure that that does determine that this development can go. If it does, it is requested to provide an absolute clarity in respect of the maintenance of the boundary wall, which we think is heritage listed. We do not wish for the wall to be demolished and the development to say, sorry, we thought we had permission. I'm not opposed to development. I just want a little more clarity on these things.
Are there questions of the president? Yes, Councillor.
Sorry, you said you don't support the RAR. The current recommendation is for a refusal.
Oh, yes, sorry. Yeah, I do support that.
Support the council version that was
sorry, yeah,
to us, which is what is
absolutely.
Secondly, the question of the boundary walls. So you're unclear as to whether those walls are being retained or to be demolished.
Yes.
And that's basically in the sort of back corner of this proposal.
It's the whole across, we're pretty much directly behind.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Frank Tyson.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I appreciate that. You guys have done a good job with this meeting today. I think you've given everyone a good chance to speak. You've been sensitive, kind to their needs. Well done. Also, these excellent staff you have here, they've been fantastic.
Don't forget you've only got 3 minutes, Frank.
Oh, yeah, well, you can start the clock now. Scattered around the metropolitan area is all these ex-service station sites. Yeah, you've all seen them. They're unloved, forlorn, undeveloped. So the question would be, you know, why aren't these developed? Why hasn't a developer snapped these up and built units or apartments on them? Well, they can't because they're contaminated sites. I'm sure you're familiar with this to a certain degree, but contaminated sites, because of the fuel tanks and the fuel paraphernalia, the filler points that are still beneath the surface of the ground. That's why they sit abandoned. So I'm just wondering, do we have a parallel situation with 47 Pakenham Street? Because I have here, I think you've seen these. I did email them to you. Yeah, you know, there's evidence that the tanks were installed, but there's not a spherical evidence of them ever being taken out. So the tanks may have been taken out 30 or 40 years ago, but there's no documented evidence. But there's documented evidence of them being there. So we need to be careful with this because it's an issue. I mean, and to the developers' credit, they have said if there's tanks there, they'll take them out. You know? But they haven't said how they're going to take them out. The only way to establish whether those tanks are there or not is with GPR, ground penetrating radar. That will, when you run these machines over the floor, they return a mirror image of what's beneath and under the concrete. I live in Pakenham Street, but I'm unaffected by the potential development, absolutely. So I have no dog in the fight in that regard, as opposed to other people. I just want to state the dangers that we need to approach here. If GPR can find tanks underneath there, then they have to be removed, decommissioned. This is the process through Australian standards. Australian standards 4896. They're pretty stringent, these standards, but they have to be adhered to. So the tanks, if there is tanks there, and again, I say there may not be, you know, but if there is, they have to be removed, decommissioned, and then taken out according to Australian standards. I want to make sure that that's, you know, I think it probably should have been a condition of approval. It wasn't, but you know, I've presented the possibility of all the danger here, and I just
3 minutes. Thanks.
On record.
Minutes. Right.
It's gone.
Yeah. Any questions of? Okay. Let me assure you that if there are tanks there, that they will be dealt with correctly by the development. It wouldn't form a planning condition normally.
So it wouldn't be part of the approval process?
No, no, it'll be, that comes under different legislation. They'd be required to do them properly.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Okay.
How do we know that they're going to, is it someone overseeing it?
Well,
From the
city will oversee it and be through the building license process, but it's part of an. Thank you.
Okay.
Move on to Kate Pearson.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for being here and being so patient. I live in a one-storey apartment, a little heritage building, which is bang up against the development. My address is 49A Pakenham Street, and the building literally abuts my heritage wall. Okay, so I've been there for 30 years. I have never seen any evidence of any exploration of the tanks in my time. I know that nothing has been done. If I can start, the impact for me is solar amenity, the right to natural light, sunlight, ventilation, and a reasonable exterior view. It's the only view I have. My north-facing apartment is all glass. It's a conversion of a very old warehouse, and that's the only access I have to light, sight, and ventilation. That building goes up, it's going to go 6 metres, or roughly, I might be exaggerating, but right across where I live and where I look for my sunlight. I will feel like I'm in a prison because I simply won't have any access to viewing my outside. The sound and acoustics, the proximity of this build to mine, I cannot possibly conceive that I will not be detrimentally impacted, and excessive sound coming from, and I say excessive, I can't tell you the decibel level, but there is going to be a car stacking machine, 3 stories, right up against where I live. Now, I'm convinced that it doesn't make a sound. I have to be convinced of that, and I would urge people to do the proper acoustic reports to show me that it is going to be a workable situation. I sleep just in a corner which is under 2 metres to that wall. So I'm going to be able to hear just about anything that comes from anybody dwelling in that, if they go onto their balcony. And they have the right to look down onto my only view, which is north facing. So I feel trapped at the moment. If there's a cafe going, I'm going to be subject to the voices and the kitchen equipment, the music emanating, and the cafe, the kitchen area, the odours, the ventilation. There is a ventilation, obviously the air conditioning is on the roof. I'm quite sure it's not silent. I will be hearing that the whole time it is running. I have a lack of privacy, of course, because I'm overlooked by 5 stories at the moment, viewing down onto me. And I've lost my page. Oh, okay. I'm talking about acoustics, proximity, and the historic importance of where I live. If I can quickly finish, this building, if you see on your notes, was in 1845. It is part of our heritage. It was never listed because the front onto Henry Street is modernised. We are a limestone rubble built in the 1850s building. If any build goes up against that wall, I don't know how that is going to be supported. And again, I would really like that investigated, and the structure of my whole property given an explanation on how I will not be affected by the build, let alone the intrusion once it's built.
Thank you, Kate. Was there
Thank you.
any questions?
Yes.
From members?
Not at the moment.
No, thank you very much. We'll move on to Stacey Town.
Do you want to do it, or do you want me to do it?
So if you just aim it at this, press across.
Oh.
Good afternoon, everyone. I represent Mrs. Catalini, the owner of Unit 22, who lives in the apartment adjacent to this proposal, which was rightfully approved under the planning scheme and been in place for a number of years. Unfortunately, there were some inconsistencies by the applicant and in the officer report regarding height variation compliance for the 4th and 5th stories of this proposal. Recognising this, the Fremantle Council rejected the officer's recommendation and instead recommended refusal of the proposal because of the building height as proposed, as it did not satisfy scheme provisions. Likewise, I understand the DAP is not able to support this application for the same reason. The proposal does not comply with Schedule 7 of the scheme, nor does it comply with the height variation clause of the scheme, being clause 4.8.1.1. All subclauses of this clause must be satisfied to allow height variation. Subclause A deals with amenity of adjoining and nearby properties, and subclause B deals with the degree of wall heights effectively graduating between the buildings. Neither of these were assessed in the officer's report, and amenity is greatly affected, and the walls do not graduate between buildings at all. This slide shows the definitions of amenity, as I'm sure you're very aware of them. Of particular note are the words highlighted in yellow and green. The proposal detrimentally affects the amenity of Unit 2 and other properties. It affects the livability, comfort and quality of Unit 22, affecting what would otherwise be a pleasant and agreeable home, and it impedes the enjoyment of sunlight and outlook. Oh, sorry. The 5-storey brick wall and concrete wall on the boundary completely blocks sunlight to all the windows to the main living space of Unit 22. Can I stress, I'm not talking about overshadowing, I'm talking about general light to a room. These 5-storey boundary walls completely block any outlook from the windows or balcony, and no surveillance of the street is possible, nor would there be any view of activity or expanses of sky. In addition, these walls would affect airflow and ventilation for Unit 22. Surely sunlight, outlook and air are all basic living rights. And does this comply with the Building Code of Australia? I do not support the second part of the recommendation of the City of Fremantle's, which is to support the 4th and 5th stories with a modest setback. And I'm curious to understand what modest means exactly. I can see this is an attempt to address subclause B, but I feel it is most inadequate and also fails to fully acknowledge the requirements of subclause A dealing with amenity. The relationship between Unit 22
3 minutes, Stacey.
Thank you. As you can see, from any setback from the common boundary would need to be substantial and not modest to mitigate impacts. I do not believe this application as proposed can be approved under planning scheme provisions. However, in the event that approval of the 4th and 5th story is contemplated, I respectfully ask the DAP to seek full revision of design elements and require appropriate substantial building setbacks in relation to Unit 22 in an effort to comply with height variation. In closing, if considering exercising discretion for a 4th and 5th story, I believe this DAP will act orderly and properly using the guiding principles by the WAPC's Development Application Exercise of Discretion Guidelines of February 2024, which are based on the Supreme Court's decision of Marshall versus the MRA of 2015. Sorry, I forgot to show you the last couple of slides. These are the windows and the balcony affected. Unit 22 is shown in blue there, and the other proposals in the background. So that's built right up against that boundary. Both buildings are the same boundary, and the window and balcony will be completely blocked out. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacey. Other questions? Yes.
Thank you, Stacey. Can I go back to your plans, to the pictures? Are we able to get that plan back up? Because I want to just get some, it's probably easy for me to ask the questions. The one I'm interested in is you've got from this to this, and from this to this. It's the balcony and the bedroom. Yeah, that looks like it. Yep. Okay, so what I'd like from you, Stacey, can you just talk me through very clearly those plans? What I'm trying to get your unit location is essentially, if you look on the side view, and we can go between those two plans. I want to get real clarity about exactly where your unit is, and so I can make sure that I'm clear about the concerns that you're raising in relation to the light. So can we first go to the balcony? That's at the front of your building, is that correct? The front of your unit?
My mother, yes.
Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. Sorry about that. Is that at the front of the unit, so to speak, so facing Pakenham Street?
Right, yeah.
And there's a section of build in front of you?
Yes, Pakenham, it's in the middle. It's not facing Pakenham, it's in the middle.
That view is to Pakenham like a.
On the diagonal, yeah. So you've got a partial blockage of view if you're, I'm trying to make sure I've got clarity about the orientation of the balcony, because what I can see on the left-hand side is a form of building structure on the site that you're on that's currently limiting your light. Is that what I'm seeing here?
No, there's a.
So roof, picture the roof, yes, yeah.
Yeah, and that's the light that comes in
on the side. So the one on the right is showing the extent of the development proposed that you've hatched in there, correct?
Yeah.
Great. And can we go down to the next one? That faces onto the subject's site, and it's got a little bit of a. Is that the dining? That's a dining area, isn't there?
Yes. Dining.
Yeah. So that and that room does, as I understand, that room, does it get access? That's a larger room inside, and so
that's the only window to that room.
Is that an individual separate room, or is that connected to other living spaces?
The living kitchen is all one, but where the living room is the balcony end,
right?
So that's blocked, and that's blocked.
And is this the only? My understanding is is there any other outdoor space on this site?
Yes, there is. There's a clothesline at the rear.
Okay. All right, so that was really just trying to make sure I get clarity about the spaces that you're referring to, and I'm going to have some questions to applicant about the extent of the screening area to it, or the extent of this element. So that was probably more clarification for me rather than a question specifically.
That wall there is 2 stories higher, so that's not just 1 story, that goes 2 stories high.
Thank you.
So a compliant building without additional height would still do that?
A 3rd floor wouldn't. It would affect it slightly, but not.
It would still block that view?
I believe it would block partially, but you'd be able to see over it.
Thanks, Stacey.
Yeah, just a quick
sorry.
question. Your apartment is essentially on the 4th level.
Yes.
Isn't it?
Yes. So the 4th story adjacent would come right up.
So you're objecting to the 4th and the 5th next door?
Yes. In the way that it's proposed.
All right. Thanks, Stacey. Move on to Pamela Catalini.
Hello, and I'm Pamela, and I'm going to read to you if you don't mind. Okay. And this proposal has significant impact on my apartment in Unit 2245 Pakenham Street due to the variation of height and the way it's proposed. It involves 2 sections of long, continuous, plain, high parapet walls, 1 brick and 1 concrete, along my common north boundary next to the windows to my main living space and to near the edge of my balcony. This will result in significant loss of my amenities due to loss of natural light and ventilation that I currently enjoy from my eastern balcony and southern dining living room window. Complete obstruction of the only view to the street from my apartment, complete obstruction of view to any sky, trees, activities, and outside the apartment from the eastern balcony or south-facing window, a sense of being enclosed and cut off from the rest of the outside world, with outlook being limited to a monstrosity of concrete wall and brick wall. This will be detrimental impact my amenities and livable in my own home. I'm an older resident with increasing limited mobility, and building these walls to this extensive height and in the position they are proposed means major loss of amenity, as I could no longer look out from my home and see any social activity to the street, or look at the large Norfolk Island pines on the esplanade, or the sky, clouds, and other natural things like birds. I understand that loss of view is not substantially reason for objecting to a planning proposal, but should it not be a human right to be able to look out a window from the living space? I sent in a lengthy submission to the council explaining all of these things, together with photos of the future impacts, if many of the issues I raised were not acknowledged or responded to by the council officers. The variation to the height as proposed does not satisfy amenity requirements and cannot be validly supported by the DAP, as it can't comply with the local planning scheme. Fremantle Council's suggestion for a modest setback is a token gesture that would not make this proposal compliant for the 4th and 5th stories of this application, should it be considered. And I think you've seen the photos, but there are other people in this in this complex too that are under this same lack of. They will also lose the site too, but nobody said anything about it.
Well, are there questions? No, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
John Dawson.
John had to leave.
Oh,
I
okay.
can address you.
Sorry?
Sorry, if I can address you, John left a little while ago because he had other appointments. And he's very regretful because he had a compiled set of documents that he worked till 2 o'clock this morning.
So, well, it's unfortunate. We would have, well, we have read his material.
Yes,
sent in anyway. Thank you. All right, we'll move on to Ben Doyle and Philippe Soto.
Right.
6 minutes.
Thanks very much. Look, so thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm also joined by Felipe from Space Collective Architects and my colleague Josh Carmody, who is the planner working on this one. We act on behalf of Adulcat Properties. They are local Fremantle people. They intend to retain some of these apartments for themselves. They have a close affection and affinity for the area. Now, due to a procedural quirk of the DAP process that will shortly disappear, we have a strongly positive RAR, but the recommendation that's tabled first, obviously, is the council resolution which recommends refusal. Look, and although it's a recommendation of refusal, I have to say it's one of the gentler ones I've come across in my time before DAPs, and the resolution actually specifically points out that council would support the building height if we proposed modest side setbacks to the upper levels. So we're not really focused on the overall height per se, but really whether the upper levels should have an additional setback, a modest setback, to the side boundaries, and in particular, both the side boundaries, southern and northern side boundaries, and the southern boundary in particular, which is clearly visible due to the quite uncharacteristic development of that site. Now, look, I trust you will agree this is a very high quality design. Felipe and his team are award-winning architects and are highly respected. The design was carefully refined through 3 reviews by the design review panel and has their full support. We've worked collaboratively with the city's officers to address the issues raised through their assessment. And you have before you a report that is very comprehensive and deals with the issues that were raised through community consultation and their assessment of the proposal. We hope that will support the officers in their recommendation of support. Now, with regard to the southern boundary wall, which was the focus, I understand, of the council discussions, the development at number 49 to the south is out of character with the West End. And these days, we'd probably call it intrusive. We have to assume that it will be redeveloped. And we say it doesn't make sense to unduly constrain development of our site as a result of a historically poor site. The impacts of our development in terms of shadowing and bulk fall mainly on their car park. Condition 17 requires a suitable finish to the boundary walls, and also the DRP suggested we would public art on that. I'm certainly happy to entertain that, and that could be addressed as a condition of approval. And that could then be a canvas until it is ultimately built out, which we would have to expect it will be. Now, I don't need to tell you that adding side setbacks to the upper levels would be a substantial modification that can't be addressed as a condition of approval. And also that wedding caking a building increases the construction cost. The question really is whether council's preference for some setbacks at the upper levels necessitates refusal of this application in infill housing, which is supported by the Heritage Council, DRP, and the city's officers. With regard to, I'll just quickly address a couple of the points raised in relation to the northern wall. You would have seen in those images that were on the screen, the outlook from those balconies, unfortunately, is largely obliterated by their own building, by the roof in the bottom corner of those images, and it would be substantially impacted by even a 3-storey development on our site. It would remove any ability to look down to the street, and certainly those south-facing windows that are only slightly off the boundary, it must surely have been expected that they will be. It's unfortunate, but you can't constrain development of this site to address an unusual anomaly of an adjoining site that probably wouldn't be approved today. So I'll hand over to Felipe just to deal with the design issues and explain that. Thank you.
Thanks, Ben. A few of the diagrams that I got here on the screen will probably provide a little bit more detailed assessment, especially regarding our neighbors to the west in terms of the amenity, privacy, and solar access, in particular to those neighbors to the west and the southwest. So our proposal before you today is a result of constructive engagement, as Ben mentioned before, not only with planning officers from the city, of Fremantle, but also with the Heritage Council, which provided support on 2 separate occasions to this proposal and the previous iteration that we had, but also with the design review panel in 3 different sessions. Following more than 6 months of collaboration, the proposal has received full support, acknowledging the positive contribution of our development we make to the West End heritage area in Fremantle. It's difficult to understand the reasoning behind the council's recommendation for refusal, given the detailed assessment that we have undertaken to demonstrate that our proposal, rather than being a detrimental to the neighboring amenity, represents an improvement when compared to an 11 meters deemed to comply build form. In regards to the 52 Henry Street, the previous speaker, the solar access and visual amenity of our western neighbors are significantly improved through the generous provision of setbacks. Our proposal achieves more than a 3% reduction of overshadowing compared to a deemed to comply scheme. Also, the inclusion of a 6-meter setback to the boundary substantially mitigates the perceived bulk and scale when viewed from the open spaces on the eastern side. In terms of privacy, the same standards have been applied. None of the windows on neighboring properties are affected in any way. Also, the roof terrace has been intentionally recessed. Recessed to prevent any potential overlooking of adjoining windows or private open spaces. This is part of what Ben was referring before. Turning to the streetscape, extensive collaboration has been taking place to ensure that the building responds. Yep.
I'll give you another minute.
All right, appropriately to the public realm, while also integrating seamlessly with the traditional character of Fremantle. Fremantle, and particularly the West End, is defined by buildings that extend from boundary to boundary, creating a distinctive and almost unique street character in Perth. The suggestion to introduce a gradual transition to the north and south would result in the creation of a wedding cave form, which contradicts the essence of Fremantle's architectural heritage. This is a few photo montages looking at the building from the western sort of side, approaching the building and looking east. We were held to a really high standard from the design review panel because we were seeking additional height from the beginning. So all these series of photo montages were provided as part of our design report to justify that the additional height was not going to be visible from any corner around the area. When looking at approaching the site, and again, this was a key part of the conversation, not only with the planning officers, but with the Heritage Council and the design review panel. We were looking at what the actual streetscape was going to look like back in the street. We were taking 2 different options. Obviously, we need to look from the building approaching from the north and from the south, and assuming that at some point the site on the southern side will be developed. So what the additional impact would be if we get an additional 2 stories on site. We acknowledge that the treatment of that wall on the southern side has to be improved, and that was already discussed with the design review panel in our last session. And what we are proposing is that could be an opportunity for our work and a perfect sort of spot for community engagement through the artwork, which is quite common in the streets through Fremantle.
Thank you. Questions of the, yes, Francesca?
Thank you. Could you pick up one of your plans? I'll let you pick which one it is. What I want to get is, we've heard specifically about the neighbouring site at 45? Yes, that's the one I'm interested in at this point in time. So 45, what I want to do, I'm looking at plan just to give you context. I'm currently looking at your floor plans. These are the plans dated 24th of March, or received 24th of March, and they are SD204 level 3 and level 4, which is 3-story. What I'm trying to get clarity on, it is in the context of the presentation we received and it's been spoken to today, which were the two plans that we were focused on when I was speaking anyway. And you've got the balcony, the top plans at the balcony, which show current view, and then a blocking of the view for the development. And then the next plan below, it showed the dining area and the blocking of the view. What I want is some clarity, if you can, and I can't see it in this documentation, is the outline of that. I'm trying to work out exactly where that, well, I'll call it front balcony. It's not quite front because there's a structure in front of it, where that sits in the context of your upper levels. I'm particularly interested in the levels of.
When I go to the screen, is that okay? So I guess that the sort of courtyard spaces that are sort of being discussed, this one is one.
Yeah.
And I guess that the massing of our level 4 and 5 is located in that particular sort of zone, is because there is a key driver from the planning scheme to make sure that those levels are not visible from Buckingham Street at all. So that is the first courtyard.
So that's the roof you've got there.
Yeah, this is will be the massing of level 5, level 4 and 5.
Where's level 4?
Let's get up on the screen.
Yeah.
So the massing of level 4 and 5 is this one. In this one, in this case, we're looking at the roof terrace.
Yes.
So the first courtyard space is this one in here. I believe is the one that includes the balcony sort of area. And then there are two more courtyard spaces further to the western.
So I'm talking about the front two, the one at the very front and the middle one. Essentially, I'm trying to understand the development and its relationship and impact on that site at this juncture.
Yes. So I guess, back to my initial sort of comment, our massing for level 4, or our footprint for level 4 and 5 is this area here. And the courtyard sits there.
What does it block? You've seen a plan that we have. We all got a copy of that plan that we've been provided.
Yes.
Is that, do you say that is the same?
At the moment, what we are proposing is, yes, we've got a parapet wall that goes all the way up right above the boundary. But the reason for that sort of wall to be there and for the massing to be all the way back to here is because within the planning scheme, and I'm happy for Ben to jump in here, there is a key driver for any additional height above 11 meters to be well recessed from the street, so it's not visible at all.
So no, I appreciate your comment about the street. Haven't gone to the street at this point in terms of it's getting for me clarity of the information we've been provided today, or we've been provided earlier in the submissions, the presentation today and your presentation. So I'm clear in my own mind that, for want of better language, both yourself and the occupant are saying the level of obstruction, or if I again can use that language, is you're saying the same thing. That view that we've got in front of us is the extent to which that unit will be.
Yes. So
that leads me to the question: if we've got clarity about what we say it is, why should we support a variation on that in terms of a planning merit conversation? So that was a lead to get to my question.
Sure.
So you see where I'm coming from?
Yeah. So I guess where we go to then is the intent is to protect amenity of that adjoining property. And amenity is not just the current amenity, it also, the definition includes the likely future amenity of a place. And without doubt, Unit 22 of 45 Pakenham Street has benefited from the fact that our site is not developed to any extent.
So can you just sorry to interrupt you. Can you clarify that specific statement?
It has enjoyed outlooks from the balcony and from the dining room window that we saw that are enjoyed solely over the adjoining property, our property. So
It's got a low level building on it.
That's right, exactly. So even a fully compliant 3-story development on our site with a pitched roof, that balcony is going to look at that roof. And that balcony is not going to see the street because
when you say fully compliant, you say, sorry to interrupt you, the fully compliant that you're referring to just then was setbacks and height.
3 stories. 3 stories, which Ms. Town on behalf of the owner said that was all they were prepared to accept. They said that they did not accept any height above 3 stories. So, but even at 3 stories, that balcony would be looking at, in all likelihood, at a minimum a pitched roof, and would not have any view of the street, of Pakenham Street, is gone with any development of our site.
Why would you have a pitched roof? You don't have one there.
No, if we were building a 3-story building on there, I reckon we'd pitch the roof to maximise the internal space to provide some opportunity for.
Still, the pitch would move away from the balcony, wouldn't it?
More than likely, yep.
Perhaps the question is, in any case, wouldn't that pitched roof be as of right?
So you'd be pitching off the,
Pitching off, presumably.
So you'd have a parapet, you'd have a side of the pitch on the northern face anyway, wouldn't you? So it'd be a.
Perhaps we can refer that question to the
So
Chloe later on.
Questions, I suppose, are separated for me. I'm trying to separate out the extent of the variation. I won't say compliant or non-compliant, but the extent of the variation above that you're seeking above the provisions that we've got in here, which are set out in the planning framework, and to understand not just what those variations are, because that's factual. The extent is what is the impact, which is why I was pulling out of you that issue about where the spaces go. That's essentially what I'm looking at.
So that particular apartment is internal within that number 45. So it doesn't have a direct view to the street. And it doesn't have a direct view to the rear. It is purely side facing. Purely side
over your property, over the subject property.
That's right. And you saw from those photos that the dining room has a small setback, but faces directly south. Now, the planning framework contemplates as of right 3 stories, but clearly also contemplates 4 stories and then above with the exercise of discretion. That apartment is on the 4th floor.
4th floor, with ground being 1?
4th story, let's say. So a 4-story development on our site is going to be, you will not maintain any view over it. You just will not. And so when you're thinking about the amenity of that apartment, the purchaser of that apartment, the builder, must have taken into account the likelihood that at some point the building on our site would be redeveloped, or should have, certainly should have. So you have to, in considering the impact on your amenity, you have to take an understanding. It has to start from an understanding of what must be reasonably expected on the adjoining property.
Clarifies for me. I've got some clarity on that space.
Further questions?
Given this last opportunity to speak to the applicant, the setback of the front building, the 4th and 5th levels, is obviously done in relation to the scheme and not being seen from the other side of the street as the scheme determines. But that would actually suggest an envelope which is on the slope in a sense. So was there any scope to allow that 4th floor to have balconies that were closer to the street from, say, for example, the 5th level, or not have the, so I'm referring to the design that has a a punched in area on both the 4th and 5th levels. So I'm talking about the front units facing Pakenham Street at level 4 and level worded as level 3 and level 4, but the 4th and 5th level. Could those balcony, could you have a balcony that actually projected further forward of that and still be compliant with the scheme, simply because it, at some point it wouldn't be seen from the street? And I asked that because of the recommendation in the RAR is to pull those units in from the sides, and I'm asking whether there was scope for more volume to go further, or for at least the volume that is used currently as balcony to actually be closer to the, actually over that the current front setback area.
A couple of things.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it does. And we did explore that sort of option, but I think there are a couple of things that we need to take into account when we are addressing the street. Fortunately, unfortunately, we are coming right at the intersection of a street coming from the eastern side. And when we were exploring those sort of diagrams with the design review panel, the fact that we were pushing that sort of, let's say, level 4 out to create the waiting gate again sort of approach to the street, meant that approaching the site from the eastern side was going to be that additional height visible. It's a tricky sort of site in the sense that planning terms, you're just looking at the section along Buckingham Street. But the reality of this side is that you are coming from the eastern side right to an intersection. So how visible this building is not only about a section of exercise. You've got to look about the context overall. And if you guys go through our design report, there is a series of photomontages again, approaching the site all the way from the eastern side along Nepean Street, I believe, or Nepean Street. And so when you start approaching the site, the further that you push level 4 and 5 out, the more visible that you are making. And straight away, the design review panel was, the statement about height along Buckingham Street is the foulest building. Everything else needs to be well recessed from the street, so that building remains as the sort of feature building along the street in terms of the heritage sort of perspective. So that's why we have been even go beyond that sort of setback to make sure that the buildings are not visible at all. The other reason to set back that building even more, our building to the northern side got a pitch roof. So the more that we push that level 4 out, it will be start projecting beyond that sort of pitch roof of our neighbor to the northern side. So again, we have to well recess that one even more to make sure that even there is a pitch roof, when I'm approaching the side from the north, I don't see any additional height beyond 11 meters.
Further question?
Just on that, something similar, you've got down through the middle of the building on every level, you've got substantial voids which separate the two wings. It's not very, doesn't look to be a very efficient way of building. And is there any prospect in there of actually taking some of that space and putting it on the boundaries?
The challenge of trying to move those courtyard spaces, that is what you're referring to.
Well, it's the void. You got two voids either side of it.
So a couple of things to consider on that one is the voids are actually providing natural ventilation and cross ventilation for those units, especially on the western side when you go bedrooms or second sort of bedrooms at the back. That is just standard these days when you're
they're providing openings to those bedrooms.
Correct. So we got, and we were again asked by the design review panel, show me what the privacy is going to look like for those bedrooms. If you got these sort of open corridors, you pop out from your lift and then you might be able to see into these bedrooms. That is one thing. The other one is, let's say that we move that sort of courtyard space to the eastern side. And then what that happens is the footprint of those apartments on the eastern end of the side just start becoming pretty much not usable. So we had to find the right balance in the sense of trying to address the streets the best way possible, trying to provide cross ventilation as much as we can, because we are just relying for those apartments on one frontage, especially the ones on the western side. So the courtyard spaces are going to bring natural light to the corridors and also cross ventilation for those units, and so natural light for those bedrooms sitting at the back. So moving those courtyard spaces to the eastern side, that's probably where you were going, John, is going to just reduce as much as, like, it's going to make it pretty much no usable space in that sort of massing sitting along Buckingham Street.
Thanks. Questions? No? Okay, thank you, gentlemen. With that, we'll go to Chloe now. You wanting to make some sort of a call about this, or are you happy just to take questions?
No, I'm happy to just take questions.
I'm going to start it off and get a chance.
That's your right, isn't it?
You can do whatever you want.
Under clause 4.8.1, the variation to height limits, and it was covered by Ben in terms of the amenity issue, but it's quite clear that it says subject to being satisfied in relation to all of the following, which is unusual because it's often can be either or any of those things, but the variation would not be detrimental to the amenity of the adjoining properties. I didn't see a justification in the report to that element.
Sure, it probably isn't as clear as we'd like. And on reflection, it is referred to throughout the report, probably not neatly in the height section. I accept that. It is something that we see as a bit of an on-balance discussion. It is, the West End is a heritage area, and there's really prescriptive policy for the West End that talks about buildings being boundary to boundary, and like with any of these areas, there are anomalies, and the building next door at number 45 is probably one of those. I think if you designed that building today, you probably wouldn't lay out those balconies the way they are, but they are there. So it is something that we probably see on balance. The additional height, in our view, doesn't result in additional significant additional impact than the compliant building height would. It does result in an impact, but not to the extent that we wouldn't support.
So you're saying the amenity is not, the loss of amenity is not that much greater with this proposal than it would have been with we talk about a compliant proposal.
Yeah, the 3-storey with the roof space. There is going to be a building up against this. There will be a change in the amenity, and there will be loss of outlook to an extent. There is no denying that, but not to the extent that we.
Thank you. Further questions?
Is it fair to look at this in two parts? That is, the additional 4th level, and then how the scheme then allows the additional 5th level. The 4th level is a fairly conventional part of the scheme, and the 5th level is the heights in the precinct, in the adjoining areas that suggest that maybe a taller building can go ahead. Do you assess those individually and look at the scheme requirements, which are fairly similar for both of those clauses? But I guess I'm trying to get a bit of an understanding as to how you assess them when they're coming from two different parts of the scheme. And also, I guess, just further commentary about, while additional height might be envisaged, whether the individual amenity of the spaces adjoining, to what extent do you assess that? Because we're talking about completely different things. To give an example, one of the objectors is talking about their space that's on the ground floor, on ground level, courtyard space up, and one of the others is talking about their apartment, which is on a 4th level and sort of looking out. So how do you assess amenity when it comes to those boundary walls and or the additional height? Because that's really the crux of the matter.
Probably a lot in there. So I'll start with the first section of your question, which is probably how we'd apply the scheme requirements for height. And Miss Town in her presentation has broadly set that out. So building height in the West End talks about 3 stories and 11 metre height with a roof pitch of a certain scale, which basically looks to reflect the heritage area. It does step out that that's subject to meeting those requirements, that it fits in with the area. What it's trying to do is make sure that even if there is a particular site where someone is proposing much greater or much less, that if it is to the detriment of that element of the streetscape, that it shouldn't go ahead. So it isn't as probably black and white as some schemes might be. When you then get to the fourth story, it then introduces that element of setting back from the street. But again, it's still looking at the impact of the amenity and the heritage streetscape, and all those elements are listed in that clause. So it's as the presiding member pointed out, it's all of those elements. So at each point, as that height goes up, you are needing to consider and look at it all. And then the fifth story then brings in that clause 481, which, while it is worded slightly differently and in a different section of the scheme, it is almost still a progression of the discretion that's being exercised. So even at the 3-story level, you're still needing to look at the amenity of those adjoining properties and where that is cited. Obviously, because it talks about more of a permitted height, the balance of that amenity assessment probably, I guess, increases as you push the boundaries more with the height. So looking at the bulk and the scale and location of the walls, even if that element of the height discussion wasn't in the scheme, there are still those general matters to be considered when you're looking at new buildings being introduced, and amenity of adjoining properties is one of those.
So the question that flows from that is that while setting back from the street is really clear in the scheme and very well defined, when it comes to assessing amenity from side or rear, setting back part of an amenity consideration, and if so, how is that determined?
It would be a solution that the applicant puts forward. There is nothing to say that you must be set back a certain distance from the boundary. Really, the amenity there's multiple definitions in multiple documents about what that includes. It does include things like outlook and daylight access, but there is nothing in the scheme that specifically says as you increase your building height, you must set back from the boundary. So it might be a solution that the applicant comes up with to increase the availability of ventilation or sunlight or whatever the issue may be.
It seems that the real issue is, well, it's not the real issue, but an issue is the way the neighbouring property was developed. Like anticipating that land would be vacant or open forevermore.
Well, that's only in respect to perhaps one of the scenarios that I was describing.
Yes.
There are multiple scenarios all around this site.
Oh, sure.
And I guess I'm sort of trying to understand how the officers deal with those. You may well be right in the sense that if there was already in areas where there was a parapet wall, it makes no difference whether it's a 4-story or 5-story parapet wall next to it. But what about on the sides where there is either a driveway access to a strata title, which is on the south side, I guess, or the little single-story ones to the rear? Completely different scenarios. I'm asking, I guess, is how those different scenarios are dealt with individually in relation to the clauses which talk about amenity. And I think Chloe's answered that, but it still goes to the crux of the matter.
Are there more questions of Chloe?
I have just a general question about your scheme. Got the scheme in front of me, you probably got it in front of you. You've got in the back Schedule 7131. Can you just talk me through the interrelationship of that and your earlier, and I've got to scan back quickly to it, your earlier scheme provisions, development standards, and I think there's special applications, it's 4. What actually, so a bit of a chat about the application of the scheme, because you've got discretion. You were earlier referring to this, discretion in 2 parts of this scheme. Typically, most schemes have a general discretion provision. Can you talk a little bit about how those two hang together?
So the
Sorry, it's pot 4.8, I think it starts on.
Yes, sure. The Schedule 7 is the section of the scheme which talks predominantly to building height for specific areas of the scheme. So for this site, it has set out the 3-storey and the 4-storey setback. Clause 481 is the specific clause which varies that Schedule 7, those Schedule 7 requirements. So it is very specific about how those tests are laid out, and it talks to requiring buildings that are adjacent to the area to trigger the clause and then stepping through those assessment requirements. The general criteria for varying other development standards and requirements is the next one down, so 482. And that is more about, there's other requirements throughout the scheme, for example, the percentage of multiple dwellings of a certain size and those kind of requirements. And that is the more general clause that a lot of schemes do feature. But 481 is the clause that's required to be used to vary the building height requirements in Schedule 7.
Can I just ask in relation to that, historically, the interpretation of 4.8.1 in terms of how close a building needs to be able to utilise that clause, that's varied over time. Would you describe this instance as being on the I guess, quite close to the edge of the interpretations that you would allow in terms of how far away the bigger building was?
I'd probably agree with that. The definition of adjacent, there isn't one, to be frank, and it's been interpreted with varying degrees over time. But yes, it's probably generous.
Stacey talked about our obligations in exercising discretion. Do you believe they can be met with your recommendation for approval?
I do.
No further questions.
Real poor Chloe enough.
Thanks, Chloe. Right, no, sorry, no. Sorry, this is.
3 minutes.
No, sorry, no, you can't. Thank you. We'll move to the item now. So I have a recommendation for refusal with 2 reasons given, A and B. Remover for that recommendation. Councillor Sullivan. Is there a seconder for that?
Second that.
Okay, Councillor Wong, thank you. Councillor Sullivan.
Thank you. As a person that's been trying to get developments similar to this or similar to this intensity throughout Fremantle and particularly close to the city centre, gives me absolutely no pleasure in putting forward a motion that is for refusal. Because it's a DAP process, the council decision was one of putting forward a motion of refusal rather than putting forward a motion of deferral. I still consider a motion of deferral as a genuine option, depending on how the debate goes. Because it is a proposal that, in my opinion, is an excellent proposal in most respects, in terms of the quality of and the care that's been given to the layout of the units and the layout of the use of the site is very good. It's quality in that sense, and I commend the applicant for that. But the difficulty that I know I have is the way in which the interpretation of the 2 main clauses that are being used to allow additional height. The general default position these days using this scheme is that, yes, you can have 3 stories boundary to boundary, like every boundary in the West End. So you could see a development that would be 3 stories to every boundary, and perhaps the courtyard might be in the middle, who knows? You could also anticipate a building that was 3 stories boundary to boundary with a pitched roof of 30 degrees. So that's the kind of default envelope that exists in the West End. And so anyone living in the West End, anyone with a current development in the West End, essentially, and this is where the applicant is arguing it from, essentially has to live with 3 stories boundary to boundary. The only exception to that is that the scheme does say that in circumstances where the buildings, particularly heritage buildings adjacent to that, might suggest a lower height should be approved, then the council or the decision maker can approve a lower height than that. So it's not even the as of right that people consider is not absolute. There are abilities for that to be brought down. In this instance, there are adjoining properties which will only ever be single story because of their heritage configuration. To the to the southern sort of side, I guess, call it that. And there is that peculiar property immediately to the left when looking at it from the street, which is a strata block, which currently has 1 building on it, but the vacant strata, as I understand it, could still be developed. But I think it is probably a fair assessment to argue that, well, even if that was developed, it would be strange in the context of the streetscape and in the context of the West End anyway. But that's what exists. And so the scheme does contemplate the possibility that we might not approve 3 stories as of right. So there's a starting point there. The second element is that, yes, the scheme anticipates and promotes, if you like, a 4th level setback from the street. There was a time when my reading of the scheme further back was that it was a 4-story within the envelope of a 3-story building with a pitched roof. Now, that's changed to now meaning, I think the scheme wording might have been slightly adjusted at some point to basically allowing a 4-story provided that you couldn't see it from the street. But of course, that clause has a bunch of conditions that it needs to comply with, and particularly that the proposal is not detrimental to the amenity of the adjoining properties. So when we come to the 5th level, we have this very generous interpretation of the scheme that says quite a few lots away there is a building which is bigger than the norm. It's probably the most significant big building left in the West End, the Fowler building, and that therefore this should have a 5th level. I think that is a very generous interpretation of the scheme. I don't oppose that interpretation of the scheme, but importantly, it also requires that it's subject to a bunch of conditions, and including at A, 4.8.1a, that it not be detrimental to the adjoining properties, but B, the degree to which the heights of external walls effectively graduate the scale between the building, between buildings of varying height within the locality. Which is kind of getting us back to the very first part of the scheme, which is saying that where you have buildings of smaller scale in the area, and particularly buildings of smaller scale that aren't going to change, that might be of heritage, that there is some degree of requirement to make sure that there is a graduation of the scale of those additional levels that are approved through the variations that are allowed through the scheme. And that is why the RAI as presented to this panel is saying that's the element that needs to be addressed. That graduation needs to be addressed. If I was to place myself in the two areas that people have come along to speak about. One of them being a ground floor space of a heritage barn looking up at the new development. I want you to imagine that what you will see, presumably as of right, is 3-story parapet wall. Well, that's pretty imposing already. But with the application as it's proposed, another 2 stories of parapet wall going literally straight up from that yard space. And irrespective of the overshadowing that it's going to cause and those sort of things, I mean, the overshadowing from a 3-story building automatically is going to be significant anyway. But the visual amenity impact of that is really significant. Then if I was to place myself closer to Pakenham Street, where that peculiar strata building is, and I think the applicant, showed some wonderful slides of how you might mitigate some of that. But the reality is, yeah, we're still going to see a significant parapet wall. Now, and you're going to see that from Pakenham Street. And for as long as that site remains underdeveloped, it's going to be very, very prominent. And while it might not be, it might be able to be mitigated to a degree through the way in which it is treated, and I think that is possible. It's not. It doesn't sort of say to me automatically it should just be approved. I'm less worried about that one in some ways. I think there are ways of treating that part of the building, the bit that's closest to Pakenham Street. So the front units being 5 stories to the boundary on that side. Probably for me, there is a way of dealing with that, but I'm less convinced about it on that boundary for the back units. When it talks about in the condition, or I guess in the council would be prepared to, or the decision maker would be prepared to accept a minor, modest step back, I think it only does need to be modest. It's actually about the way in which you see the bulk of a building. And it's almost impossible with a parapet to look up and see the bulk of the parapet being anything other than just an imposing blank wall. It doesn't matter how much artwork or how much kind of finessing of it materiality-wise that you do, it's still going to present that way. On the other side, my sense again is that a 3-story parapet would have been pretty well as of right. I have to agree with the applicant in the sense that the adjoining building is, a 3-story building at the front, which has a pitched roof and presents virtually a 4-story parapet wall, even to the front building because of the pitch to the side. And then, of course, presents 4-story parapet walls to the side as well. So it automatically, it's working to a generous interpretation of the scheme and did that automatically. And yes, it was from another era, a few decades, a couple of decades, but there is that sort of, well, it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. And I kind of like, there is a degree of understanding of that that I would share with the applicant. But at the same time, I think there's a kind of a respectfulness of the scheme is trying to suggest that having some setting back, some graduation is the word that's used in the scheme, having some graduation when you start to impose 4.8.1.1 is a requirement of the scheme. And I think even on that side, that graduation doesn't need to be significant. It's not about seeing the pine trees in the Esplanade, unfortunately. It's not about seeing Pakenham Street, but it is about what you see when you look out and all you see is another 2 stories, towering up above you and no relief from that outlook in materiality or in any other way. So that, I think, is why the condition, why the refusal is written that way. I'd be more than happy to consider a deferral that allowed the applicant the opportunity to make those adjustments, but that really depends on the position of all the panel members. So thank you.
Thank you, councillor. Councillor Williamson.
I might save my opportunity to speak till after, if that's okay.
Speakers.
I suppose at this juncture, I have some reservations about a straight out refusal. I would probably look at a deferral for up to 90 days to get some clarity regarding the extent of the impacts. There's been a lot provided by applicant, by presenters and by city officers in relation to the extent of that impact, and that also is in relation to clause 4.8.11 and schedule 7 and it may mean other areas of the scheme itself, but I think there's a couple of reservations that I hold against those particular provisions, but I'm not comfortable at this juncture to have a complete refusal, because I think they are, it might be just a lack of information and further information rather than straight out refusal from my perspective.
Are you proposing a deferral?
I'm happy to move a procedural motion. Procedural motion will cut the debate.
Do that now or?
Well, while you've got the floor, you can't come back to it.
That's true, unless the decision's lost. Okay, I'm going to move a procedural motion. If this is seconded, it will. The procedural motion is that the proposal be deferred for a period of up to 90 days. Up to 120 days. The important thing here is that it can come before if we get all the material. I don't know whether that's, if the officers, the DAP support can help me. I don't know whether that's on or before end of July or end of August, or whether you even need that in there for a
20 days should suffice.
Yep.
Just 120 days.
Yep.
For further information and plans on the following, amenity impacts are set out in LPS 4 clause 4.8.1.1 and schedule 7 city centre area clause 1.3.1 on the proposal on the adjoining sites at 45 and 49 Pakenham Street. The extent of the variation sought, and that can include on the site inclusive of plans showing the impact. So that's really for the clarity for the applicant. I'd like to see some plans showing impact. The final bit is, again, the context of this development and the variations in the extent of the variations in the context of the character, local context and character of built form in that area. So they're the 3 areas that I would like further information on in order to make an informed decision about the extent of the impact. I appreciate that the city officers have talked about, covered off them in the report. It would be great to see it all just packaged up into one section so I could very clearly separate it out for myself. But as I say, at this juncture, I don't support a straight out refusal. I think that additional information would help inform my making.
Would that include any request for modifications to address the impacts?
It can, the 4th point, and any relevant and any associated modifications
to address the impacts.
Any associated
to mitigate.
Associated modifications to
Suggest.
mitigate energy impacts. What I'm trying to get at here for the applicant and for submitters as well as other members is if it is carried as a deferral, I want to make sure I've got all information to make a decision the next time we're meeting for all parties. So that's why I'm trying to cover off the basis that
this is a procedural motion. But
yeah, so that's why before it gets seconded, I'm wanting to suggest that when you talk about 4.8.1.1, that you talk about Part A and Part B, because part A is about amenity and part B is about the need to graduate. And so I'm asking if, as the mover, whether you would be considered to utilising the words amenity and the need to graduate scale. I know that you're picking that up in the second bit as well, but I think for clarity for everybody in the room, it's important that if it is deferred, that it is clearly within whatever boundaries that the deferral.
So for me, I'm referring to the elements that's been addressed today in the presentations, the 4 elements A, B, C and D of 4.8.1.1. It's been addressed by officers as well. Is that
So
what
the
you're
whole,
referring to?
well, yeah.
It's the whole lot. So for me, I'm not limiting it. I'm saying there's been a lot of questions in my own mind, as well as it's been asked, specifically around the structure of the scheme and the impact that this has on the neighbouring site. So I've left it open to cover that.
So perhaps, can you read the second bit of it? Because it's where you're talking about adjoining.
Deferral for a period of up to 120 days for further information and plans on 1, amenity impacts on the adjoining properties of 45 and 49 Patton Street against the provisions.
As soon as you
Set
use
out.
that word amenity, you're only referring to A. That's the problem.
Okay. Against.
That's why I'm suggesting if you want to refer to all of them, the relevant words.
Then it would be the impacts following.
Either.
The impacts of the, on the impacts, impact on the adjoining properties at 45 and 49 Pakenham Street against the provisions as set out in LPS 4 clause 4.8.1.1 and Schedule 7 City Centre Area 1 clause 1.3.1. To the extent of the variations discretions.
1.3 or 1.2?
The extent of the variations discretion sought on the site, inclusive of plans showing the impact, any consideration of local context and character on the built form, and any associated mitigation proposed. Any associated modifications to any potential mitigation to mitigate amenity impacts.
Right, I'm going to seek a seconder for that. Is there a seconder?
I'm happy to second it to throw, yeah.
All right, I'm going to put that to the vote. All in favour? Against? That's carried 4-1. Thank you. No forms 2, no section 31. Close the meeting at 3:42. Short.